The live stream is started. Stargens, can you start your recordings, please?
PC recording is up.
Cloud is good.
Backup is rolling.
Sergeant Lugo, if you can give us your opening, please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection, jointly with Zoning and Franchise. At this time, would all panelists please turn on your videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Good morning. I'm Councilmember Marjorie Velasquez, Chair of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. And I'd like to welcome you to our joint hearing today with my colleague and good friend, Councilmember Kevin Riley, Chair of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. We'll be hearing today a pre-considered introduction and accompanying zoning amendment that will repeal zoning laws and create a new permanent outdoor dining program. Today, we are inviting everyone to have a seat at the open dining table. Before the pandemic, the Sidewalk Cafe licensing system was a bureaucratic maze. Under the pre-COVID system, DCWP, Landmarks Preservation Commission, Departments of City Planning, Environmental Protection, local community boards, city council, and controller all had a role in the approval process for the cafes. An analysis from 2019 indicated an average approval time of 467 days for enclosed cafes and 177 days for unenclosed cafes. Shouldn't take small business owner that wants an enclosed sidewalk cafe over a year to be granted one from the city. The system doesn't need to take this long. And indeed, during the pandemic, it didn't. Under the temporary open restaurants program, restaurants could apply free of charge to serve customers on the sidewalk or roadway. This program bypassed various bureaucratic layers of sidewalk cafe process. Unlike the Sidewalk Cafe program, restaurants participating in open restaurants could self-certify their spaces. And because open restaurants bypass the normal zoning limitations, far more restaurants could participate. Before the pandemic, only 30 restaurants in the Bronx had Sidewalk Cafe license. Now, the Bronx has more than 650. The archaic rules and resulting dysfunction of the previous system had real equity consequences that impacted the lives of New Yorkers. Families in the Bronx should have equal access to enjoying dinner outside a restaurant in their neighborhoods, just the same as families living in Manhattan that they have long been able to do. Under the Emergency Open Restaurants Program, over 12,000 restaurants have established outdoor dining on either the sidewalk or roadway. During one of the darkest periods in our city's history, these restaurants provided a space where New Yorkers can go safely socialize outdoors. The program not only provided a lifeline to small businesses, it also saved over 100,000 jobs. And beyond its positive economic impact, outdoor dining reimagined what the city could do with our streets. Welcoming outdoor spaces took over curbs and parks of sidewalks. Instead of just parked cars, creative outdoor dining structures were constructed, adding vibrancy and making the city more livable. In numerous surveys, a majority of city residents have reported supporting the outdoor dining system and the expansion of sidewalk cafes across the city. And while the program has been a success, I do want to recognize some unintended negative consequences of the program. For New Yorkers living in neighborhoods with a high density of restaurants, for example, there have been reports of excessive noise coming from residents eating outside and an increase in trash and vermin. For individuals with certain disabilities, the added obstructions of dining structures on sidewalks can make city streets less accessible. There have also been a handful of accidents where cars have driven into outdoor dining structures, and abandoned sidewalk sheds are more certainly an eyesore on our streets. Our approach to permanently establishing an outdoor program, therefore, must be thoughtful. We must carefully consider all stakeholders. We are not seeking perfection. We are seeking participation and partnership. At the same time, the innovations the temporary program established, including cutting bureaucratic red tape, must continue in the permanent program. I'm happy to be a prime sponsor on the pre-considered introduction we are hearing today at the request of the mayor. Nonetheless, I have a number of concerns about the bill, and I look forward to engaging with the administration today to discuss some of these issues. To start, the bill moves the jurisdiction of outdoor dining from DCWP to DOT. I want to understand why the administration requests this change and whether or not it's the best for the industry. While the bill in its current form will codify the roadway dining program, it doesn't include the necessary reimagining of cafe licensing that existed pre-COVID. The bill does shorten the approval process that takes hundreds of days. But I also have a number of other concerns that we'll delve into today about its current form, and I look forward to working with the administration to ensure that the bill addresses these concerns. And before I conclude and turn it over to Chair Riley to deliver his opening remarks, I'd like to say that our hearing today may be very long, and members of the public will be waiting a while to testify. So if you stay on this Zoom hearing, you will be called to testify. Please be patient. We will ensure everyone has a turn to speak. I now want to acknowledge all my colleagues who have joined today. I am joined today by Chairs Salamanca, Riley, Councilmember Abreu, Botcher, Brewer, Majority Whip Brooks Powers, Councilmember Carr, Farias, Hanks, Krishnan, Lewis, Mealy, Menon, Moya, Nurse, Jose, Palladino, Powers, Schulman, Stevens, Juan, and Yeager. And now I'll turn it over to Chair Riley.
Thank you, Chair Velasquez. Happy to be co-chairing this hearing with you. Good morning and welcome to this important joint hearing with the Committee on Consumer and Workers' Protection. I am Councilmember Kevin Riley, Chair of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. I also want to thank all my colleagues who will be joining us throughout the day, my fellow subcommittee members, and the members of the public who are taking this time for their day to testify today. In addition to the pre-considered intro that Chair Velasquez discussed in her remarks, today we will be hearing testimony on another component that will facilitate the creation of a citywide permanent open restaurant program, the Open Restaurant Zoning Text Amendment. This text amendment would remove from the zoning resolution Sidewalk Cafe regulations, which have dictated which areas of the city will get to enjoy outdoor dining. I look forward to today's hearing, and before I turn it back to Chair Velasquez to continue, I believe Chair Velasquez already announced all our members who are here. Chair Velasquez, I'd like to turn it right back over to you.
So sorry. Now, Chair Salamanca.
Chair Velasquez, I don't think Chair Salamanca is here yet. So if you want to do the portion of the announcements, we can start with that.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair Riley. And I'll now turn it over to the committee council to go over some procedural items.
Thank you, Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley. Angelina Martinez Rubio, counsel to the Subcommittee of Zoning and Franchises, and I will give some brief announcements for meeting procedures today. I will be moderating the hearing with the chairs, and members of the public wishing to testify were asked to register for today's hearing. If you wish to testify and have not already registered, we ask that you please do so now by visiting the New York City Council website at www.council.nyc.gov/testify to sign up. Members of the public may also view a live stream broadcast of this meeting at the council's website. If you need an accessible version of today's presentation, please send a request to testimony@council.nyc.gov. When called to testify, individuals appearing at this hearing will remain muted until one of our staff sends an unmute request. Representatives from the administration will be recognized as a group and called first, followed by members of the public. When recognized to speak, please take a moment to check your device and confirm that your mic is on before you begin speaking. If you're a member of the public viewing this meeting online, please take note with regard to language accessibility. that the council is providing card translation services in connection with the live stream broadcast. For registered participants present within the webinar that need an ASL interpreter video channel during the hearing, we ask that you please locate the interpreter. You can do a search in the participant panel for the interpreter and click the push pin icon to pin that interpreter's video screen. Public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per witness. If you have additional testimony you would like the council to consider, or if you have written testimony you would like to submit today, you may email it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, testimony@council.nyc.gov. Please indicate the project name in the subject line of your email. And during the hearing, council members with questions should use the Zoom raise hand function. Council members with questions will be announced in order as they raise their hands. Council members are limited to 2 minutes for questions, and a second round of questions will be limited to the chairs. Finally, as Chair Velasquez already said, there will be pauses over the course of this meeting for various technical reasons, and we ask that you please be patient as we work through any issues. Now, let me double check, Chair, if Chair Salamanca is here. If not, we can probably get started with the hearing. Chair Salamanca is here, so if we can turn over to him for some brief opening remarks. Chair Salamanca.
Can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear
Good
you.
morning. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. And I want to thank Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley for working and co-chairing this hearing. It is unquestionable that the temporary open restaurants has changed the city's landscape forever, became a lifeline to many small business owners and restaurant workers, and brought the enjoyment of outdoor dining to many families throughout the city that did not have that opportunity before. The numbers tell us powerful stories here. We started with as little as 1,400 sidewalk cafes throughout the city prior to COVID-19 pandemic, and with over 1,000 of those in Manhattan. And now, thanks to this program, we have over 12,000 cafes, and 659 of those are in the Bronx. And we've saved over 100,000 jobs. While there are successes to be celebrated with the temporary programs, we have heard of many valid concerns from community boards, borough presidents, and those that we will hear from today that will testify. As we approach the permanent program for open restaurants, it is important that we build on the success, but also take into account these concerns so that we can strike the right balance. And I look forward to working with my colleagues. And later on, I'll have a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Salamanca. So Chair Velasquez, if we're ready, I can just call on the administration panel.
We're ready. Let's proceed.
Okay. So now to begin today's meeting, I will open the public hearing on pre-consider intro and the pre-consider LU under ULURP number N210434ZRY. I now call on the administration to testify, but before they begin, I will administer the oath. The administration panel includes, and I believe some of them are not here today, so I just want to confirm we have Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez from the Department of Transportation. We have Carolyn Grossman from the Department of City Planning. And we have Stephen Etnani, Executive Director of External Affairs for the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Do we have, I just want to confirm with the panel, do we have Michelle Craven or Julie Shipper who are expected to appear?
We're in the same room as the Commissioner Rodriguez.
Okay, so we have, sorry guys, I didn't see you. Hi guys. Michelle Craven, DOT Assistant Commissioner for Cityscape of Franchises, and Julie Shipper, DOT's Director of Open Restaurants. The panel, can you please, I will call on you individually for a response. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes,
Commissioner
I do.
Rodriguez,
Yes, I do.
Director Shipper,
Yes, I do.
Assistant Commissioner Craven,
Yes, I do.
Director Grossman,
Yes, I do.
Executive Director Ednani.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony. And when you're ready to present your slideshow, please say so. It will be displayed on screen and slides will be advanced for you by our staff. Just say next. And for the benefit of the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of today's presentations, please send an email request to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Panelists, as you begin, I'll just ask you to please restate your name and organization for the record.
Buenos días. Good morning, Chair Salamanca, Riley, and Velasquez, and members of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises and Committee on Consumer and Workers Protection. I am Danis Rodriguez, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are Julie Shipper, Director of Open Restaurants, and Michelle Graven, Assistant Commissioner for Cityscape and Franchises. We are also joined by Caroline Grossman-Megger, a Director of Regional Planning at the Department of City Planning, and Stephen Etanani, the Executive Director of External Affairs at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams on this legislation that creates the regulatory structure for the city's permanent outdoor dining program. It is a great honor to be before the council today for the first time as the New York City Department of Transportation Commissioner. I'm so proud to be working alongside a great team at DOT who are committed to enhancing the safety of our streets. I look forward to working in partnership with the council, the body that I had the opportunity to serve for 12 years up to December 31st, to further our vision of turning New York City into the most pedestrian and cycling friendly. Our public spaces must serve our residents, and so it is fitting that my first hearing in this role is about creating a permanent outdoor dining program that builds on the pandemic era open restaurant program that rapidly transformed the city street to support our city recovery. The COVID-19 pandemic brought one of the most difficult and unprecedented times in the city's history. As the city began to emerge from the shutdown and look towards the recovery, the city established the open restaurant program under emergency mayoral executive order to meet this difficult moment. The program enabled over 12,000 restaurants to offer outdoor dining on roadways and sidewalks outside of their establishments. This included allowing over 2,500 restaurants that would not have been eligible or would have been limited due to zoning restrictions to offer sidewalk seating, bringing the benefits of outdoor dining to new areas of the city, such as on the elevated railways. This rapid reimagining of a street created a safe way for New Yorkers to share a meal together while indoor dining was banned or limited, bringing us all much needed joy during this challenging time, supporting the city's beloved restaurant industry and saving 100,000 jobs. Now the city is creating outdoor dining program that can live on well beyond the recovery from the pandemic. Doing so requires changes to the zoning resolution, local law, rulemaking, and agency operations and policy. Together, these actions will bolster the intent of local law 112 of 2020, which directed the creation of a permanent program. With this program, the city will be able to better support the restaurant industry in its recovery and provide New Yorkers and visitors alike a new way to enjoy this incredible city. Pursuant to the current text of the zoning resolution, as our colleague from city planning will explain, restaurants are allowed to utilize the space in front of their restaurants for outdoor dining in only certain areas of the city. The zoning text amendment removes the geographic restrictions, allowing restaurants throughout all parts of the city to apply for outdoor seating areas on the sidewalk. The legislation before the council today transferred jurisdiction of the licensing and regulations of sidewalk cafes from the Departments of Consumer and Worker Protection to the Department of New York City Transportation. And for roadway dining, this legislation creates a new roadway cafe program at DOT, establishing a revocable consent and license review process and license fee. These changes will enable a unified outdoor dining program administered under one agency at DOT. The program will be available citywide, but subject to seating criteria, such as minimum sidewalk clearance and design guidance. It will be a simple process for restaurants than the old sidewalk cafe program, but will still require community board review for sidewalk cafes and notification and public revocable consent hearing for roadway cafe. By expanding the program to restaurants in all parts of the city and providing a new roadway seating option, the program will particularly help business in low-income neighborhoods and community of color. Regarding fees, the legislation established an initial license fee for a sidewalk or roadway cafe of $1,050 and a renewal fee of $525. In addition, DOT and OMB are still determining the revocable consent fee, which will be finalized during the DOT rulemaking process. This fee will be based on the location of the restaurant and the size of the space the restaurant will be using for its sidewalk or roadway cafe. These fees are essential for covering the administrative costs of the program and also to ensure that public space is not given away for private business for free. We welcome feedback on revocable consent fee during the rulemaking process. The city set up the temporary program rapidly, focusing primarily on providing flexibility to restaurants to encourage participation for our city's recovery. But over the last year and a half, the city continued to adjust the program as needed and has learned so much. DOT and our agency partners heard from many New Yorkers with a range of responses to the program. While overwhelmingly popular, many people have raised real and legitimate concerns, including noise and sanitation. We heard these concerns and take them very seriously. Since the start of the program, the city encouraged adherence to the program's requirements. DOT has co-hosted a number of educational webinars on the program for restaurant owners and workers. And DOT and our sister agencies have conducted nearly 60,000 inspections and find and remove restaurants that failed multiple inspections. But now with the change to a permanent program, we will have an even greater focus on inspections and compliance. Restaurants are an essential part of our communities, and we encourage them to be good neighborhood partners. We will continue to work closely with restaurants and the communities at large as we develop the new program requirements and standards. We will create a license for sidewalk and roadway cafes, requiring café to comply with rules before they are built and subjecting them to inspection shortly after. DOT will enforce against amplified sound devices, which are prohibited in outdoor dining setups, and NYPD and DEP will enforce against noise complaints. And we are working closely with the Departments of Health and Mental Hygiene on pest management standards, to including the license agreement, as well as other sanitation standards. DOT, along with our sister agencies and design and civic groups, is currently engaging in a process to create new design guidance for the program. This guidance will include detailed information about how the program will work physically, including visualizations, materials needed for setup, and standards on cleaning and trash storage. This public design process began in October, and the guidance will be codified through rulemaking. The design guidance will ensure that our dining setups are accessible to all users, contribute to safe streets, and provide access for emergency vehicles, are flexible and temporary to allow for many activities on New York City streets, from emergency work to transportation planning to maintenance and sanitation. Work well in varying street and neighborhood contexts, and are clean, attractive, and well managed. DOT is hiring full-time staffs dedicated to this program, including our Director of Open Restaurants, a dedicated enforcement team, application and plan reviewer, and corridor and parking planners. This includes bilingual application reviewers and inspectors to ensure language is not a barrier to participation. The Mayor's Office of People with Disability is also hiring additional plan reviewers to focus on accessibility. We are eager to bring on these new team members who will ensure the program's success and increase restaurants' compliance. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Council for the opportunity to testify before you today and for your partnership in creating an outdoor dining program that brings new life to New York City. Hoy estamos en un programa que va a dar la oportunidad de crear permanentemente la opción de que las personas que tengan restaurante puedan usar los espacios de las aceras y de la calle. Un programa que se comenzó temporalmente durante la época del COVID, pero que ahora estamos trabajando para dejarlo permanentemente, para convertirlo en convertirnos en la ciudad que va a tener la mayor cantidad de restaurantes en las aceras y en los sidewalk, pero un programa que va a también tener regulaciones para que aquellos que apliquen tengan que cumplir también con requisitos de tener los lugares limpios y seguros. I want to say that this program will be the largest one in the whole nation. It will be a role model to other municipalities. We will be happy to answer any question after you heard from our city planning colleague.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, council members. My name is Carolyn Grossman-Marr. I'm the Director of Regional Planning at the Department of City Planning, and I'll share a few slides on the technical aspects of our proposal. And if I could ask for our slides to be pulled up at this time. Thank you. As Commissioner Rodriguez shared, the legal framework that governs cafes is multifaceted. And so in order to make this permanent open restaurants plan a reality, there's 3 legal steps that need to advance, each happening through a somewhat different process. The first on the docket for today is the removal of locational prohibitions through zoning, which I'll speak about for a few slides after this, but we believe is really key to unlocking the full citywide universe of applicability of a permanent program, and for consolidating control and accountability for the program under DOT. The second, also on docket for today, is the legislative response, which will revise and transfer authority to run a sidewalk cafe program from DCWP to DOT. thus allowing for a unified program, as well as establishing the parameters for the roadway program, which did not previously exist under law. Following steps 1 and 2 and that authorization, the agency rule process would be adopted to address design, operational, and application standards, but cannot proceed absent the passage of the zoning and legislative components, which would authorize DOT to move to have a permanent program and thus make the possibility of establishing rules possible. Over the next few slides, I'll discuss how the zoning text amendment works and why it's important to the future program. Next slide, please.
Apologies, it looks like we're having some technical issues with the slides. Give us just 1 minute to try to fix them.
Great, thank you. Under the zoning rules, which are currently suspended by executive order, zoning dictated 3 different kinds of cafes and where in the city they can be located. The most common is a standard unenclosed cafe, which allowed for readily removable tables, chairs, and fencing with very little overhead coverage other than umbrellas and retractable roofs. We had a small sidewalk cafe designation, which is an unenclosed sidewalk cafe containing no more than a single row of tables and chairs. And we had an enclosed cafe, which is an extension of a building into the sidewalk using light building materials and with transparency requirements, similar to what you see here, the classic diner typology. Next slide. Zoning holds the geographic restrictions of where these types of cafes are allowed and not allowed. You can view on our website how the zoning map plays out. We have in yellow areas of the city, primarily in Manhattan, only small cafe types. Purple is where small or regular sized unenclosed cafes are allowed. Green is where any kind of cafe is allowed. And very importantly for our purposes here, you can see a lot of area of the city where cafes are not allowed at all. Even if the sidewalks are wide and conditions otherwise would have been appropriate, the zoning has made these areas prohibited. And there's really 2 kinds. Red is areas that are specifically prohibited and called out in zoning. And you can see here both areas in Manhattan as well as many commercial corridors in Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx, long red stretches, as well as blue areas, which are the residential zones of our city. Now, typically, we outlaw cafes in residential areas because we also don't allow restaurants in residential areas, but we have 3,000 restaurants or so across the city that exist in these areas that also effectively cannot access the sidewalk cafe program as it exists under prior law. Next slide. You can see the results of that regime. As the commissioner mentioned, we had just over 1,000 cafes pre-COVID on the sidewalks of the city. Mostly were the unenclosed variety, and the vast majority of them were located in Manhattan. And we believe that that was the reason for that is a combination of all of the restrictions that existed on the program pre-COVID. Next slide. As we can see, over 12,000 restaurants are participating in the emergency program, and you can see that more than half of them are in the outer boroughs. A true success story of the program has been its 5-borough nature and the ability to really extend outdoor dining to all corners of the city. Next slide. So during the emergency program, we estimate that 2,500 restaurants at minimum were permitted in areas that are prohibited or limited under that existing zoning regime. So this proposed text amendment would allow them the possibility of applying for the future program. Looking at the map on the right, we see again in red are restaurants in areas that are specifically prohibited by zoning. You can see some of those red corridors and the significant numbers along those corridors in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens again that are prohibited under zoning. These include commercial mid-blocks, certain special districts under elevated rail lines, and other named congested areas of the city. In blue are all the non-conforming restaurants that exist in those residential areas. So as I said, we think there are about 3,000 citywide. 1,000 of them are participating in the open restaurants program. And yellow is cafes in zones that would have been limited only to a single table. And the zoning text amendment is the action that will allow these restaurants, these many thousands of restaurants, to potentially continue into the future program. Next slide. So why were these areas just prohibited from cafes in the past? The reality is there's a number of reasons that we see in different kinds of geographies. But what we've seen in the emergency program is that sidewalk cafes can work in many more locations than zoning had contemplated in the past. So here we have photos of some of the different kinds of this different cafes in various parts of the cities that would have banned sidewalk cafes. For instance, under elevated railways, all of those commercial corridors in many of our outer boroughs simply weren't allowed because at some point in history, people believed that the presence of an elevated was a reason to not allow a cafe at all. But what we've seen, such as this one in the top left in Bushwick, is that they can actually activate a street, and particularly for some of these commercial corridors, it's an important enlivening activity. Certain special central business districts, we believe congestion is an issue. We believe this can be dealt with by increasing the requirements for clear path area, but we don't believe that a cafe like this, top right, near Grand Central, need not have a single row and table of chairs if it can protect, for instance, in this case, 12 feet of clear path in a potentially congested area. It's not a reason to take it off the map entirely. Certain special districts, such as East New York and Dumbo in the bottom left, are areas where we simply didn't allow cafes. We again believe that that's an appropriate location. And as I've mentioned several times, in residential districts, we see a lot of this in outer boroughs, particularly in Bedford-Stuyvesant. We've had certain restaurant groups advocate specifically, and they would have had to go through a full ULURP process for commercial zoning just to put a few tables and chairs out. This text amendment alleviates that burden and makes it possible for those restaurants to really be on a level playing field with any other restaurant in the city. Next slide. Other cleanup actions that are included in the text amendment. We have a number of removals of definitions and cross references that really get the zoning entirely out of the business of regulating cafes, so that DOT can have that exclusive authority. We have some text that precludes operable windows that would service an outdoor restaurant, so we've allowed for that to continue to exist. There are some parts of the text amendment that ensure that an enclosure provision, so certain areas of the city, we would require a restaurant to be fully enclosed within a building in order to operate. That is inconsistent with having an outdoor cafe. So we've removed those provisions to allow for the use of the outdoor restaurant in those areas. And we've clarified the sidewalk widening text, which is a feature of mostly Midtown, where buildings are required to set back to build wider sidewalks. We've made sure that that does not interfere with the participation in the open restaurants program as well, because we want to make sure that a restaurant who is applying doesn't have to research 40 years of zoning history in order to understand a building line and a curb line and have a lay understanding of the layout of their sidewalk requirements. Next slide. The City Planning Commission voted to adopt the text amendment at the end of last year with a modification. The commission heard much testimony about the importance of quality of life concerns and the importance of getting the details right, not just with the zoning, but with the legislation and rules-based components of the program. So to address concerns that one component be enacted absent the completion of the other components, the City Planning Commission modified the effective date of the zoning to be tied to the subsequent enactment of legislation and DOT rules. So this ensures that all three elements will only go into effect together and not sequentially. Next slide. And to that point, as the commissioner mentioned, DOT, DCP, and our sister agencies made a commitment to public engagement around a design process that will reach the design standards, which ultimately will be codified into DOT's rules. The teams were out visiting borough boards through the end of last year to promote a citywide survey collecting initial design feedback. We are regularly meeting with sister agencies to develop this initial work. We are also partnered with the Alfresco Coalition led by RPA, the Design Trust, and Tri-State Transportation Campaign, who are helping us collect valuable feedback on design ideas. And we'll plan to be out with more public engagement in the coming weeks and months to arrive at those final design concepts. Next slide. So summarizing the complexity of the multiple approvals and developments here with a calendar, the zoning elements which we've discussed are in front of the council on deadline based on the land use calendar, but will remain unenacted pending other adoptions. The legislation authorizing these high-level components is under consideration as well, not on the same deadlines as the land use components. A design development and engagement process is well underway and will run through the spring, leading to draft concept designs and the draft CAPA rules later in the year. Following the adoption of CAPA, the city will work on education and outreach around the new procedures with the expectation of transition into the new program around 2023. All of this being underpinned by the emergency executive order remaining in effect and allowing for that seamless transition. So with that, we can pull slides down and I'll return control to Commissioner Rodriguez and the council for Q&A. Thank you.
Chairman, any question?
So we shall.
Velasquez, do you have some questions for the panel?
Definitely. So under the normal sidewalk cafe process, restaurants have reported waiting over a year for their licenses. What makes it so lengthy?
Well, we can talk about how we are, we can talk about how, we'll be operating moving forward. But I think that that's a particular question that probably is Steven Tanani is more informed to explain to you, Chair.
Sure, and thank you, Council Member, for the question. And it's a pleasure to meet you here in this virtual hearing. As the Commissioner said, my name is Steve Tanani. I'm the Executive Director for the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. I think first and foremost, just to level set here, is that the Sidewalk Cafe program has not existed essentially for 2 years. It's been suspended for 2 years by an executive order. In part, the reason for that is that the Sidewalk Cafe process was not nimble, as you mentioned, Chair. It was a process that was lengthy, convoluted by our own admission, and something that, certainly this agency has been on the record testifying to that point. But this hearing is really about the future and a permanent program. And DOT has been managing a more expansive program during that 2-year period that our Sidewalk Cafe program has been suspended. It's a more streamlined program. It's one that allows restaurants to utilize the sidewalk and the streets for dining. DOT is the appropriate agency to continue that work because it's been a resounding success. You heard from my colleague at DCP about the geographical success of that program, and from the Commissioner of DOT in terms of jobs saved, over 100,000. We think DOT is best situated to develop a holistic vision of the city's streetscape, and they'll have a dedicated enforcement team to work through any quality of life or safety issues that get managed in this program going forward.
Thank you for that. And now, can you tell me, how is it new and how will it be streamlined?
I'll defer to Commissioner Rodriguez to speak to the permanent program.
Yeah, the program moving forward will be based on the experience that we have, and I will also pass to the director of the open restaurant, who is Julia Skipper, because she worked during the last couple of months working with the city agency, getting idea from the restaurant owners, from the members of the community, to put together a streamline that we believe will make this program the most efficient and permanent that any other city has built in this nation. So I think that the most important thing is that, first of all, the whole process on how someone will be applying, it will make the restaurant owners, first of all, accountable to take care of the cleanliness and the safety, not only of the sidewalk, but also of the street. They will have to fill out that application. We will review those applications, and we will make decision based about how those individual owners, the restaurant owners, are committed to take not only the opportunity, but also the responsibility that we can for them to get this permit. But I would like also to pass it to Julie, who is the director, so also to expand it.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair, for the question. So as much as we can, we have shortened the review process and the review timeframes for the sidewalk program. Roadway is slightly different, as this program is new and we are just developing it now. This will still go through a revocable consent process, but we are able to shorten it a bit more with just giving notice to the community boards and holding a revocable public hearing. But we have taken the time and taken the accountability to try and shorten and streamline the process as much as we can with this shorter review timeframes.
Can you explain to me then that revocable consent and that process and how you involve the community?
So the revocable consent process for open restaurants is something that we'll be outlining in the rulemaking process that we will be doing later this year, but effectively we'll be our planners will be doing a site review of the roadway cafe plans, and then we'll notify the community boards that this application has come in if they wish to have their own hearing on it, and then we'll hold our own public hearing as required by the charter, execute the agreement, and submit it to the comptroller.
Thank you. At this point, I wanted to welcome, I have by accident not seen our Speaker Adams. Speaker, would you have any questions right now or statement?
Thank you, Chair Velasquez. Doing a great job. Good morning, everyone. I am going to listen to this hearing and we'll ask questions as they come up as we proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess my follow-up question here, when we were talking about the procedures, are we also looking at penalties under the old system or the emergency order? We have been the administration has been giving warnings. What has the penalties looked like before, and what are you envisioning for the future for folks that do not comply? And how do we hold those restaurants and bars accountable?
Well, first of all, as everyone knows, this program during the time of pandemic, and also how the administration and the council in 2020 passed the bill that empowered DOT to take this lead to organize in the temporary base. It is a system that we know that in the past they made their contribution, but the way of how we are reimagining the use of the street. Also, we come not only with the opportunity for the restaurant owner to take advantage with this, to be part of the solution, not only providing seating area to the middle class, to the working class, but also to those brothers and sisters in the underserved community that in the past, they never thought that they could have access. They never thought that they could enjoy sitting at the table as anyone was doing it in Midtown or downtown Manhattan. You know, you and I share similar constituency. We know that in the past, when I came in the 80s, you didn't see a single sidewalk restaurant in Northern Manhattan. You didn't see in the Bronx. You didn't see in places in Brooklyn, Staten Island, and Queens, mainly composed by immigrants and working class. So I think that we are doing right now is one, creating this great opportunity, but also sending the message to the restaurant owners, please be our partner. We know that most of them have put good a structure together. But when it comes to that question about how will we make them accountable, there's going to be a system in place. Not only we have proven with the 60,000 inspection that DOT did during the last couple of months on this program, that we will take safety, we will take responsibility of the restaurant owner very, very seriously. And we will be going back to those restaurants and see how they are successful, but also how they take seriously their responsibility of quality life, their responsibility also to be a good restaurant neighbor to those communities where they are established.
I guess I also have concerns on the fees, right? During the pandemic, how many restaurants have closed down because of violations?
Yeah, and there was I can say that most of them were good partnership when it comes to the services that they provide in the different community where they were established. There were some cases, as we have in all sectors. We also had a few by Apple, and we know that those few Apple are everywhere. And as an agency that will be running this program, we will make all of them accountable. But to share those few occasions when we have those cases of where we had to shut it down some restaurants, I also would like to call to Julie, who were the one the last couple of months was working overseeing that behavior in those cases. But unfortunately, we had to shut it down.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. Over the pandemic, we have been quite lenient to restaurants. We know that the restaurant industry was really suffering through COVID, and we stood this program up in an effort to bring the restaurant industry back. But with that, as the Commissioner mentioned, there are some bad apples and bad actors that have been part of the program, and we have given a number of warnings. Our inspectors go out and work very diligently with each restaurant, especially ones that are not complying with the rules. But after a certain number of warnings, you can only do so much. And if the restaurant is still not complying, more robust enforcement needs to be taken. So there are a few restaurants that we have given fines to. However, we have only given fines up to $1,000. And there are restaurants that have either become abandoned or their structures are just totally not in compliance with our rules. And after working with them, we have removed them. And going forward in the permanent program, that is something that you will see more of. If a restaurant is not in compliance, after we have taken the time to work with them, we will turn to summonses and removals just to make sure that this is a very successful program and a program that can continue on for decades and decades.
Thank you so much for that. But can you be more specific? How many warnings? How many fines? Are there any closings? I mean, you should have this data point.
We can come back to you with the specific numbers on fines, warnings, and removals.
So we're basically discussing how to keep restaurants open, but we don't even know how many you've closed down. Okay, cool. Next, what we're trying to do is, what is the bill purpose moving this licensing from DOT to DCWP? And I know we've kept on talking about this, but explain to me how much more efficient would it be under DOT if you can't even give me data points?
It's not that we cannot give you the data, Chair. What we are saying is that in the way of how this program being operating, as is the public information, with the team here at DOT, they went out and they did 60,000 inspections. And we know that the program has been basically temporary one, and we will get back to you to share all the details that is important for you as a body. But the way of how we are having this conversation right now is not only sharing what we have done it, but it's also most important is our discussing how this program will be permanent on the DOT.
Chair, I also want to jump in and mention, just to piggyback on a question that you had, which is imperative, is accountability. How will we hold, restaurants accountable in this program from a safety perspective? And I will say, part of the, calculus of this transition which the council has already kind of legislated and put their thumb on the scale by local law 114 of 2020. I do want to make a note of that. But importantly, is that DCWP, for a program that had just over 1,000 restaurants participating, never had a dedicated enforcement team for that license category. We enforce regulations for tens of thousands of businesses across a number of different, laws and rules in the city. DOT will have a dedicated enforcement team to hold restaurants accountable. And I think that point needs to be stressed here as well.
And I guess I also want to distinguish the fact that there are two different worlds that are existing, right? There's the Sidewalk Cafe, and then there's open dining, open restaurants. So can you clarify how you're going to treat them under your system? What does the approval process look like? And additionally, how do we get community involvement in both?
Yeah, you're right. There's going to be, first of all, what we are bringing new to the city is that we will have the DOT as an agency where the restaurant owner, they will come and do the two shop in one agency. So they will be able to apply for the sidewalk, but also for the roadway. There's going to be two different fees that they will pay, but there's some area where we are allowed when it comes to the sidewalk, when it comes to, when it comes to the city charter allowing us to do certain things. And the other part is something that, it is also required some changes, but that's why we are working with the two systems, which is the one related to the sidewalk, one related to the roadway. But I think that our person here from city planning should be the person that also can expand a little bit more on that. Caroline?
Apologies, could I ask for the question to be repeated?
So for what I was asking is, remember how we had discussed the two different models, right? There's a sidewalk and then there's open restaurants. How did you streamline it? So we're talking about pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Currently the emergency order, and how do you envision it going forward? I believe that there were 4 slides.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies, I got lost in the train. So I think as we described, the pre-COVID Sidewalk Cafe program had so many agencies involved, right? Both on the administration side, DCWP, DOT through the regulation of streets, DCP through the regulation of zoning, as well as the community boards, as well as the council, as well as the comptroller. So what we're trying to do here is, within the constraints of the revocable consent process, remove as many of those elements and streamline the coordination between as many of those elements as we can. One really big part of that is the removal of the zoning itself, right? We think that getting ULURP and all of the sort of heft of that program and how difficult it is to make changes through the ULURP process, just to be able to put a few tables and chairs out, we think is a huge benefit to just the coordination, right? I described restaurants that would come to us, to put a few chairs out in a restaurant in Bed-Stuy, that we had to tell they had to go through a full ULURP process just to do that. So one thing we're doing is just removing our entire agency. We do still believe that that we will have an advisory role, on design issues, but remove that sort of that burden of process. I think the second, as we described, is making it easier to apply in the first place. So removing the engineered drawings, getting something that is more technologically enabled, something that is a little easier for restaurants and easier for the community and the general public to see. We think that could help a lot in terms of just streamlining those elements. We are continuing to require, on the Sidewalk Cafe side, a community board referral, as is required under the existing revocable consent process. We do think that that's obviously an important way to get community feedback, though it is part of what makes the process a little bit longer. That is true of the council process as well. So we did look at streamlining those just a little bit in terms of the time slots to make it a little bit quicker. And ultimately, we think that combined means it will not be as simple a process as it is under the emergency authority, but it will be easier than it was under the pre-COVID. And so much of this, we also believe, is about the resources and the technical sophistication at DOT to be a good plan reviewer and to be responsive to the restaurants. And as DCWP has described, they were administering a program for the streets when that's not their agency's primary mandate, and they're a much smaller agency. So we also believe that DOT, under this much more resourced body, has the ability to be an efficient processor of those applications, and that they can do that efficiently and transparently, even with those many stops along the process.
Got it. Can you tell me an estimate as how long it will take with the sidewalk streamline process, the new one that's proposed, and also the open restaurants?
Sure. I'm going to defer. I would expect that Julie would like to answer that.
Sorry, we were just unmuting. The sidewalk process will take about 5 months, and the roadway process will take about 4 months.
What's the month difference? Why is it a month difference?
The sidewalk review timeframes were cut down from the previous sidewalk process, but goes to the community board for approval. The roadway, the community board will get notification, and then a public hearing will be held, but that process is slightly shorter.
Can I ask why are you not just notifying? Why are you just notifying when it's a larger space rather than the sidewalk?
So we would still be holding a revocable consent public hearing, and felt that was that with the notice to the community boards plus that public hearing, that was sufficient to hear from the community boards that way. However, the sidewalk cafe process, they're in the city charter. This is what is required and what has been approved by the law department.
Thank you for that. Also, how are you monitoring the abandoned outdoor dining structures, and how are you working with them, the restaurants, to have them removed?
Well, we can talk about what we have done. We will hear from Julie what we have done so far, but what I can tell you is about us moving forward. DOT, as you heard, we have enough resources to be sure that we have an operation overseen by Julie as a director, that we have enough individuals to coordinate, to do inspection, but also to working together with all agencies, such as sanitation, NYPD, Department of Health. So look, what we expect is that we know that the vast majority of restaurant owners are behind this initiative. We expect that they understand that the opportunity that they have. As I said before, we are part of this history right now. We make in New York City the city that will have the largest numbers of restaurants using sidewalk and roadway. We will be the city where working class will be able to enjoy the opportunity to have access to this sitting area. But when it comes to how we will remove starting with inspection, like looking at the application, we will take when the restaurant owner sign this permit. They should know that the signature comes with a responsibility that we will make them accountable. And if they don't comply to everything related to cleaning and safety, we will go there, we will do the inspection. The good one, I know that the majority will be create partners with us. They will have our support. But those that they are not, we will remove their permits.
Yes, and as the commissioner said, this process is one that it's a combination of proactive enforcement and response to complaints. So we are counting on the community and restaurants in general. If you are seeing abandoned structures out there, let our borough commissioners know, and we will send inspectors out there to take a look, see what is out there. And if they are ultimately abandoned, we will remove them. We have removed so far up to 40 restaurants thus far, but we have more on our list that are coming, and we want this program to be successful. And in order to be successful, we need to have a good working relationship with the restaurant community and expect that our expect that our inspectors will be removing restaurants when they are not complying.
How many of your inspectors are bilingual?
We can get back to you with the number right now, but I can tell you as a non-English speaking commissioner and as an immigrant that been here since 1983, that live in the CERT community, from the leadership of this department to diversity across any area of this agency, including inspection, this is something that I would take it very seriously, because we know that many of those restaurant owners that are immigrants also, it doesn't matter if they come from Asia, from Europe, from Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Mali, Congo, or Latin America. Many of them also save some money, contribute by opening the restaurant, and they need, as it is a responsibility, as it is a vision of Mayor Eric Adams, that when he took office, he said, even though you are not English speaking, you pay taxes and you deserve the same mechanism of information, the same mechanism of support. So this is something that, again, as a non-English speaking, as a Latino speaking person, I know that this is going to be very important that any restaurant owner, they should know that they will have the opportunity and the support to be connected with in their own language when it comes to any information that they need.
So back to my question, how many inspectors are?
We can get back to you with a specific number.
And Chair, one thing that also, being on the other side, as I have been, that's information are important for us. But right now we are even in the process of hiring. This is something that the administration, we only, we had like a month in the new administration. And even though this thing has been working with the previous one, but, for many reasons, as part of the process also, we are in that process. And of course, we are recruiting. So anyone in any part of the community who also not only have the skills, but also speak other language that will be interested to apply for this position, more than welcome for them to go to DOT website and apply for that job.
And what's the goal? How many inspectors are we looking at?
We don't have the final numbers yet. We know that right now we're looking to have around 30 members in this team starting there, knowing that we will continue growing. But I think that the most important is that, we have someone as a director, not only that have the heart and the experience, but also someone that comes from the urban planning background, someone that also understands what it takes. It's not only to say what we expected from the restaurant owners, it's also to know what mechanisms do we have to support them. They went to a tough moment. And yes, we saved them by helping them to keep 100,000 jobs. But we also know that many of them have to shut it down, not because only of the sidewalk, not because of the restaurant, but because many of them, especially the smallest one, they didn't have the same financial support as the biggest one. So because of many challenges that industries have been suffering, we are ready to work with them. But we also know that we need to put in place the number of inspectors and other members of this team that will be responsible, again, to oversee the largest program of roadway and sidewalk restaurants in this city, the largest one here in the United States.
Thank you for that. And now going back to what you described right now, the restaurants that are there and have these licenses, right? What is the application process going to look like for them? Do they have to reapply? What are the fees involved in that? And how are we streamlining them?
Yes, everyone will have to reapply. And the initial license fee would be $1,050 and the renewal fee $525. If there's any other detail that Julie also want to add?
Yeah, sure. Look, we want as many restaurants who are part of the emergency program to be part of the permanent program. But in order to make this program successful and in order to keep it, flowing freely, we really, and working well, we want to make sure that all of the restaurants start out on the same playing field. And so in order to do that, we will need everyone to reapply for the permanent program. We of course know that there will be some leniency in the beginning parts of the program as everyone gets comfortable with the new rules. But we do want everyone to reapply in order to make it a very even playing field and to make sure that our inspectors can get to each restaurant at least once after they set up and have our plan reviewers be able to work with the restaurants to make sure that they're including everything that they need to include in order to have these safe setups and be able to really operate a very successful program.
So you have about 12,000 licenses right now. What are you going to do with that backlog?
Well, we have a number of people that are coming we're hiring right now that will be working on those applications, and we're hoping to move it along as quickly as we can.
What's that timetable looking like though? Because we got to step up, right? And we got to hire up. So what's the hiring process for that specific piece look like? And how are you going to work that out, especially with a backlog as large as that?
So the program won't begin until 2023. Hiring has already begun, and we will continue to work diligently to make sure that we're able to get this program up and running in a timely manner.
How many people are you expecting to hire for that specific process?
We are starting with around 30. That's the number, but of course, as you heard from the director of this program, we are still operating based on the temporary setup that we have. And as we make the transition to market permanent, so we will have the time to do the assessment, and we will add as many headcount that we need in order to be sure that this program will be efficient, that provide all the support to the restaurant owners, as also to have all the number of men and women who will be in charge to go out and do the inspections.
And Chair, we do have the number of fines and warnings that you asked for. So fines, there's been 22 that have been given, 40 removals, as I had mentioned, and on warnings, there's been 4,292. And that is on cease and desist warnings.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. I guess my next question has to move with the last session. This committee enacted 2 laws, right? Now, how do we, it was to improve the cafe licensing program. Why were these not incorporated into this bill?
So
39 and 41. Local.
We'll get back.
I don't have the answer right now to that question. We will get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So right now, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Riley.
Thank you, Chair Velasquez, for your line of questioning. And thank you to the applicant panel for your presentation. Before I ask some questions related to the text amendment, I would like to know from the DOT, do you have a breakdown of how many open restaurants are operating per council district? And if so, could you provide us with those numbers?
We do have it, and we will get it and send it to you, Councilman.
Okay, do you have it so you can state it for the record?
Yeah, we do have it. We have, as we said, 12,000 so far, an average of 12,000. The breakdown of how many we have per council district, this is something that we can put it together and share with the council.
We can give the borough breakdown.
And also, let me also hear the team here to share with you the breakdown per borough.
Sure, I can give you the borough breakdown, and we can send you the council breakdown. In Manhattan, there are 5,900. In Brooklyn, there are 3,000. Queens, 2,400. Bronx, 659, and Staten Island, 187. Thank you.
The current proposal as modified by the City Planning Commission, as you mentioned in the presentation, and I'm just going to question, I know you went over it during the presentation, but I just want to clarify for the record. The current proposal as modified by the City Planning Commission, as you mentioned in your presentation, makes the text amendment effective only after council passes legislation and DOT promulgates rules. Can you explain why it would be a good policy to remove sidewalk cafes from zoning regardless of these subsequent actions?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Chair. And as I think we tried to describe in the presentation, this city planning, I think the emergency program has been a remarkable pilot, right? Only under these emergency necessity conditions would we ever be able to try on such a large change to zoning. And I think what we realized is that all of these areas of the city that over many, many decades had been accreted as off limits for sidewalk cafes are in fact very good locations for sidewalk cafes and have contributed remarkable value to the commercial streets and all of the streets in which they sit on. And so I think being able to see that and understand that that making a sidewalk cafe work is really about the physical controls and the operational controls. And what I mean by that is physically having enough space on the sidewalk and all of the quality of life concerns we've heard around noise and cleanliness and the physical setups. We believe that zoning has been standing in the way where those rules are far more effective at actually creating the kind of street life that we want to see. And so for that reason, we really reconsidered the entire way that the zoning is structured to prohibit and take so many of our neighborhoods off the table from even applying to a program. Now, that has not always been the case. It only goes back several decades that zoning had a role. Prior to that, we had we were in a world similar to the world we're looking towards, where you had a single agency looking at the authority. So, really we're rolling back to that world. And we believe that that's a world that is, levels the playing field for the entire city and every restaurant to potentially be able to apply, but still keeps an agency in charge of the essential controls and application process, and still keeps a role for communities in reviewing that process. We just don't think the zoning is necessary to achieve those very important public objectives. And again, regarding the modification that you mentioned, we did believe, because there are all of these multiple different pieces of process moving independently from one another, the commission believed it was really important to give that assurance that they all become adopted together, because what we don't want to see is the zoning changes become effective but not have concluded a fully appropriate legislative or design solutions for the program. So only once those pieces are fully thought through and adopted into law will these zoning changes actually become effective.
Thank you, Carolyn. Some community boards have expressed concerns about the changes to the text regarding enclosure provisions in certain commercial districts that were perceived as potentially increasing noise to nearby residents. Could you explain your thinking behind the proposed new language?
Sure. Thank you for that. So, as I mentioned, there are certain districts of the city where the zoning requires a restaurant to be fully within an enclosed building in order to operate. So obviously you cannot have a sidewalk cafe outdoors, that defeats the purpose of being within a fully enclosed building. So we really thought it was important to make sure that we weren't accidentally removing the ability for those restaurants in those particular districts to also participate in the open restaurants program. The change also makes it possible for a restaurant to not fully enclose its interior portion, right? Because once you're saying it's not required to be enclosed, it also means that, for instance, a garage door that could, a very large window can open up in that building. And we have heard concerns about that potentially contributing to noise. As the commissioner said, noise is really an important feature of the operational controls. That's going to be true for any unenclosed restaurant on the sidewalk or on the roadway, regardless of whether it happens to be in one of these particular zoning districts that had this condition in the past. So we certainly believe that making sure that the noise controls and that the whole procedure of the program that creates appropriate checks for quality of life concerns, those remain really important. But what we didn't want to do was penalize restaurants that are in one type of zoning district that wouldn't otherwise be able to operate in the program in a rationalized way. So we really saw this as removing, as again, a leveling of the playing field, making sure that all of our commercial districts are functioning the same way, and that nothing in zoning is creating, a somewhat arbitrary barrier to participation in the outdoor dining that has been so successful.
Thank you, Caroline. I know a lot of my colleagues have questions. I just have 3 more questions, and these questions are on behalf of Majority Leader Powers. And then I'm going to toss it back to Chair Velasquez, who's going to kick it off to our colleagues. The 3 questions from Majority Leader Powers were, what are the fees associated with applying? What role, if any, do we need the SLA to play? And do they have a position on propane heaters being part of this program long term?
Yeah. So, as council members, so as I said before, when it comes to the fee in this proposal, the initial fee will be $1,050, renewal fee $525, and the revocable consent fee is still to be discussed. And definitely, we will share that information with the council and the rest of the stakeholder. I think that the other pieces of the question is something that probably Julie can add.
Yes, SLA is, we've worked with them closely during the emergency program, and we'll continue to work with them through the permanent program. We are still working out exactly what their role will be through the permanent program, and can get back to you when we have a little bit more information on that. And on heaters, we are working very, very closely with the fire department. And as we have more information on what will and will not be allowed, we will let you know.
Thank you. Chair Velasquez, I have some more questions, but I'll save that for the second round. I'll toss it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Riley. We've also been joined by Council Members Arreola, Ressler, and Dinowitz, so thank you so much for joining us. We will begin with Councilmember Abreu. I believe you have a question.
I do have a question. Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to the folks at DOT that are testifying today. My question is, under the pre-COVID Sidewalk Cafe licensing system, it would cost a restaurant thousands of dollars in fees to apply for and obtain a Sidewalk Cafe license. Given restaurants are currently struggling to survive, is the administration committing to lowering these costs?
Yes. So, as I have said before, and we all know that how expensive it was for restaurant owners to get a sidewalk cafe permit. Now with a new model that will combine both sidewalk and the street, is something that the fee will be less expensive. The part related to the revocable consent fee is something that we are still in the process to discuss, and we will share that information with you at the council too.
Thank you, Commissioner. My last question is, and this is a big one, District 7 Uptown, we have seen sanitation issues and vermin infestations. We have seen rats running wild in northern Manhattan. And so how does DOT plan on addressing sanitation issues and vermin infestation, rat infestation that we have seen at some outdoor dining locations?
Yeah. Safety and quality of life are 2 important issues that go hand by hand with this program. And you know that even when it comes to the Mayor Adams' previous role, for him to fight with something that is so affecting our city for decades, right on the ground, in the street, is something that we know that is part of the challenges that we have in the city. We believe that working together with the restaurant owner, we know that this program, we have seen, as you know, we share in my previous role, the border of District 10 and District 7. We know that the challenge in District 7, the same thing that we have in Northern Manhattan when it comes to, residents love to go and sit in the sidewalk, but also they know that cleaning, safety are critical. So we are going to be working with the health departments, with other agencies to be sure that not only we go out and take and do what we have to do, but also we're going to be working with those restaurant owners to bring them as a partner for them to help us on cleaning not only the area in the sidewalk and in the roadway, but also in the surrounding area of those restaurants.
Thank you. We're calling up next Councilmember Botcher.
Our thoughts now.
Thank you so much, Chair Velasquez. Before my questions asked, I just want to say that this is going to be a very difficult policy to get right. And the reason I say that is because we live in a city where every neighborhood is different than the next. And I represent a district that has the highest concentration of restaurants than any other in the city. Even within our own district, each neighborhood's different. There's some areas where it's working well. Shout out to Chelsea Square Diner. There's some neighborhoods where it's really been presented some problems, like down on Sullivan and Thompson Street. The whole block is just one long shed, tall sheds. So we're being asked to craft legislation that would apply to the whole city. So if we're going to do this, we need a system that works for every community. And it can't leave the important details to be decided by city agencies after the fact through a rulemaking process. So I want to thank, in advance, I want to thank the Speaker's office and Chairs Velasquez and Riley for including me and my other colleagues, especially those who represent districts with a lot of outdoor dining, in the negotiations, because historically, when bills are being negotiated, they're negotiated with the Speaker's office and the bill sponsors in the administration. But I'm really hoping that we could all be included in this, as well as the many stakeholders, because we have to come up with a program that works for all communities. I believe we can. I hope we can. And my question is for the Department of Transportation. Hi, Commissioner Rodriguez, excited to work with you in this new capacity. And my question is about enforcement. Enforcement has been very frustrating the last couple of years. And I know that it's been extreme circumstances, but this is a list of locations in our district that our staff and interns surveyed all the different setups in our district, and they found that 93% were out of compliance with at least one DOT rule, some minor, but some major, like blocking a fire hydrant. It's been very frustrating trying to get the DOT to enforce the current rules. And I mean this in the nicest possible way, but Commissioner, what do you have to say to my constituents who are here on this Zoom that really don't have faith in the DOT to really enforce future rules when you haven't been able to enforce the current rules?
Well, first of all, Councilmember, it is an honor to be here, sharing responsibility in different roles. All I have is good experience working with you, in our previous role. And I owe you to, take my time, walk in your district, and be able to spend some time, speaking to the restaurant owners, to members of the community, because as you say, each council district have different, are complex. And I think that we are not here as an agency to dictate. We are here to work together. That's why we have done it. We know that enforcement is something that, we have to step in. And one of the things that we know that we will see under this administration of Mayor Eric Adams is direction to all commissioners to say, focus on enforcement too. It's not only from the NYPD, it's about inspection from the Department of Health, Department of Transportation. So I can tell you that myself and the director here of this program, we're going to be working with the NYPD, with Department of Health and all the agencies, but especially with you. You are our ear. We have great Manhattan Borough Commissioner, a friend of yours too, someone that well, we're going to be working together. So let's take the time, let's work your district, and we are here to do the best we can to balance, what we see as an important, amazing, innovating way of how we are reimagining the street, but also listening to especially quality of life issues that legitimate many people, residents are bringing as part of this conversation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. Whoops, here we go. Thank you very much, chairs. Oh, there we go. Sort of following up, and it's just from a recent experience. I went with the Department of Sanitation, to their credit, 72nd Street. It was filthy dirty, nothing to do with the restaurant specifically, but around the restaurant, outdoor, particularly in the road, were just piles of dirt and trash. Now, to the credit of the sanitation department, they cleaned it. The street is clean, and now we'll do education up and down the street. But this is a question, and it's sort of piggyback on what people have said, but also my year. So we know that there'll be more DOT taking the lead, but how do you cross-train? Let me give an example. There were sanitation folks there with me, going door to door, explaining to people that they had to do cleaning, and we'll go back. But are they going to be trained on how to deal with outdoor restaurants? Because they still have to go and do their outreach. DEP, are they going to be doing outreach because of noise? Is that just going to be DOT, or are they going to be cross-trained? And I guess I have the bad news. People are going to call NYPD. Whether we like it or not, they're going to call NYPD. Department of Health, they too have to go to restaurants. SLA has to go to restaurants. How is this going to work? Because 30 people doing the city, 30 people could do just one district, and you still have challenges. So I'm wondering how that training is going to take place, just because that's my experience over the years. And then secondly, in terms of the community boards, they don't meet often during the summer. And we've had this problem a million times. And what happens, I know, because I was on a community board, I supervised 12 community boards. I know community boards, I love community boards. They don't meet during the summer. And the first thing they do is, can you postpone it till September? So how are we going to do that? Because I do want the program to work, but it's not going to work unless some of these really new issues are going to address. So those are my questions.
Well, council member, my borough president, your voice is a voice that, as you know, I will always be listened to, and I will partner with you not only to take care of things that's important, in the district that you represent, but also on advisory. I know that what you say is coming from knowledgeable, and good intention. So the answer to that question is yes. DOT will be leading everything that have to do with coordinating this program. The training that will happen will be led by DOT in coordination with participation with all the agencies that have something to do. One thing that you heard from Mayor Adam is that we bringing the city back. And one of the things that he says about we have to strengthen the mechanism where commissioners and agency has to be responsible. It doesn't mean that there's no level of collaboration, but in this case, we as a DOT, we take our responsibility if the council passes bill to lead and coordinate this program, but all the training that will be providing to the staff here related to the open restaurant at DOT will be training that also we will coordinate with the other agencies, such as those that you mentioned.
Okay, and then how about who's going to handle the community boards? I hear you, Commissioner. I do worry about this training only because I've seen it challenged in the past. Because when you have the complaint based, which is the only way we're going to be able to do it, and I just, I don't know how it's going to work. What's going to happen at 3 o'clock in the morning, or because some of the restaurants close at 4? Is that DOT responding? That kind of thing. Who's doing that cross training at that point? Like the three.
I'm gonna pass it to Julie, the director, to expand on that one. But I can say it's about we at DOT will be leading everything that had to do with coordinating the open restaurant and related to the open restaurant, the sidewalk and the roadway. We will also be coordinated with the NYPD, sanitation, DEP, and the other agency. But we don't want for this to be, as you know, I had the honor to serve with you in my years as a council and also working around the community board. I appointed 23 of those 50 members that working with you.
I know.
So I'm not here, and I can tell you that your name been mentioned here many times because I told my team here, I want to look a little bit like you when it comes to say and advocate for the best interest of our community. So what I can tell you is about when we're saying that DOT will be coordinating this initiative, and we will be bringing all the agencies together. It's not just a word. This is something that the director will mandate it, and she had a great mechanism of collaboration with the others. But this is going to be an area where we're going to be working with the community board. Look, that those months that they are not in section, the reality is that the city has to keep moving. And we will do the best we can for them to be involved, but we cannot start the process because any institutions are closed during some period of time.
Okay, I mean, I agree. The issue is they have to be open maybe during those times. It has to be worked out that something does get changed maybe on their calendar too. And also we would love to be part of any kind of training that would be helpful in terms of on the street.
And we will do the best and we will work hard 24/7. We know the value as a community board, as an advisory institution that we have. That's the immediate mechanism that we have for residents of our city to express their concern, to help us with suggestions. So here at DOT, we will continue working to be sure that they will continue active members of partnership when it comes to sharing experience and giving us feedback on this program.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair, can I just make a quick announcement? So council members, I know a lot of you are waiting with your hand up, so we're gonna get to all of you. Just a quick reminder that we have a 2-minute clock for Q&A with the admin. So the order I have currently based on how you guys raised your hand is Councilmember Osei will be next, followed by Councilmember Menon, Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Farias, Councilmember Christian, Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Ressler, and Councilmember Marte. And for those of you who are waiting to testify, I just want to remind you that we're still doing the Q&A for the council members at this point with the admin. So once we get to the public testimony, then we'll get to you, to all of you who are patiently waiting. So for now, if you see your hand lowered by a member of our staff, that's what's happening. But we'll get to all of you. Thanks for waiting. Now we can continue with Councilmember Osei. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, chairs, Commissioner. Thank you so much for including in your opening statements that DOT is doing everything in their power to address the sanitation issues as well as the abandoned structures. However, yes, I do understand the benefits of outdoor dining and or street dining. However, there are still numerous complaints that I'm hearing throughout my district of Bedford-Stuyvesant and North Crown Heights about the sanitation and abandoned structure issues. My first question for you, Commissioner, is does the DOT believe that they have capacity to address the various different issues that exist within underserved communities like mine? Because even though, I think you gave us a number of over 600 inspections where you found reasonable violations, I'm still looking around my district and hearing from my constituents about the same problems that you say that you are inspecting. So I'm wondering, does the DOT feel like they have capacity at this very moment to address the problems that are plaguing districts like mine when it comes to outdoor dining?
First of all, thank you, Council Member, and congratulations as serving your district. And I know that the voice of leader like you who stand up for your constituency is that will make this program successful. This program will rely on the ear of the 51 voices that we have in each of you. I was there for 3 years, and I know how it's strong advocating. I know the responsibility that I also had there, and when it comes to balancing both, the interests of the restaurant owners, as also seeing the opportunity, I say, as someone that represent a mixed council before, composed by a large percentage of working class. Many of those individual working class, they never knew what it was to be sitting outside in a sidewalk in the street. It's the first time that they experienced what it was. But now we're going to be, really paying attention to the need that not only the restaurant owners they have, but also the constituency. And one thing that I can tell you is about we have, what it takes right now for the program to work with the dedicated staff that we have. But as more need come to the table, definitely we will share that information with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just a follow-up question.
Councilmember, let me also call on Julie to also add other pieces of information that is important to your question.
Yeah, I think the commissioner answered it pretty well, but just, just so you know, over the emergency program, we set this up so quickly. We didn't have staff dedicated to the program. Going forward in the permanent program, we will have dedicated staff that is just working solely on open restaurants. We'll have a dedicated enforcement team that will be out in the streets, really enforcing with all of the, and working with the restaurants to make sure that all the restaurants are in compliance.
And what's the timeline for that? When will we see that enforcement team really taking our streets or coming to our streets and doing these inspections?
So the permanent program begins in the goal is to begin in 2023, but over this next year, in this interim year, we would really like to start honing in on that enforcement. And so you will see a change over this next year. As we've said, in other questions that have been asked, over the past 2 years, we have been quite lenient to restaurants, knowing that they have really suffered during COVID. But we are now that we are looking towards the permanent program, we do want this to be very successful, and we'll increase our enforcement this year.
Thank you.
Our next council member will be, apologies, my video was off. Councilmember Menon.
Time starts now.
Hello, hi everyone. Hello, Chair. I've got two questions. So as the former commissioner of the Department of Consumer Affairs, I dealt firsthand with the Sidewalk Cafe license structure. And as the commissioner testified, the revocable consent fees were incredibly bureaucratic and cost prohibitive. So I'm concerned that once again, the agency, this time DOT, is going to be doing revocable consent fees. So I think, again, we're adding more bureaucratic red tape. So I'd like an answer on that. And I also would urge the agency to focus on a fee structure that frankly is not punitive to small businesses, so that smaller mom and pop businesses are not being penalized and that there's equity in the system. And then my second question is, I'm deeply concerned about sanitation issues, emergency vehicular access, rat infestation, design issues, and noise, and that frankly involves many city agencies. So I would suggest that the administration appoint an interagency task force that involves all these city agencies so that there's actually a master plan and accountability for how community concerns will be addressed.
Thank you, Councilmember. And safety, is a key issue for this administration led by Mayor Eric Adams. And nothing that we will put in place will compromise access to emergency vehicle to be in our street. So we are definitely looking at all aspects on how this program will be running. And as a former council member, or other council member has said, different communities have different challenges on the street where those restaurants are operating. So again, emergency access to emergency vehicle will be key for us. But also the other challenges that you say, sanitation. This is something that we are taking very seriously. And as a former commissioner you were, the importance of working in collaboration, doing the interagency planning. And this is what we are, so where the difference is going to be. Not the difference, what we are bringing is like a process where we are letting all New Yorkers know that DOT will be on this program. We're going to be leading this program, but DOT will be also sitting together with DEP, sanitation department of health, the fire departments, police departments, to put together a holistic plan on how to respond to those questions related to quality of life. So I don't know, Julie, there's something else? Or...
The only other thing I would add is we already do have an interagency working group that is set up that we have begun working with to really come up with the guidance for the permanent program. And all of the departments that you mentioned are part of that. That group will continue working as we come up with the guidelines, but then also once we're in the permanent program to make sure that everyone is aware of the different issues that are existing and we can work to mitigate them.
Thank you. So now I'm going to call on Councilmember Nurse, and next will be Councilmember Farias after Councilmember Nurse.
Time starts
Good morning,
now.
everyone. Thank you all. Thanks. Congratulations to the chairs for their appointment and Commissioner Rodriguez on your posts. I have 4 questions. I'll try to be very brief. I know everyone's trying to get their question in. So my primary concern is with the enclosed or semi-enclosed shed structures that continue to create protected environments for rodents to make nests. And specifically where the sheds are, those subfloors that are made to raise the shed floors to the curb level, that creates a haven for the rats under it. And as we know, rats chew through everything that isn't steel. So I'm just curious what standards will be required for ensuring these sheds are rodent proof? What communications and coordination have been had with private carters who are collecting commercial waste in areas with expanding sheds? And importantly, how would cuts to DOT affect a permanent expansion?
Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to start answer the question again. My colleague here, they also will be adding any other details of that question. I can tell you the first thing is that they won't be shared in permanent program, and that when it comes to the challenge that, as you say, and other colleague, other council member has said before, you know, the problem of rats that we have in New York City for decades, also we have seen now is something that we are taking very seriously, and that's why as a new restaurant owners who will be applying for this program, they will come and sign in and expecting to be approved. They also will have to sign an application where they will be committed to this, to sign an agreement on how they will be taking care of the cleaning and the safety of the neighborhood. And as I said before too, when it comes to what we will have, what we will see on a structure related on a structure or road or restaurant in the roadway, first of all, we will not compromise, you know, the space that we need to keep our street safe too. And safe and clean the street.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Commissioner. And the last point I would add there is that we don't envision sheds in the permanent program. We are not planning for that. What would be in the roadway is barriers and tents or umbrellas, but not these full houses that you're seeing in the street. You know, one of the main goals of this program is to really have a program that can last for years and years. And you know, something we saw over COVID is you could not eat indoors, and so you had to eat outside in all weather. But that won't be the case going forward. And this program is really being planned for a post-COVID scenario where you can dine outside when that feels nice and comfortable, but you won't need to be in a house on the street.
Yeah, so I guess to follow up with that,
Thank you,
is that
Councilmember
new?
Yers. Let's save those questions for the second round. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem.
Before we get to Councilmember Farias, I understand the speaker has a question. So Speaker Adams.
Thank you very much, and welcome again to all of the panelists, particularly Commissioner Rodriguez. Good to see you in that seat, sir. My colleagues are asking some very, very great questions, and I've been listening behind the scenes. Just wanted to follow up just a little bit, though. Councilmember Osei asked about particular staff and staffing. I'd just like to know, you mentioned dedicated staff. Are you looking at a particular number when it comes to dedicated staff to bring on?
Yes, Speaker Adams. So far, we are in the process of, you know, keep adding more staff. Right now, we have Julie, who is the director of this program. We believe that with the numbers, with the resources that are being allocated for this program, we can start putting this team together. But we also know that as the program will be permanent, and the goal for this program is to be permanent in 2023. So we have a year to keep running the program based on the temporary as we have it right now. But we know that we will get back to you and share more information. So far, we had the resources to hire 30 individuals for this at this particular moment. But again, we will keep talking. And if there's a need also that to expand it, I know that the administration will be also sitting with you and having other conversations.
Okay, that was the answer I was looking for, that number that I was looking for. I'm sure that, well, I know for certain that my colleagues and I share some of the same concerns when it comes to capacity of DOT to handle this monumental lift. So the concerns are very, very real. And some of my colleagues whose districts look like mine have had particular issues with DOT and follow up with basic needs of DOT. So that's why this hearing is so important. Now, I'm just going to piggyback one more time, and I'll probably come back again, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, but I'm taking all this in. Following up with Councilmember Nurse, and she asked specifically about the structures. I was happy to hear Julie mention the structuring of sheds, because that's a particular issue in my district. I want to know whether or not you are going to require uniformity of these structures in our districts. Are you going to require them to have the same standards as far as rodent mediation, as far as structure and look? Is that going to be a requirement of the DOT and your practice and practices going forward with these structures?
The answer is yes. In the application, when the restaurant owners will sign in, they will have to sign in on the application will have a piece related to the rodent mediation, something that they have to be committed to work on. When it comes to how the structure will look like, we are still in the process. We will put together a sample on how that structure can look like. But so far, again, we are right now still working as we are having this hearing right now, or based on the structure that the restaurant owner they built based on the temporary of this program. But moving forward, hoping that this program will be in place to start functioning in 2023. DOT will provide sample or the type of structure that will be based on safe and clean too.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to rest there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. So now I'm going to call on Council Member Farias, to be followed by Council Member Krishnan.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Just so I would love to have the record reflect that I'm deeply concerned about this process and some of the answers we don't have yet, especially from some of the information provided by the commission, where 64% of vote participating community boards were opposed or not in favor of this adoption. And with some of the info like 4,000 warnings and only 22 removals, we definitely have to dive a little bit deeper into some of that in additional hearings. The speaker actually took my first question, so just to piggyback off of that, I'd like to also know, will we be, with the current structures that are in place, will we be grandfathering any of those structures in, or will each of those structures actually be re-reviewed for compliance? And then the follow-up question I have that I would like to be answered is in reference to the street seats program and seating being open to the public around 311 complaints. Are we going to have a designated section within 311 on enforcement and the complaints that will be issued either against the businesses or public use of the space? And have we actually looked at planning that out with 311 so the public has the option to utilize that? And thank you so much for the answers I'm about to receive from the administration.
Let me pass it to this question to Julie Chipper, who is the director of the Open Restaurant. Again, I think that question, as you were here, the answer, I know that we're on the same page when it comes to what is that we expect, the type of structure that the restaurant owners will have as we will put these permanent programs together starting in 2023. But the director.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner, and thank you, Councilmember, for your question. We will not be grandfathering in any of the restaurants and their current structures right now. Everyone will have to reapply, and this, again, these restaurants applied very quickly through a self-certification process during the emergency program. Going forward, there will be full review, so they'll have to submit their plans that they plan to include. We will review them And then if everything is in compliance, then grant permission for that restaurant to set up. But we do want to level and even that playing field. So we will have everyone apply at the start of the program. Your second question on, sorry, 311. Oh, 311. Yes, thank you. We are working with 311 and will have a dedicated complaint part of 311 where people can give their complaints on open restaurants.
Thank you folks so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, council member. The next council member will be council member Christian, to be followed by council member Carr.
I start now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Velasquez, Chair Riley, for today's important hearing. It's good to see you all, and thank you. Good to see you, Commissioner Rodriguez, as well, and to work with you in this capacity too. I've got two questions. My first question is, coming from my communities of Jackson Heights and Elmhurst, where we share the vision of reimagining our streets as a space for pedestrians and prioritizing pedestrians and how we think about street space. My first question is, Commissioner, what have you all seen at the agency about the way the open restaurants program has had an impact on public perceptions about street space and sidewalk space? Meaning, what lessons have been learned from the agency about the way in which the open restaurant program can revitalize street space and sidewalk space in our city?
First of all, council member, hoping that you would take me to walk through your district. I know that, we initiated contact, but more than happy to maintain and expand the same working relationship that we have when we both serve in different capacities. I know that you'll be doing an amazing job in your district. I know how important it is for you, initiative related to open street. Look, we are together. We at the council and the administration in the previous one and today. I know what bring us together is our commitment and interest and dedication to reimagine how we use our street. And I think that in that direction, we also heard from Mayor Eric Adams. He's committed to dedicate more space for all the use, such as pedestrian plaza, bike lane, bus lane, open school, open restaurants. I think that this is where we are. We live Sandy, we live Maria, we live Katrina, we live a snowstorm, and we know that we need to find a way of how we share our street. And I think that expanding on the open restaurant, as I said before, we are all making history by holding this hearing, and when we pass this law, creating the largest program in the nation that will provide more space on the roadway and the sidewalk to restaurants, to those families to be able to go and eat. Now we don't be a luxury anymore, only for the wealthy family to go and eat in an open sidewalk place in our city. Now this is something that doesn't matter if it's Asian, New African, Latino, those who came from the former Soviet Union, the new immigrants coming here, there's working class who living on this area to know we can have a place where we can go and have a dinner. We will listen, and we know that some colleagues here also stand on behalf of the constituency who are bringing also quality life issues. We will be addressing those issues at the same time that working with you and the rest of the colleagues, we will establish this program as a permanent one.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and welcome you to come out to visit us on Jackson Heights on 34th Avenue. Look forward to it. My second question, just briefly, is just, we've seen pre-pandemic the way in which the costs of having a sidewalk cafe were disparate, meaning much more affordable in Manhattan, for example, compared to boroughs like mine in Queens, the prices were much harder for small businesses and small restaurants to pay for. So what is the agency doing at this point to ensure that the fee structure is equitable and specifically affordable for small restaurants and small businesses in our outer boroughs, like in Queens in particular?
Yeah. What I heard, and first of all, as someone that has been living in Manhattan since 1983, after I came to the city at the age of 18, when we look about Manhattan, and sometimes we look, Manhattan right now, let's say pre-pandemic, let's say we have a 902 a sidewalk restaurant. Well, we're talking about the Midtown area. So as we have seen the number growing in new district during COVID on sidewalk, we in Northern Manhattan, in El Barrio, in Harlem, are also in the same pattern when it comes to seeing an increase or more restaurant using the facility in the sidewalk in underserved community, including Manhattan too. When it comes to the part related to and of course, this is about, speak about the committee of this mayor, when it comes to equity. We want to streamline, we want to bring it to level the playing field and to be sure that every single community, we have the same opportunity to think and look at this project. Each communities are different. And at DOT, we will listen to those restaurant owners. We will listen to the community. We will address the concern, knowing that we live in a complex city where what it can be good for one colleague and council member, it doesn't mean that that's the same thing that other neighborhood support. So we will be working with everyone. When it comes to affordable, you know, we heard from many, I heard from many restaurant owners. They know that, you know, the administration and the council were able to work and come out with this temporary program. We saved the restaurant industry. We saved 100,000 jobs. This is a program that is more than the restaurant owners. This provides opportunities to so many families who live in fear, who were not comfortable to go inside a restaurant, to now say, I want to go and sit outside in an open area. So we're looking at as what have happened in any health crisis. Members of the society, they work or reinventing themselves. We are not going back for pre-COVID. We have to move now after COVID. And I think that this is going to be one of the programs that all of us will be part of. Of course, working together, we need to listen to the concern, including the parts of making affordable to those who live in different communities. And that's why we're also looking at the revocable concert permit, revocable permits. Know that they can be even different prices depending on where those restaurants are located to.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, I believe you had a question you wanted to ask.
Basically following up and adding on to what Councilmember Krishnan just explained, are you going to establish a fee structure on, because earlier in the presentation you had mentioned location and the size of that cafe, but are you going to structure it with the amount of chairs available out there for the location? And also, are you considering any sizes, shapes, or any additional fees like gross revenue tying to the financials of the restaurants?
Great question, Chair, and the answer is yes, but I will pass it to Julie as the director of the program also to expand on that question.
Sure, and Chair, you know, we're taking a strong look right now at what the fees were and how we can make this program more affordable for restaurants around the city. We want, similar to how it's been over the emergency program, we want every restaurant to be able to apply. So we will be taking into account the location and the size of their setups and really doing a full analysis on what this looks like. At this time, that analysis is still taking place. So I don't have the exact numbers for you on what those fees will look like, but I do want to stress that we want this to be affordable for restaurants. And that has been something that the previous administration and what we're hearing from the current administration that they want as well.
Yeah. And Chair, it's not that we don't have to say the numbers, that we are taking the time as we are structuring this program because this program has been based on temporary. So we're taking our time to figure out which is the best formula. But as we get close to what we feel should be the decent number, we will share those information with the council.
And of course, welcome feedback as we share much more information.
Thank you for that. I also want to recognize that Councilmember Menin's question was not answered with regards to revocable consent. You know, if it didn't work in the past, why are we bringing it back? And how are you going to make it better if you are?
Will I check down?
Sure.
Let's hear from the director.
Yeah. So the revocable consent structure is in the city charter. And this is, the law department has advised that we follow that structure for this program. And we have talked we've talked a lot with the law department, and they're willing to talk with specific council staff or anyone else regarding other questions on it.
Okay. All right. We're looking forward to hearing that. And then lastly, we're talking about street vendors, and street vendors cannot be located within 20 feet of sidewalk cafes. How is the administration going to consider outdoor dining with this in place? And how are we working with the street vendors on this?
Well, let me focus on, the open restaurants. And I know that the conversation on the street vendor, this is something that, I have a lot of commitment to work with all of them. This is what I've done in my life. But when it comes to specifically, I would focus more on where are we related to, the space and the 8 feet for pedestrian that the restaurant owners must leave beside the structure that they will have in the sidewalk for pedestrian. And also when it comes to other cases, 12 feet. So we can focus, we can talk today about, the requirement that the restaurant owners will have to comply when it comes to, the space that they will leave for pedestrian to walk. Is that most likely the question, or there was different way on how you elaborate that?
Sure. It is working with the street vendors. It's also understanding the square footage requirement and how we're working to make sure that it is equitable and that our street space is for all.
Yeah. We will find a balance, but Julie wants to.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. We will find a balance between all of the different users of our street, and we want to make sure that we're looking at the street holistically, and we'll continue to work with everyone to make sure this is a balancing act, and particularly this will be part of our guidelines and setting criteria that will be set.
Yeah. And I would like to add also that, as we are holding this hearing, this conversation, I want to take the opportunity to share that, streets are public space. So, and this is something also where we need to look at it. And I think that it has required a change, a cultural change on how we see the space. So, this is more than restaurant in the roadway. This is more than restaurant in the sidewalk cafe. This is about how we visualize the use of our street. So again, like we focusing now on the open restaurant, but when it comes also to the street vendors and others who use our street, the first thing that everyone should know is about, the street is a public space, and we want to have the best use of our streets.
I also just want to add that, this reinforces why, DOT is really best situated to continue on this successful program. But, the Office of Street Vending Enforcement is responsible for enforcing a number of different time, place, and manner restrictions in the streetscape. The Office of Street Vendor Enforcement works very closely with DOT and other sister agencies on a holistic vision for the streetscape. So there are current mechanisms and certainly new relationships that will emerge over the coming months and years as this program fully develops, to ensure that vendors remain an active part of the process and are appropriately represented. But I wanted to make sure that the council knows and recognizes that the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement, DOT, already have an existing relationship in speaking about the streetscape and how to use it equitably.
And in that same light, what has the conversations been with non-government utilities regarding manholes? What are we discussing also when emergencies happens? What is the process for that right now, and what do we envision for the future?
Well, I can tell you, as I said before, that the permits for any restaurant owners to have access to a roadway to create a roadway cafe will not compromise the use of that space for any emergency, including utility, including resurfacing the street. So those are things that, you know, we will be, it will be included in the form that the restaurant owner will have to sign in as they will get the permit. Of course, this is talking about moving forward as a program will be permanent, that the restaurant owner, they will know that when there's a need to do any repair on the ground, from DOT to any partners, for city government or the agency, it would take priority over anyone who is using the space for the structure of those restaurants.
What has your conversation been with the utilities so far? Has there been a square footage requirement in place or considered?
We're working with the utility companies now to, as we develop our design guidelines. In the temporary program, we've been working with them, but there was not a strict requirement as we just set it up very quickly. But that is something that, you know, we've seen has been an issue throughout the past, throughout the program. And so we will be addressing it in the permanent program.
Okay, so discussions have happened, but nothing set in stone.
Yes.
No, but we're saying that
we are, yeah.
But we are saying that during the temporary program, we were able to see a numbers of restaurant owners, you know, taking advantage of this opportunity where they didn't have so many requirements. However, moving forward and making this program permanent, the utility sector is playing an important role as they will be sharing their experience and the feedback, and anyone who will be using the space in the street to bring a structure for a restaurant, they would know that they use for emergency vehicle, they use for repair, they use for a utility will be taking priority in our city.
And I think the follow-up question, we slightly mentioned it, but I'd love to hear more on your discussions with accessibility, street-wise, ADA compliance, and how are we working with the disabled community and making sure that we're accessing the streets appropriately for all.
Yeah, that as I said in my testimony that when we look into how the setup of those the structure of those restaurant in the road, in the sidewalk, being accessible, not only the establishment but the surrounding area will be mandated in order for anyone to open a restaurant in the street. So we are at DOT as the agency that have been working, that have a previous chief of accessibility, that work making all the intersection accessible, that is committed to understand that we have 1 million New Yorkers who have some physical challenges, that have the same right that the rest of New York has, knowing that myself, ARP member too, at my age of 56, at some point we need to be also seen as someone that had to address lack of accessibility. So this is part of the requirement that we will see not only coming from the restaurant owner, but we at DOT, we will be accountable ourselves to be sure that the surrounding street of those establishments will be also accessible in our city.
And just to add, the Mayor's Office for People with Disability was funded for 2 staff for this program. And so we'll be working very, very closely with them to make sure, as we review and as the applications are reviewed, to make sure that the setups are accessible.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. So the next council member is Councilmember Carr, to be followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much, Chairs Velasquez and Riley, for convening this important discussion. I have a number of concerns about the bill as envisioned currently, but I want to focus in on process if I can. Commissioner Rodriguez, I appreciate your comments, and I know you mean them when you say that you value the insights and judgments each council member brings, when representing their own particular districts. And that's why I'm happy to see that the sidewalk application process still includes, council member and council review through a call-up system and more robust participation from community boards. But I'm kind of concerned, as well as, not really understanding why that process isn't also being used for the roadway cafe application permit process, when you consider the unique insights that each member can bring and each community board can bring, but also when the fact that those diners are going to be sharing a street with vehicles, right? And it's a more dangerous situation potentially than those who are going to be dining exclusively on the sidewalks. So I'd love to hear, why these processes are treated differently.
Yeah, I'm going to start in answering the question. Of course, here the director of the program, she also will expand and elaborate. We wanted to simplify this program. The program has shown that it's working, and this is something that again is going to be the result also of we as New Yorkers being creative on how to put mechanisms in place that allow for us to, respond to different needs that we had during COVID. We felt that the experience that we had during this pandemic was that the program been working well. There's limitation that we have when it comes to, something really mandated on how the city charter allowed to do things in the sidewalk, allowed to do things in the roadway. We believe that the way of how the program been working temporary, and DOT has been taking the time. Even before I joined, had the honor to join the great team here at DOT. In my previous role as a council member, I know that they were working, that shared that information with the body before on how the program was working successful during COVID. So I think that we are doing is taking the good experience and also, of course, listening from members of the board, listening from members of the community, all the stakeholders, elected officials, and of course the council as a very close partner that we have to see how we can continue this program as simple as possible, as efficient as possible, but being a permanent one. So again, we feel that when it comes to the sidewalk, we will continue having the community board playing the role that they have. But when it comes to the roadway as a new program that have been shown that can work the way of how it is right now, we feel that we don't have to make any change.
Yeah, and I think, we really want this. What we've heard is that the ease of the application process during the emergency program is part of the reason why it's been so successful. And while there will be, there's some limitations due to the city charter, with creating this permanent program and changing that process, there will still be a revocable consent public hearing for the roadway. So we will still be able to gain input from community boards, from council members, from the public, for the roadways, but we want to keep it as streamlined as possible. And this is the way that we are able to do it.
I'm not sure I share your optimism, especially when you're only saving a month on the process from your own testimony to remove council member review and to council member Botcher's point from earlier in the hearing, where even within our own districts, we have diversity and different conditions. And so I'll come back to this when the second round comes.
Great.
Now we have Councilmember Ressler to be followed by Councilmember Schulman.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley and Commissioner Rodriguez. So excited to have you in this role. It's a pleasure to have a chance to engage with you here. I firstly want to say that I think the open restaurant program was one of the true silver linings of this pandemic. And everybody who worked on it, in my opinion, are heroes who saved tens of thousands of jobs at beloved small businesses, our restaurants that make our neighborhoods great. And I am excited about reimagining our streetscape together. And I think DOT was the right agency to think creatively about how to design an emergency program. My concern is whether DOT is the right agency to maintain operations long-term. And there are real concerns about sanitation, about noise, about safety that we've heard from neighbors, we've heard from other council members, and that I've heard from countless constituents that need to be addressed. And I just wonder what relevant experience DOT has to implementing any type of similar program. We have so many agencies that do small business enforcement, DCWP, DOHMH, SBS is out there every day working with our small businesses. DOT is not. So this is adding a whole new separate function to an agency, in my opinion, that doesn't have the relevant experience to do the work. And I wonder, why is DOT rather than Department of Worker and Consumer Protection or another agency the right one for this role?
I'm confident that this agency, first of all, congratulations to you in your job too. And I know that we're going to be doing a lot of things together. Like, it's amazing to be here in these two roles that you and I have, in that body, and we're here at transportation. I'm confident that DOT is the right place to be, not only to create this program, but also to run the program. I believe that, as an agency that working with our sister agency, will add other resources. We will be following what Mayor Eric Adams has said. We will leave behind the time where agencies sometimes do things separated. We will have a director plus 30 other men and women who will be in charge of running this program. But we're going to be also coordinating with Department of Health, Department of Sanitation, NYPD. What New Yorker wants is action. What New Yorker is fed up is to know that there's problem of sanitation in one restaurant and no one, and people are going over and over and there's no resolution. What New Yorkers are fed up to know that there's some restaurant that they are not taking care of the quality of life issue. When we will continue going, when DOT will take control of this program fully permanent next year, and New Yorker will see that we are throwing all the resources that we have, not only with the director and the other 30 members, but with the other agencies, then they will even increase the level of support that they have to the Open Restaurants Initiative. And this will be a role model to other cities across this nation.
Thank you, Council Member. The next Council Member Schulman is going to be next, followed by Majority Whip Brooks Powell.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the chairs today, Riley and Velasquez, and thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to working with you. So I want to echo the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues. I'm not going to mention them again, but and I also, Chair Velasquez actually took the question out of my mouth about the disability community, because in my district, particularly in Forest Hills, I will tell you that the restaurants here, some of them are set up in such a way that people in wheelchairs can't get through the sidewalk. So that's something that we really need to look at. And as my colleague, Councilmember Baccia mentioned, we have different neighborhoods within our districts that are different in terms of how they're set up. I have something called Restaurant Row here in Forest Hills, where there's 5 or 6 restaurants on one block, and there's a lot of complaints about rats in that area. I also wanted to mention that some of the restaurants are located directly across the street from a city park that also has a rat problem. So I'm urging you to please coordinate with the Parks Department around that issue. So one of the things I did want to ask is, has any thought been given to traffic patterns when we do this? Because, some of the restricted streets and some of the streets in my district are very narrow. There's a ton of cars that go back and forth around those restaurants, and that can cause some issues for the public and constituents, et cetera. And some of those streets are so small that it's very difficult for traffic to get through. So has thought been given to changing the traffic pattern so we don't have traffic on top of these restaurants, on top of pedestrians, on top of bicyclists and everything else? So that's one question. And then the second that I want to ask is, going back to Speaker Adams' question about staffing. You gave a number, but the question I have is, how do we know that that's the correct number to have for enforcement purposes? Thank you.
Well, starting with the last question, having more is always better. And as you know, if we after we make the assessment, if we feel that we need more, so definitely, you know, we will go to you guys and have this conversation with the council. But we're confident that with the numbers that we have today, with the director and the 30 staff, this is a good number for us to start working and planning this permanent program. Of course, everything is subject to change, and we are partners with it. When it comes to, you know, the traffic, we have our traffic division here, and we paying attention to all challenges that we have, and you know, more than happy to, you know, look at different blocks, looking at different community, looking at different council. I personally open to go and walk, you know, through those areas. So last few days ago, I told my assistant in a Sunday, said, let me walk through here to Avenue B, you know, and see those areas where we know that there have been some complaints, some challenges. And I can tell you as a father, you know, or two daughters who they're 15 and 8. For me, when they were little, I wanted to have restaurant owners who were partners, who took care of the quality of life. As someone whose mom is 94, thanks God, and my father passed away when he was 84, and myself also almost ready to join the community. We also have to be there for a senior citizen. We also have to be there for people with disabilities. So, you know, I think that what I bring is that the experience and the level of trust that people like you and I have, because we have worked together. We know that when we committed our word, when we said we will get these things done, I don't know how to take no in life. And I know that the council members are into saying we need, yes, to put a program together that should be a win-win situation. Good for the restaurant owners and the family who use it, but also good for the residents of those communities. With the team led by the director, they've been listening to the different neighborhoods. As a new commissioner, only here for a month and a week, I can tell you that I'm committed to work with every single council member and ready to visit those communities with you so that I can see what is going on. But I think that this is going to be a good program, and we are committed to address and fix it. Nothing will be perfect, and I'm ready for that. So I'm not here to say as a commissioner, we're putting a program that will be perfect. We are New Yorkers, and we are a city with a strong opinion, and we have to be ready to take that approach that no one has the whole truth. So as a commissioner, I can share with you what this great team is putting together, but we are open to hear feedback, concern, not only for the colleague at the council, but also from the community board, also for the residents of the community. One thing that we all know, because we all work with some restaurant owners, they went through this crisis big time. Many of them being closing because they didn't have the financial support. So, you know, I know that those of us who raise those questions, legitimate one about accessibility, sidewalk, quality of life, this is coming because we want to make this program the best as possible. So thank you for that question, and ready again to walk your district as we have worked together in other previous calls in the past.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, Majority Whip Brooks Powers, to be followed by Councilmember Marte.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Chairs Velasquez and Riley. I am Majority Whip Sylvina Brooks Powers, Councilwoman to the 31st District, covering parts of Southeast Queens and the Rockaways. I thank the Department of Consumer and Worker Protections and the Department of Transportation for their testimony today. As chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, I'm particularly excited to work with my former colleague, Commissioner Rodriguez, and the entire Department of Transportation to discuss open restaurants further and to address its implementation and tackle the most pressing transportation issues facing our city. Just a couple of questions that I'll leave with you and look forward to hearing the response. As we consider the implementation of a permanent outdoor dining program, I'd like to ask the department's representatives, one, DOT claims fees would be equitably appropriated to businesses across the city, ensuring larger restaurants pay appropriate fees in accordance with their business model than small restaurants. Can you please provide how you crafted the funding structure? Also, I'd like to know, are restaurant associations such as the New York State Restaurant Association, the Empire State Restaurant and Tavern Association, and the New York City Hospitality Alliance, as well as organizations such as Queens Together, in favor of these measures? Will DOT create an Office of Inspector General or oversight agency for rejected restaurant applications? What is the appeal process for restaurant owners? And finally, will DOT implement an outreach and engagement process for restaurants in underserved communities to encourage participation, especially with multiple language options? And thank you, and look forward to hearing the response from the administration on those questions.
Well,
Time expired.
Chair and leader of the council, as you have said, for me, it's a great honor to work, with the rest of my colleagues, those that I served together, and the new one, and also with the speakers also Adam and you as a chairman of this committee. And with the formula on how the different tier that we can put in place on how much the restaurant owner will be paying. This is something that we are still in the process to figure out. So we will share that information. And as I said before, it's not, but that we don't have it, is that we are taking our time. And we're trying to figure out how that decision will be based on where those restaurants are located, how much space will they have, how many shares will they be having in those establishments, and other aspects that can influence, the value of the space that they're going to be using. I will pass it now to Julie to complete other part of the question.
Sure. I think you asked about an oversight committee. It's good feedback to take back, and something we can look at and consider. And then on the fee structure, I think the commissioner, has said we are still working to determine what that will look like. But again, we do want this to be a program that is accessible for all. But those fees are still being determined.
And the part with the related to the question to the outreach and how to connect with those communities. I said before, I'm a Latino speaking commissioner, a commissioner that my story, as I told many of my colleagues, is the story probably of the grandfather. It doesn't matter the great grandfather came from. I am that person. So I am the person who understands how important it is, to inform, educate, and support individuals who are working so hard that they came here. For some of them, they were washing dishes in a restaurant and saving some money. They opened a restaurant, or they were driving a taxi and they save some money. Sometimes some of those restaurants, it's a family investment together. It's like 3 or 4 members that they chip in some money and they they took the risk. So as we have the big restaurant that, it's a result of some hedge fund and we need to support them too. We also have the Map and Pop who are the first business owner in the community. And some of them, they could be, from Nigeria who live along Sheridan Avenue in the Bronx. They can be Garifo or Honduras in the Bronx. They can be other, coming as I said, from the former Soviet Union, Italians, Irish, Afro-Americans and Asians. So Mayor Eric Allen has said for months that when we pay taxes, it doesn't matter the language we speak, we have the right to be informed of everything, all services, all information that they need. And this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going also after, and we're going to be going to different communities doing the outreach. And we will have also members of the staff led by the director here, who also will be speaking the language of the different community that we also want to do our outreach. We're going to be also using the social media to inform and educate a different community about this opportunity.
I just want to add that as you're exploring what that business model or funding structure is going to be, that you engage with key stakeholders around the space in addition to community, so that you're taking into account some of the hurdles that they already face and what challenges this could potentially pose to these small business owners
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. And we're constantly interested in engaging with new folks, and we have already been engaging with community boards, the Hospitality Alliance, and restaurant communities in general. And we are excited to continue that process and continue that outreach. So thank you for the feedback, and we'll continue coordinating with as many folks as we do.
And one last thing, I'd like to add a couple of organizations that you should also include in addition to the larger ones. Queens Together, the Black Resource Network, those are organizations, REMA, which is the Rockaway East Merchant Alliance. We have hyper local organizations, and I'm sure my colleagues have a number of them in their own districts that you should probably do some outreach to the members to understand that as well, so that it's not just this overarching policy that's being put in place without taking into account the people most impacted.
And that's what that I was going to say, that those of you who know any particular small association, regardless on the large, a big, middle, or small, but they are in your own community, please, help us also to connect with them. Because, one thing that I have shared, here at DOT is that sometimes in my own experience, in my previous role as a council member, I know that sometimes we know that the largest state citywide organization, they play important role. But also sometimes there's some disconnection with some small group. Like here in where I live, we have like Sherman Creek, which is an association that only is composed like by 7 or 10 restaurants. They are not part of any citywide. But now I'm also working to be sure that I do my part connecting those organizations to this network. So if any of you, as you have mentioned, the rest of the council member has access or are related or know any blog or restaurant in your community that they are not necessarily part of those cities statewide, please share that information with us, because we are ready to hear the feedback and to make them part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next council member will be Councilmember Marte.
Starting time.
Thank you for having me today, and I really want to thank Councilmember Velasquez and Councilmember Riley for not only hosting this meeting, but taking my calls the past few days in regards to this legislation and the zoning change. And as Councilmember Batro, we hope to have a seat at the table as this progresses through the council, because our districts have the more heavily used outdoor dining compared to the rest of the city. My main concern is so many of my residents in my district are really concerned about this program, particularly at the heels of this temporary program. In the shift to DOT from the current zoning requirements for sidewalk cafes, DOT is entirely recreating how outdoor dining exists and how is it regulated within our city. I primarily want to ensure that we learn from the 40 years of the sidewalk cafe zoning provisions that have been in place until today. The current process is long and is technical, but for very good reason. Outdoor dining drastically alters our streetscapes and public space, and should allow that it should have strict oversight that addresses the unique nature of every neighborhood. My district in particular in Lower Manhattan has thousands of restaurants and outdoor dining establishments, while also has some of the smallest streets, greatest densities, and dangerous streetscapes in the city. My greatest concern is that we're applying a one-size-fits-all program to a streetscape and restaurant landscape that greatly varies by district and neighborhoods, even within my district. Under the current zoning program, many streets and areas have received added restriction or exemptions through the years of trial and error and research. And so my main question is why this precedent of exemption won't be carried on into the new program? And why would we have to relearn that a citywide program doesn't make sense on every street?
Time expired.
Thank you.
Councilmember, first of all, I thank you for your question. And as I said, when we had the opportunity to talk and share ideas, I'm looking for you as someone that I know that's going to be a partner with a lot of things that we're doing together. We're also here to listen to concern that you have in some area in your council district. I feel that, like the roadway used for restaurant is something new. This is something that I can say is the result of many of us been thinking about or reimagining the use of the public space, the public street. I think that we live in a city that where we have to make a lot of changes when it comes to expediting process without compromising the safety of anyone. But what you hear from many individuals and your experience is that sometimes we from at the government side, we work in a system that it takes so long to do a lot of things. So I know that this is going to be one of the priorities that you and many colleagues will have. How can we cut the time? How can we, get things done faster and safer? And I think that this is going to be one of the models that we are putting together, starting from new. We are combining, we are putting the shaft of this program, the two of the program together in one agency. This agency has a history, regardless of who have been commissioners, who have been a director of different program here, but this agency has so many leaders that are committed to reimagining the use of the street, and combining those two programs in one agency is the way of how we've been instructed to do based on the law that was passed at the council in 2020 when we created the temporary program. So we building on the temporary experience that we have, and that's why we came out to the conclusion that we needed to have a director, 30 members working with the other agency to be sure that we respond to the need of restaurant owners, but most important to the consumers and the 8.6 million New Yorkers.
Thank you, Chair. Now we have finished the first round of questions. So I don't know if you or Chair Riley would like to start a second round.
I do have, thank you, Council. I do have one question to start the second round. Concerns have also been raised during public review regarding allowing open restaurants in sidewalk widening areas. Could you explain why this change in the text was necessary?
Let me call Caroline from the city planning to respond to that question.
Thanks, Council Member, for the question, and thank you, Commissioner. So the zoning text has one provision in it, which, as you describe, makes it clear that an area that sidewalk widened areas do not conflict with open restaurants program. So what does that mean? In certain areas, particularly in Midtown, there are zoning requirements that when a new building is built, it sets back a little bit, so it creates a wider sidewalk. That building owner is required to build the wider sidewalk so that in those more congested areas of the city, we can get a little bit wider of a sidewalk as the new construction comes online. So the concern we had is making sure that that component of the sidewalk, which has been built by a developer could have been 50 years ago, doesn't conflict with a restaurant's ability to come apply. So when you come to apply for DOT under the future program, what you're going to look at is the building the line of the building, the line of the curb, how much space you need to keep clear, typically 8 feet. In some more congested areas, it'll be 12 feet. And then the rest of that can be your sidewalk setup. What we don't want to happen is for a restaurateur to start researching 40 years of zoning history to try and understand how a sidewalk was built and why it came to be the width it was, just in order to apply and put their tables in the right place. We also don't want a restaurant that is next door to a different building to have to put its chairs in a different location again, just because of the way that that sidewalk was constructed 40 years ago. The goal here for us is to treat every restaurant the same, to have the most transparent and lay understanding of what a sidewalk is, a curb, a building line, and the space in between it, so everyone can understand that program. We certainly sympathize with concerns about making sure that our sidewalks, particularly in congested areas, have enough space for pedestrians. That's core to this whole program. As the commissioner described, we think that can get addressed on a universal basis by going to 12 feet requirements in very limited circumstances. We obviously want to use that designation judiciously, because the more requirement we make, the less restaurants will be able to apply for the program. But we think it makes sense in some circumstances. We don't think it makes sense to link that to historical information of how a building was built. We think it makes sense to link that to how congested the pedestrian flow is in an area.
Thank you, Carolyn. Chair Velasquez, I'll yield my time back because I see members have second round of questions.
I would like to continue with the council members. Go ahead.
I'm going to call on Councilmember Yeager, who did not do our first round. So Councilmember Yeager to be followed by Councilmember Farias.
Starting time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. And good to see you, Commissioner. Some of my colleagues made incredibly wise points throughout, so I'm not going to use my short amount of time to repeat them all. But I just want to point out Councilmember Bottcher's comments, Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Osei, the former Borough President, Councilmember Brewer, who chaired the Borough Board in Manhattan that urged that these rules not be adopted. Councilmember Ressler, Councilmember Schulman, and Councilmember Marte, and I'll just go through some of these, but not all of them. We keep hearing throughout this hearing that this program has been successful, and it's proven its success, and it's something that we hear over and over and over again. And I just respectfully disagree. I think it's been successful for the restaurateurs for sure, because they've been able to increase the size of their space, not pay real property taxes on it, not pay rent on it, and have the ability to get free space courtesy of New York City. But it hasn't been a success for the people who need to use the sidewalks and the streets of this city. Councilmember Schulman brought up a very important point about the senior citizen trying to navigate these sidewalks in a wheelchair. In my district, that's a concern, but also the young mother trying to push a stroller with 3 children in it who can't get through these sidewalks. There are restaurants in my district that have taken over the sidewalk with an enclosed shed with a lock on it, so that although they're open for 10 hours a day, the other 14, and only 6 days a week, the other 14 hours of the day and the 1 day a week that they're closed, nobody's allowed to use that sidewalk. How is that reimagining the streetscape for the people of New York? I don't know that it is. Those sheds that we see throughout the city, we keep talking about the ones that are abandoned by the restaurants that have closed, but what we're not talking about is the ones that are abandoned by the restaurants that are open, that are simply not using them or are using them for storage. And Commissioner, your agency is aware, at least in Brooklyn, of a number of restaurants that complaints have been made about these sheds.
I'm expired.
Thank you. With the permission of the chair, I'd like to just go on for a little bit. These ghost sheds, these shantytown shacks that have remained abandoned with operational restaurants, but the shacks are just not used anymore. So the idea that somehow this has been a success and we need to permanentize it, I think it hasn't been proven. And Commissioner, as you know, we were in the council together. I voted no on the expansion of this program, but although I voted in favor of the initial creation of it during the emergency, because there was an emergency, and we're past that emergency now. Restaurants are open, they're back in business, and while we've created a program for restaurants, we haven't created a program for the shoe store next door, for the bookstore next door to that, for the hardware store, that have all lost sidewalk space, that have all lost spots, that have all lost the attraction of a block to people wanting to shop there because it's now chaotic and anarchist. So I would urge that this be rethought by my colleagues, and really this is more meant for my colleagues in the council than for the agency. But before I go, I'm just going to read one very quick sentence if the chair would allow. before the city council would be adopting any proposal to amend the zoning resolution to remove restrictions in spaces they have precluded outdoor dining where commercial use lawfully exists, DOT should establish a public participation process that would enable the development of rules to be promulgated by DOT. I think that sentence is very wise, and that comes from a letter written by my former borough president, you may know, and the letter was dated November 9th, 2021, just a few weeks ago. And when then Borough President Adams wrote that sentence, it was wise then, it's wise now, and I think we ought to be paying attention to it before we move this forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I heard Gerd Brewer now speaking against this. And most of the council members who have addressed this, including those that they have shared how they have a district that they have different experience when it comes to the open restaurant. I can say that it has been a very positive conversation where we are listening to all the feedback. So your feedback are also important. Thank you.
I appreciate it. What I would just urge, Commissioner, is that particularly the line that Councilmember Marte said, this one-size-fits-all rule, you've heard me for 4 years talk about that we can't govern the city with one-size-fits-all. It's just too big and too different. And our city is not just one city, it's many, many hundreds of neighborhoods that are very, very different. Some of these neighborhoods are hundreds of years old. And I think we really need to look at it, not just holistically as an entire city with one new program, but individual neighborhoods with what works here and does this really work there? And I think if we do that, we'll come up with a very different answer than the one we see right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair Velasquez, I believe Chair Riley has an additional question he wanted to ask before I move on to Councilmember Faria.
Yes, thank you, Council. I just have one additional question from Councilmember Nurse. She had to leave. It states her previous question wasn't really answered, so she's just trying to clarify. Will the new design structures be required to have a subfloor for accessibility or not? Can you share if the barrier systems will require rodent-proof materials? And what engagement has been had with the commercial carters to get their input?
So let me pass it to the director of the program.
Thank you. So the structures, I want to make one thing clear. We will not have enclosed structures the way that you're seeing on the street now and on the sidewalk now. That will not be allowed. We are working with the Department of Health right now on pest management systems that will be included in the application. They were previously included in the former sidewalk, the DCWP Sidewalk Cafe program. And so we're looking to include those in our application as well as working with the Department of Health on other standards on trash storage, the Department of Sanitation as well, to make sure that all of that is included within our guidelines so that these restaurants are following safe and clean protocols.
And also, what engagement has been had with the commercial cars to get their input?
We've been working with our partner agencies on this, but we can add them to our list of people that we engage with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Riley. I will now call on Councilmember Farias to be followed by Councilmember Carr.
Starting time.
Thank you. I do just want to say that I agree with many, if not all, the points stated by my colleagues prior. While I agree New York City is the place where we can create a model that can be replicated, that also means to me that we cannot just be reactive. We're all pretty exhausted by a reactive government. We need a proactive government in this approach. And we really need to look at the citywide infrastructure and interconnected agencies on how they'll address the expansion of this and all that will come with it into our communities. We really need to see, in my opinion, concrete plans from Department of Transportation and the other agencies prior to adoption and implementation. Capacity is critical, and I cannot reiterate this enough. So my two questions are, when will the committee be able to see interagency or citywide plans around this? And particularly with something that was brought up prior, will the Department of Transportation be placing the onus of sidewalk repair on businesses who participate in the program? I know we have in the past different programs for homeowners and sidewalk responsibility, but now looking at we'll have additional weight on our sidewalks and our streets. What onus is on the responsibility in terms of payment and repair? Because concrete is expensive and rules cannot be vague. So thank you on any answers around that. And I do just want to say thank you to Chair Velasquez and Riley and Commissioner Rodriguez and your teams for answering all of our questions today. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. And definitely we look for those restaurant owners, especially the numbers that we have today, that we have 12,000 of them and who been expanding this program. They've been showing what, as you say, what proactive look like. You know, when we have boroughs such as Staten Island that prior to COVID has 0 sidewalk.
Time expired.
And now we have in Staten Island 187. When you have places such as the Bronx that before COVID, we only have 28. A restaurant in Sidewalk Cafe mean the only opportunity for the restaurant owners to be able to expand and be able to keep some of those workers, but also it provide the opportunity to the resident, especially the working class resident of the Bronx, to know that now they have 659 restaurant with seating area in the roadway and the sidewalk. And then you look at places, we look at Manhattan, we say 902 before COVID. Today we have 5,900. And those numbers make big difference, especially to the council that I used to represent, to the council in El Barrio, to the council in Harlem too. And then we can keep going to Brooklyn, especially the immigrant community. This be save that sector in our city. So I think that, as you say, we have shown a proactive when it comes to look about how we can use the roadway, how we can share the streets, how we can be thinking about reinventing the use of public space, but we were not doing by ourselves. You know, we operated with the bill that the council passed in 2020 that create this temporary program. And we feel that based on that experience, now we're ready to say, let's make it permanent. When it comes to the sidewalk part, I think that, you know, definitely that's gonna be the responsibility of the property owner. But also we want to be sure that the property owners are not passing the cost to the restaurant owners. We know that we need to be sure also that the cleaning of this, not only the repair of the sidewalk, but also the cleaning of the surrounding area of those restaurants should also come with the participation of those individuals who will be benefiting getting the permit to operate the open restaurants. So again, the repair of the sidewalk will be the responsibility of the property owner. But when it comes to the cleaning of that area, we hope again that the restaurant owners will help us as partners to clean not only the area, the inside area of those sidewalks, but also the surrounding area.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next council member is Council Member Carr, to be followed by Council Member Osei.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, chairs, again. I want to return, Commissioner, to the conversation we were having earlier about process with respect to the roadway cafes. You know, unlike when DOT considers converting a road available to general traffic to, say, a pedestrian plaza where you're essentially exchanging one public use for another, you're now, as I think Councilmember Yeager was alluding, you know, converting public space to the private benefit of one particular entity, which is the restaurant in question or the bar in question. And so even though we may be resolved as to not treat it as a capital LU land use matter, it very much is affecting the way public land is being used in this city. And so for DOT to take all the leverage in this particular discussion onto themselves, right? There's going to be a hearing, like you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's a venue for many voices, but there's only one decider, and that's the agency. And that's why I'm concerned that the way that we're treating roadway cafe applications is different from the way we're treating sidewalk cafe applications. I understand that there's a pre-existing process being modeled here for the sidewalk side, but we really need to carry it over to the roadway side, because otherwise it's just potentially a DOT hearing that's a venue for voices to be heard and then potentially ignored. And so I'm concerned that if DOT is going to change the way it allows people to use our public roads, then that decision-making, that power needs to be shared with the community and the council, particularly if we're going to do, as you say, reimagining how we use our public spaces. It needs to be a situation where folks don't just have a voice, but they have a say. And so I'd love to get your response to that.
Well, yeah, I think that we do believe that DOT have the experience, and we believe that what we want to see in our city is agency being efficient. We feel that what they have been proving during this time after we created this temporary program, that the agency has the capacity, have the knowledge, have the leadership to run efficiency in a permanent program when it comes to open restaurant. We're confident that we will do the job. And at the end of the day, I know that that's what the council members, that's what the elected officials, that's what the community board and the resident would like to see. Running programs that are efficient, being sure that we reinvented the use of a common space, which are our street. And that's what we are, but we will continue listening all the feedback from you and all the colleagues, and not only at the council, but also in the different communities.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now I'm going to call on Councilmember Osei to be followed by Councilmember Menon.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you. I just want to thank both of our chairs for hosting such a wonderful hearing. I'm learning so much, and also to the commissioner and his staff. Another question that I do have, especially for my constituency in the 36th district, for the people of Bed-Stuy and Northern Crown Heights, is there this feeling of people feel unsafe sometimes when walking down some of our business corridors because of the lack of light that some of these outdoor dining setups have. And I was wondering, because I have seen some cases within my district of excellent outdoor lighting, for example, Shea Oscar on Malcolm X. Is there any enforcement that DOT is planning on doing or doing in general that would enforce lighting for some of these outdoor dining structures, especially for darker corridors? I know DOT has a pass outside of outdoor dining structures and making streets safer through lighting. And I was wondering if that was something that the commissioner was considering doing or implementing when it comes to our outdoor dining structures. Can you hear me?
Did we lose the commissioner? Councilmember DOT, we can hear you right now.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, Councilmember.
Okay.
It's just we can't hear DOT. It looks like they're trying to fix their audio. So let's give them a few minutes. We still can't hear you, DOT. They need a few minutes, so. The meeting will stand at ease while we wait for DOT to resolve the audio issues.
Cancel, do we know how much longer it's going to be?
Chair, I touched base with DOT and they're working right now on fixing their mics. So let's give them a few minutes and I'll touch base again.
It goes without saying for folks that have been waiting for a while, please, please, please wait. But this is a good time then to take a quick little break for y'all that are still waiting. So we're still here for you, don't worry.
It looks like somebody take DOT off mute. They're trying to test their mic right now. Can somebody do that? DOT, if you can hear us, you're unmuted.
Oh wait, it's working. Hold on, it's working.
Oh wait, is it working?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
DOT, looks like you're back.
Oh, great.
Yay.
Do you want to plug these in now?
Thank you. Thank you everyone for your patience.
It could go for another 3 hours.
Let's give DOT a few minutes to get settled and we'll continue on with Councilmember Menon. Or actually, Councilmember Osei was the one who asked a question and you guys were about to answer his question.
You don't want these cables to be in your shot.
You have water, Councilmember?
I'm fine. I got it. I got it, right? I swear. This is the first time Tomaco.
No.
Tomaco me guys like council member.
Oh wait, can you, Angelina, can you hear us still?
We can hear you right now.
All right, apologies.
You're good.
Apologies.
Do you guys remember the question from Councilmember Osei? Because I think we can start right there when you guys are ready.
We're just waiting for, Julie, we should be back up in 1 minute. Thank you everyone for your patience.
I didn't know my question was that powerful. It knocked out the mute, huh?
I know the full agency council member went down.
You know, if the city has power, we're all good. If it wasn't that powerful.
It's a good question.
Good. Do I need to ask it again, or are we?
It probably wouldn't hurt after that.
Okay. I don't want it to knock the lights off again.
Yeah.
So I did ask, and I'm sure that some of my colleagues that are on this call may be dealing with a similar issue, but a lot of my, seniors and, women that are part of my constituencies feel unsafe sometimes in some of our business corridors because of the lack of light that some of these outdoor dining structures provide. There are some great outdoor dining structures that do provide essential light to our communities. And again, I know DOT has, a past of working on making corridors safer when it comes to lighting prior to outdoor dining. And I was wondering what the operation looks like, within the DOT, if it exists already, or if it's going to, come into fruition in the future when it comes to lighting enforcement, especially in communities like mine where, crime does exist. And how can we make our constituencies or my constituents in Bedford-Stuyvesant and North Crown Heights feel safer?
Yeah, so let me start. I'm ready?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I started saying that if there's one thing that I know that will define, Mayor's honor is safety. And safety is not only related to, addressing violence in different shape, and form is about improving safety. So I want as a commissioner to be accountable too when it comes to be sure that we have light in all communities, regardless if they have an open restaurant or not. And we know that that's something as a commissioner and former, council member that share a similar community where I, served for my 12 years. We know that equity is going to be one of the important pieces of this program and many programs. So we are committed, as we will have Julie and the rest of the team to do assessment, myself, walking through your community, your district, and all the council members to see how we have to improve lighting, not only around a restaurant, but also in any part of the community where people should feel that they safe, that there's enough light. So yes, we will take that into account. But what I can add is, for me, it will be important, not only when
Time
it comes
expired.
to light around the restaurant, we open restaurant opportunity, but in any part of the district council that you represent.
And if I could just jump in, council member, if you have concerns about specific locations that you think need lighting, like please reach out to us, reach out to the borough commissioner. We'll happy to do a survey of the location and we can, look into it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before, and this is not related to Council Member Osei, promise, but we need to pause for a second so we can switch our closed captioning. So this has nothing to do with DOT, but thank you, DOT. Good to see you guys. We're going to pause for a moment.
Angelina.
You have a great team over there.
I'm glad I still have your number.
I know. Thanks for calling me. We'll pause for a moment just while we switch the closed caption person. We'll be right back.
Great.
I understand we fixed the technical problem or the switching of the closed captioning. So I think now I'm going to move on to Councilmember Menon, to be followed by Councilmember Botter.
Thank
Starting
you.
time.
Thank you to the chairs and thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez. So I've got two quick questions for the commissioner. Vacant sheds. So vacant sheds that remain unoccupied for a long period of time, that's not addressed in the legislation. The legislation is silent on that. So my first question is, how long will vacant or abandoned sidewalk sheds sit unoccupied before the license is revoked? And then my next question is noise from sidewalk cafes. Again, the bill is silent on that. So my question is, what will be the end time for outdoor dining? Thank you.
What is the second part of the question, Councilman?
Sorry, it took a minute for them to unmute me. So the second part, Commissioner, is about noise. Is again, the bill is silent on noise. And so I have heard from residents that are concerned about late night outdoor dining going on to very late hours. Will there be an end time for outdoor dining? Because the legislation doesn't give an end time.
Yeah. Look, I again, I'm going to be starting. I know that the director of the program, she also will add other things. With the first part, I can say that, first of all, we know, and I can say we, all of us, at DOT and you as a council, most restaurant owners been operating good role model. They've been good actor when it comes to the type of structure that they've been putting in place throughout the whole city. Knowing again that each council member also can also hit the rock with some area, with some particular block where there's more challenges. When it comes to the part related to, if again, first of all, I recognize and thank the restaurant a community for the great job that they provide to our city. And as you know, your previous role as a former, commissioner of consumer affairs, you know that most of the small business, the map and pop, including restaurant owners, they are great contributor to our city. However, those few cases where those were the few bad apple, will not maintain a clean and safe structure, and inspection go there, and the place is shut down. Our plan is to remove it immediately, knowing that if you hit any limitation, we will deal with. We will talk to you as a council member, and if you see that it takes longer than it should be, please feel free to let us know. When it came to the quality life, the noising, as I said before, I used to live, in an apartment where above a restaurant, and I know that having at that time, my 3 years old and my 8 years old, who I had to wake up early to take into school. I want to be sure that I support the restaurant owner, but I want to be sure that he or she have invested the best they have to do in the good soundproof system, so that I would not have to listen to, the noising that they were making. So for me, I know how important it is to control noising, how important it is to take care of the quality of life issue. And this is something, again, that I know that is important, not only for me, but also it's important for the whole team here at DOT.
Thank you, Commissioner. Specifically on noise and the hours of operations, currently our hours match the state hours, which means a restaurant can stay open as long as their indoor hours are. But what we're proposing for the permanent program is that it goes back to what the DCWP Sidewalk Cafe hours were, which is ending at midnight Sunday through Thursday and ending at 1 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. Friday and Saturday, sorry. And we think that would be that those hours worked previously, and so that is what we are proposing for the future. And on abandoned structures, the commissioner has already said that he is, we are committed to enforcing this. Currently, restaurants have, if their seating is not used within 30 days, they are considered abandoned. We are working to, enforce that. But again, as we have a dedicated team set up for this, we will be able to better enforce those.
Thank you. The next council member will be Council Member Boucher, to be followed by Council Member Brewer.
Starting time.
I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Menon's questions, and I'm looking at the Department of Transportation's website, the FAQs for outdoor dining. And the question that asks, how late can I remain open? What are the daily hours of operation? It says the open restaurant seating may be used as directed by state order. Please visit the New York State Liquor Authority's website. When you click on that, you go to a page where it says, we are sorry, but this page isn't found. And this sort of speaks to what we hear a lot from our constituents who are really worried that the Department of Transportation, who historically hasn't had this kind of issue as part of your mission, how can folks be sure that you're going to really make a high priority about things like quality of life? And regarding the closing hours, before, 1 a.m. may have worked when you had one restaurant on a block, two restaurants on a block. In this new world where we could have 8, 9, 10 restaurants on a block, do you think that keeping restaurants open when that long with the combined noise could really create a whole nother environment on a block? What do you think the appropriate hours really should be in this future program?
Well, first of all, I know that, again, in your experience, in your experience that you have as a council member, in the previous experience that you have, that we always had to be also, you also have, as I have been also involved on helping be mediator between, the restaurant owners, the community boards, and the resident of the community. And I know that when it comes to the, the whole process, which was brand new, the one related to, the restaurant owners also to be able to apply for the legal
Time expired.
with the roadway, because at the beginning, as a new project coming in place, they were having some issue on how to get the same liquor license that they have permit to operate inside the restaurant to also use outside in the roadway area. So as a process, as a learning process that we are, I know that, if there's any information that has to be more accurate, we're ready to look at it and fix it. But what I can tell you is about, we can share our experience based on how we have done right now, based on how they had not been a process in place on how the liquor license will allow the restaurant owners also for them to be able to serve alcohol in the roadway cafe. So I think that, this is something that we have been able to see, being able to play a role when it comes to our, the future of on how this will continue working. I will pass it to Julie, but I can say it's about, we will take your feedback. We know that different communities have different even, existing in place. I know that in Community Board 12, they have some agreement there where when there have been some, not all restaurants close at the same time. So we are ready to take your feedback, but let me pass it to the director of the program. She would like to add anything else, but when it comes to that part related to how we were able to support the restaurant owners and those New Yorkers that wanted to have a food and having a drink in the roadway area in the street of New York City and be able to be served alcohol, because we try something new on how the liquor license allow them also to serve alcohol in areas separate from the other part of the restaurant.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. I think your point about feedback is the biggest one here. Those are the hours that we're proposing based on what we've seen has worked in the past, but we're open to the feedback. We're open to hearing what you think are the hours that it should be, and part of the hours will go into the rulemaking process. So your feedback is welcomed, and we're here to take it.
Thank you. We'll move on and we'll talk to Councilmember Brewer, to be followed by Councilmember Marte.
Starting time.
Thank you. Just somebody was calling about restaurants. Oh my God, all day long. They're even coming by the office to complain. So quick question. The issue is for those restaurants that are longer in the roadway than the restaurant streetscape itself. I assume they've made some kind of a deal with the building next door. How does that get implemented or not? And then along the same lines, there are houses. So are they going to take them down, and how will that work? In other words, will they then conform? Is that what your expectation is? Because in Manhattan, we have houses and we have, which they've done well. They've provided opportunities during the COVID, et cetera. So I just want to understand that, because that's a lot of what we have. Those two questions.
Let me say a little bit about the structure, and then also if the director also can take on the first part. We are, again, like as you heard before, we are putting a system in place where everyone is seen as starting in zero next year in 2023. And we at DOT are taking feedback when it comes to designing, and the concept of designing has to be based about safe and clean. And I can say that like our idea is that not to continue having those structures that, as you mentioned, we have seen right now, but for the purpose of the information to anyone that had invested huge amount of money to build safe, clean, and beautiful, and in that structure that they are there, are also working. I'm not saying that we are planning to maintain those structures, but what we are saying is about we are still are taking idea, we are taking opinion, and in some cases we can take one case at a time. Like our main concern is that the structure will not compete with the work that we have to do to resurfacing the street, taking care of utility, taking care of all the emergency work that we had to do in our street in New York City. So again, the purpose, the general idea is that those who will apply for the permanent structure, we most likely look at this structure being seasonal, temporary, so that they can remove, but we are still in the process to take ideas, to take suggestions, and as we will complete that process, then we share that not only to the stakeholders, our colleagues, elected officials, and also to the other members of the community.
Yeah, thank you. And on your point about adjacent properties and businesses, expanding to those properties in the permanent program, that will not be allowed. And so the only space that they would be permitted to use is space right in front of their property or in the roadway right in front of their restaurant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we call on Councilmember Marte, I know Speaker Adams has another question. So Speaker Adams.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out and hanging on for as long as you have. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Bottcher's question, the first part of his question, which I thought he delivered very well. I didn't really hear it addressed maximally. So if we can just get an understanding of how those FAQs are handled and how today that particular issue is going to be handled, the one that he brought up, where a website was directed to another website and there is no such space, there's no such place. So how is that going to be addressed today? So that when someone else goes to that, ask that question or goes there, that will no longer, that there will no longer be nothing, for that person or people. Who's going to follow up on the FAQ issue today?
Speaker, we are following up as we are speaking right now to see what is the lack of accuracy with that part. So, it is important for us, and it's important for you and the body that you lead.
Okay, thank you.
And it was the first part of the question?
That was it. Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Now we will call on Councilmember Marte.
All right, starts now.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate Councilmember Bottcher's and Councilmember Menon issue with timing. A lot of those establishments that get liquor license approval to midnight and 1 a.m. is because they have shown a commitment to contain a lot of the noise and activity that happens in those locations. However, this is a whole nother animal, right? Where if you allow them to extend to midnight and 1 a.m. to be on the street, I think it doesn't really work in the same way, especially when you have multiple outdoor restaurants on the same block. And so I hope DOT really takes a hard look at that and doesn't leave it at midnight and to 1 a.m. And going back to my first round of questioning, would there be any exemptions that will be adopted from the current use of the Sidewalk Cafe? I think the last time I asked, I didn't get a clear answer of whether anything is going to be carried over. I know the landmarks provision was carried over under the zoning in the new legislation. I wonder if the exemptions that list certain types of streets because their narrowness or certain types of zoning areas are going to be carried on into this new program.
Well, the amendment changes that we are, that we have seen is that we needed to be sure that, we level the playing field when it comes to be able to regulate, the use of sidewalk and roadway across, the 5 boroughs. When it comes to the part related to the first question related to the street and how, we can make a restaurant owners accountable to honor the agreement that they made, especially among, different council member, community board, stakeholders. The agreement now is going to be with DOT. The agreement now is going to be with the city of New York. And the city of New York now is going to be taken very seriously. And when they sign this application saying that they only can operate up to this hour. Whoever passes hours subject to be fined is subject to lose that permit that they have. And I will be encouraging also some of those restaurant owners who have multiple of those establishments in one block to create their block, their restaurant association in that area. What I have seen in the case of Dykeman, in the new area there, Dykeman between Broder and Seaman, where we have like 5 of them. I can see the owner. I have seen owners there taking a video and sending the video to the local prison when they shut it down, the operation outside there. So I hope again that all of us will be putting our eyes, all of us will be watching how the program is running. We will take the responsibility to lead, to run this program very seriously. We want to make it successful, but also we will be relying also on any particular case. If there's any bad actors in your district, in the community, bring to our attention. And if they don't work with us, we will shut it down.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll toss it now to Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley, who I think had some a brief follow-up question each.
Yes, I do have a follow-up question on behalf of Councilmember Farias, who we just want to reiterate if we could get a timeline on the interagency plans of implementation.
Councilmember, there is already interagency conversation led by DOT, and this is something that we are, again, this program will be permanent starting in 2023. So as we will put a teeth, to what this interagency coordination will look like by the time when it will be permanent, this is information that we will share with you and the rest of the body. But this is something that DOT already been doing interagency collaboration, exchanging information. And this is something also part, as I say, on Mayor Adams' mandate to get agencies to do more interagency planning and collaboration in order to improve the level of efficiencies in the city of New York.
And from the interagency working group that we have going on, we are working on draft design guidelines now and should have something to share this spring. And then final guidelines to come after we get feedback on the drafts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair Velasquez.
I don't have any questions at the moment. Thank you so much.
Council, I think we're ready to move on.
I think we're ready. So I think if the chairs are okay, we can dismiss the admin panel. So thank you to the members of the administration. And we can move on to public testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see everyone.
Council, I believe you're on mute.
Apologies for that. For the public testimony, I'll just make a quick announcement, but again, we will be calling on your name and unmuting you. So for now, our staff will lower your hands because you will be called in order. So let me make a brief announcement about public testimony. If you are a member of this public signed up to testify on the open restaurants text amendment and pre-consider intro, please stand by when you hear your name being called and prepare to speak when directed to begin and the clock has started. Members of the public will be given 2 minutes to speak. As a reminder, council members with questions should use the raise hand button. And as a reminder, again, as there are a number of people waiting to speak, as you all know, if you cannot stay and testify, please send your written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov, and it will be included in the official record and be reviewed. We will now hear from the following panelists. First, we're going to hear from Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Committee Council, and thank you to the chairs. Considering that both chairs are from the Bronx, you're doing an amazing job, I am a Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso. I'm very happy to be here. And I just want to say before I start that I was the sponsor of this legislation when I was a council member. And look, in the City Council, there are very few opportunities for us to help small businesses. There's just so many laws that we can pass, so much deregulation that we can do, so many curable fines that we could push before we're doing nothing. And for a long time, we've gotten requests from businesses in all arrays to assist them. And again, while our hands were either tied behind our backs or we did very little. This is actually something that affected meaningful change for small businesses and is one of those areas where the City Council can actually have a meaningful impact to small businesses. But again, my name is Antonio Reynoso, the Borough President, and this is my first time before the City Council in my new role. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on open restaurants. I was, again, the council member that was in charge of the two legislations, one to pass it in emergency, but also the permanent program that was implemented. So far, the open restaurants program has been a success. It's been a lifeline for small restaurants, and more than 100,000 jobs have been created specifically because of this program. I mean, it's helped New Yorkers reimagine what this public space can be used as. I want to continue to be a partner in this effort and want to support these mostly immigrant-run restaurants in the outer boroughs that have the opportunity to participate in this program without a major cost burden or too much red tape. I strongly support the zoning changes that would allow restaurants in a much broader geography to legally participate in this program. That said, there are a few concerns, and I want to share them. We have to talk about regulations and making sure that the outdoor dining is safe, clean, and unobtrusive. I guess I would close it out because I do have a long testimony, and I want to make sure that I present that to the City Council, and want to thank the chairs for the opportunity to be here. But let's be proactive, let's be targeted, let's be smart about how we make this program better and not pull a lifeline away from these restaurants that have shut down at a high rate. So again, thank you so much to Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley. Much love to the Bronx, but don't forget to spread love. It's the Brooklyn way.
Thank you, Board President. The next few speakers, I'm going to announce a few of you so you know when you're coming up next. So it will be Andrew Ridgie, Robert Bookman, and Jean Ryan will be our next speaker, starting with Andrew Ridgie.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Ridgie. I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. I certainly want to say thank you to the Brooklyn Borough President's sentiments and the chairs of the committee. You know, we need to put this in perspective. Our city's restaurants were devastated when the city was in complete chaos. We were out there feeding frontline workers, feeding other New Yorkers, and this program was a lifeline. Thousands of restaurants saved, hundreds of thousands of jobs, and we were an emergency program. We are not saying make every single aspect of this temporary emergency program permanent. We're saying we need to create a more standardized and sustainable program. And I think we need to look at it at two different issues. One is the Sidewalk Cafe, and that's the text amendment before the council. This will do exactly what so many council members have been talking about: equity, providing small business owners throughout the 5 boroughs an opportunity to have a sidewalk cafe. And one of the things we also need to do is remove the requirement for a consent from that process, as my colleague Rob Bookman will mention next, to allow the process to be streamlined, to reduce the fees to participate, because it used to just be cost prohibitive for restaurants. And generally speaking, people say, members here, that the Sidewalk Cafe law pre-pandemic was not a big problem. People loved it, it worked. So let's expand it to more restaurants, because what we saw in this emergency is so many restaurants could participate when the barriers for entry were lowered. The second part is Roadway, which is a new program. It's helped save jobs. It's helped bring people back together. Of course, we need to do things to address the different challenges, but it doesn't mean blow up the system. It means come together and work constructively to address the standards, the design guidelines, the regulatory framework to make it work. This is an incredible opportunity coming to our city that came out of all the doom and gloom of the pandemic. So let's get it right. We shouldn't be so much focused on what didn't work, but we should focus on what is going to work in the future. And I really hope we can make this work for people, both the restaurants, the workers, and the communities that they serve, because we're all in this together. And we submitted testimony with very detailed comment on the different provisions. And my colleague, Rob Bookman, as I said, who's a regulatory expert, will get into some of those provisions and amendments. But I'd urge the council members to work with the community on these, not as an obstacle, but as an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Barack Bookman.
Time starts now.
Am I unmuted? You hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairs Velasquez, Riley. My name is Rob Bookman. I'm not only counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance, but in my private practice, I have been dealing with representing this industry and been working with this law for more decades than I can remember, ever since I was counsel in the New York City Department of Consumer Affairs. It's important for you to understand two things before you today. First is the zoning, then is the amendment to the Sidewalk Cafe law. When Sidewalk Cafe laws were first licensed, you didn't have this zoning overlay. That was added in 1980. And as a result of that, it significantly restricted where restaurants anywhere outside of Manhattan could apply for a sidewalk cafe. Prior to COVID and the emergency, there were only 1,200 sidewalk cafes throughout the city, and it was all centered for the most part in Manhattan. There were over 10,500 restaurants that got sidewalk cafes, not roadside, sidewalk cafes during the emergency, showing this broad need. So we urge City Council to approve the zoning text amendment, Chair Riley, immediately, so that could move on. Nothing happens until we deal with the second part, which is the laws and rules and regulations. And there, it's important to take a look at a once-in-a-generational opportunity that we have to amend the old sidewalk cafe law. There is no reason it should take 5 months to get a sidewalk cafe seating approved. No reason why you should have to hire an architect to do a simple layout drawing. No reason why a new owner of a restaurant shouldn't be able to operate on a pending status when they're simply taking over a restaurant that previously had a cafe approved. Yet that is what the proposal before you does. It doesn't change anything significant from the old sidewalk cafe law to the new sidewalk cafe law. And so we could talk all we want about lowering fees, which we need to do, and getting rid of the zoning, which we need to do. But unless we amend the sidewalk cafe law, which this doesn't do, we're not going to be helping anybody, especially small mom and pop operators. And that's mostly because of the requirement for a revocable consent. I submitted written testimony. I'd be happy to answer questions to help educate everybody on the difference about why this commercial use of the sidewalk takes 5 months, and that's because it has a consent and a license, as where other commercial uses of the public sidewalk just have a license. And it's because of that consent that we must get rid of, that we have a complicated, expensive process.
Thank you, Mr. Bookman. Just for the sake of time, I just want to let everyone know we have over 250 people who want to testify. So we want everyone to please stick to the time that's permitted, and you'll be able to submit written testimony as well.
And
So
we
just
have,
wanna-
thank you.
just-
And we
yeah.
have. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Bookman.
Look
Just
forward to
want-
working with you.
Thank
Just
you.
to
Looking forward to-
piggyback on Chair Riley's announcement, just remember that your testimony can be submitted at testimony@council.nyc.gov. I see Councilmember Botcher has a question for Robert Bookman, and if we can unmute Andrew Ridgey, please.
Yeah, a question for the panel. I'd like to know what you think the appropriate hours are for outdoor dining to end at night. And also I'd like to have your views on a seasonal program.
You want to go first, Andrew, or you want me to?
You can go ahead and then I'll jump in.
So we are flexible. We understand outdoor hours, especially in areas like yours, Councilman, where there may be a lot of restaurants, that outdoor hours are a sensitive issue. The 12 p.m. during the week, the 1 a.m. on weekends, that's what the hours have always been for licensed sidewalk cafes for 30 years now. At times they are negotiated down when you appear to the community board, but that's the regulatory hours. So that's what DOT is going with. We can understand how that might be late in many areas, and and midnight might be more appropriate during on weekends, 11 a.m. During the week. But we're happy to work with the council on that on that issue. And as far as seasonal, sidewalk cafes by definition are seasonal and always have been, unless it's an enclosed cafe, which we're not talking about. It's tables and chairs on the sidewalk with umbrellas. You weren't allowed to enclose them, so they were seasonal. One of the reasons why so few people had it, because it was so expensive, given how few days it was really good, when it wasn't too hot, wasn't too cold, and the rain, etc. The same could be discussed for roadside dining. There's no reason that the emergency program has to be the permanent program. That could, and DOT has mentioned that today. It could also be seasonal, and I think there's a lot of room to reimagine the sidewalks, have a little less parking of cars, help restaurants and people who want it, without necessarily having a 12-month a year structure out on in the roadside.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I think the big thing is we have to recognize these evolved. When the program was first launched, it was hot out. Then it got cold. Then it got hot. Then it got cold again. And business owners had no money, no resources. We were in a crisis. So this evolved. I think the city needs to come up with very clear guidelines on what kind of structures are going to be allowed and be approved. They need to be standardized. They need to be sustainable, but they also need to be permitted to be creative. So restaurants can show their own spice and their own flair, and it's not just the same sterile looking thing everywhere. And I think as long as there's good guidelines that are clear, that restaurants know will be allowed for years to come, they'll make the proper type of investments. And I think these are the types of conversations. In some places, certain structures may work well, others they may not. And that goes back to different members' comments about different needs in different communities. So I think we need flexibility, we need standardization, we need to allow for creativity, and we also understand the limited financial resources these small business owners have to always be putting something out, putting it away, schlepping it. But we're very open to a reasonable conversation about what it should ultimately look like. And I think this is part of the conversation. Last thing I'll just say quickly is I'm working with the Regional Plan Association, the Architects of America Association, and others that are really trying to come up with good recommendations and guidelines based on expert input.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Robert. Council, can we please continue?
Yes, the next speaker will be Jean Ryan.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jean.
Thank you. I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. We're 52 years old this year. We have two main concerns: accessibility to eat at the outdoor restaurants, as well as accessibility to the sidewalks and streets. People with all types of disabilities want to participate in dining al fresco in any and all restaurants we are interested in. One of the benefits is that we can patronize restaurants that may not otherwise be accessible to people with mobility disabilities, which is good for us as well as the restaurants. However, many times we cannot get into the outdoor restaurants at all, especially the ones that are fully enclosed or have a step up or down to get into them. At times, a ramp is available to a roadway restaurant, but we do not know there is a ramp. Additionally, some ramps to a roadway restaurant do not allow enough turning radius to get to a table or lead directly to one table that may already be in use. There's an inaccessible restaurant near me that built a sidewalk cafe attached to the building that is raised up a step. There was absolutely no reason for it to be raised up. It appeared to be a whim. Lately, they totally enclosed it too, limiting who can actually get into it. Restaurants that totally enclose their outdoor restaurant have become inaccessible to us too. We are against grandfathering inaccessible outdoor restaurants. They were supposed to be accessible before, and they should be accessible now. Our other concern is obstruction of the sidewalk when we are pedestrians or when we need to get out of accessoride. We cannot get around a physical structure if there's not enough room. A system for people waiting for a table should be figured out so the sidewalk is not totally full of people standing around. When there are poles for a canopy or an awning, people with impaired vision or no vision are in danger of not seeing them and running into them. Lastly, we want to have the plans checked, I'm almost done, in advance for accessibility, not rubber stamped, as has happened with many projects. And we want effective and vigorous complaint and enforcement procedures. Accessibility affects us, people with disabilities, but it also affects parents and caregivers with strollers. Restaurants should want to have as many customers as possible, not keep us out. People have money and we want to enjoy restaurants with our friends and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Monica Bartley, Michael Brady, and Ryan Monell. So we'll start with Monica Bartley.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairs Velasquez and Riley. I am Monica Bartley and am the Manager of Community Organizers at the Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. Sydney, one of Sydney's goals is to remove barriers to the social, economic, cultural, and civic life of the community. The expansion of outdoor dining during the pandemic allowed people with disabilities to eat at restaurants that were inaccessible to them before. However, there was still the problem of no access to restrooms. It was easier to access restaurants with a limited number of the tables on the sidewalk, as many of the sheds were not accessible. People with disabilities mobility disabilities experience problems navigating the sidewalks because of the narrowed sidewalks and people converging at the restaurant. For example, servers and patrons, which force wheelchair users to travel in the street. Also, many of the sheds that were constructed were not accessible to people with disabilities for one reason or another. There were gaps between the sidewalk and the shed or a step up to enter. The electrical wires extending across the pathway also pose a tripping hazard. There is a need to standardize the design and instructions for placement of the sheds. The path of travel should not be obstructed and consideration given to drop-off points for access a ride and taxis. As we plan to go forward with outdoor dining, it is important that the structures meet the ADA accessibility requirements to make sure there are no obstructions that will pose a hindrance to people who are blind, such as poles and canopies that extend into the pathway, as well as some of the decorative elements used around these sheds. These objects prevent one from accessing the shed, and people with disabilities would also like to enjoy an outdoor restaurant. As patrons, we spend money too. We urge you to consider the needs of people with disabilities in the planning and design of outdoor dining facilities, that every effort should be made to make it accessible for people with disabilities and not create additional problems for them to navigate the streets of New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michael Brady.
Time starts now.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Velasquez and Riley and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Truly grateful for my 2 minutes, and thank you to my business and organizational colleagues for giving hours out of their business day to share their 2 minutes of thoughts on creating a permanent outdoor dining program. I'm the CEO of the 3rd Avenue Business Improvement District and also manage the Bruckner Boulevard Commercial Corridor. Collectively, we have 700 members to date, slated to grow to 1,400 member businesses by 2023. Approximately 50% of these businesses are in the hospitality or express food sector. My testimony as written is very detailed. However, I'll give some high-level overviews to adhere to time. 3rd Avenue BID had the honor of co-developing the Open Restaurants program with New York City Department of Transportation at the beginning of COVID-19. We operate 2 of New York City's first open street programs, one on Willis Avenue and one on Alexander Avenue. In addition to building out programmatic extensions on these streets, we also worked closely with DOT and the Rockwell Group to design the first outdoor dining structures as part of the city's outdoor dining program development. And my organization provided $250,000 to fund the build for these business owners. While we are generally supportive of the permanent outdoor dining program, and we were prepared to give robust endorsement today, I am a bit concerned at the end run revocable clause that was introduced just recently. It is our opinion that the revocable consent was included as a rushed provision, and the legislation needs to be re-examined before moving forward. Without that re-examination, we feel like this legislation will disenfranchise many LMI neighborhoods and first-generation business owners. As I said, my testimony is very detailed in nature, so I would encourage folks to read it, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. The next speakers that I'm going to call are Jeffrey Garcia, Kathleen Riley, and Isabella Fitzgerald. So Jeffrey Garcia first.
Time starts now.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, Council Members Velasquez and Riley. I appreciate the time here. Obviously, my name is Jeffrey Garcia. I'm the former president of the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar and Lounge Association. So I worked closely with Councilmember Reynoso when this was introduced during the pandemic, and this was a very, very important lifeline for many of our Latino and minority restaurants in our neighborhoods. It continues to be. And it just feels that a lot of our members are, little by little, things are just keep taken away from them. The possibility of things keep taken away from them, like liquor to go, the way it has been, like the way this program may affect them. And these are all intricate parts of their daily business. They need this to be able to survive. Many of our restaurants, I think as we see only 35% of our restaurants, and even a smaller portion of those received RRF last year. So they didn't get the help necessary from the government to really be able to sustain themselves. And this was the only program, along with others, that really helped them get through this. So it is imperative that we allow this program to continue. One of the council members mentioned, lighting. The only light, the best light to really light up our corridors are open restaurants, not shuttered venues, not shuttered bodegas and restaurants, that really darken our streets. These open restaurants program give a lot of vibrancy to our neighborhoods and makes it safer for people to come out. So we understand that this will help keep our neighborhood safe. My other point that I wanted to make, my apologies here, was the noise. Well, you know what? The noise that can be mitigated. We can avoid the noise by limiting and the guidelines when they come out. We cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, speaker is Kathleen Riley.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kathleen Riley, and I'm the New York City Government Affairs Manager for the New York State Restaurant Association. And we believe that the recovery of New York City itself depends on supporting the recovery of the struggling restaurant industry. Restaurants really are continuing to struggle and therefore rely upon outdoor dining to drive additional revenue and protect jobs. And in addition, the reliance on outdoor dining has intensified due to the implementation of vaccine mandates, which made outdoor dining the only remaining sit-down option for unvaccinated locals and visitors, and the emergence of the Omicron variant. To put the need for a permanent, accessible restaurant outdoor dining program into clearer context, we want to share some information we gathered from a January 2022 survey. 74% of operators said their sales volume in 2021 was lower than 2019. 81% of operators say the restaurant's total costs as a percent of sales were higher in December 2021 than December 2020. And over the past few weeks, due to the Omicron variant, a number of different adverse actions had to be taken, where 55% of operators had to reduce hours of operation on days that they did stay open, 40% closed on days they would normally be open, 26% reduced seating capacity, and 7 changed to offering only off premises for a period of time. So with that kind of hurt and damage still so widely being felt by operators, it's critical to support our restaurants' recovery so we can support our city's recovery. Under the Open Restaurants program, businesses across all 5 boroughs have been able to participate in public life, provide safe public spaces to gather, and bring new life to the storefront space. That goes hand in hand with saying we recognize there's room for improved community relationships in certain neighborhoods. We are dedicating more resources towards sanitation and cleanup for trash and pest prevention. And we think it's beneficial to everyone to have cleaner streets. We also agree that there are reasonable noise parameters that we can come to that are sustainable for restaurants and residents alike. Again, the Open Restaurants program has been immensely popular, not just with operators, but with the public. And it's the #1 thing that people from outside the industry, thank you, have cited as a pandemic era change for the better. I have additional comments to provide in writing, but our #1 priority is that the program remain accessible, easy to use, and streamlined for our operators. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Isabella Fitzgerald.
Time starts now.
Do we have Isabella Fitzgerald? Can we move on to Matthew Shapiro?
Can you hear me now?
Ms.
Can you hear me now?
Fitzgerald? Ms. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Isabella Fitzgerald. I'm the restaurant and hospitality specialist with the New York City Small Business Resource Network and the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. Today, we're in support of outdoor roadway dining and sidewalk cafes under one agency with clear regulations. I work directly with some of the city's smallest restaurants and businesses, and the regulations have been unclear, and many inspectors and agencies less versed on the regulations of outdoor dining than the small restaurant owners themselves. These small business owners don't have spare time to be zoning experts. These are the ones that do not have in-house counsel, operations directors, or construction advisement. Outdoor dining has been an essential lifeline for these restaurants, but they need clear direction and guidelines that will satisfy city planning, accessibility, and community needs. We need owners and community alike to have clear regulations and a competent agency. Right now, we don't know who to call when they're not approved, who to call when there is planned roadway maintenance, when there is anything happening by the city. And if through this approval system, they have the contact information for these business owners, we're asking that that kind of planned city work is advised to the business owners in advance out of respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Shapiro, by Karina Kaufman Gutierrez.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Matthew Shapiro, and I'm the legal director of the Street Vendor Project at the Urban Justice Center. The Street Vendor Project is a membership-based organization of over 2,000, mostly immigrant street vendors who work in New York City's public spaces selling food and merchandise. We organize vendors to have their voices heard, as well as provide legal and small business assistance. We recognize that almost all small businesses have struggled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes the city's smallest businesses, street vendors, many of whom are still suffering due to the lower foot traffic that exists in many neighborhoods. SVP supports the proposal to make a permanent outdoor dining program by allowing use of the roadway, as well as the area directly adjacent to the restaurant on the sidewalk. However, it is critical that existing street vendor locations not be displaced due to restaurants' expansion into the public space. While restaurants have traditionally relied on private property for their business, street vendors who are granted a maximum of 10 feet of sidewalk space do not have any private space to rely on. While we know that street vendors and restaurants have existed alongside each other for more than a century, we have seen during the temporary outdoor dining program that public space can be shared. In the past, vendors have not had the same opportunities and legitimacy as brick and mortar businesses, and this legislation should make clear that restaurant expansion into the sidewalk space should not come at the expense of vendors' livelihoods. We recognize that restaurants have come to rely on the outdoor dining program and agree that it provides a strong public benefit. The presence of street activities such as outdoor dining and street vending make New York City a more livable metropolis. We look forward to working with the council to ensure that both restaurants and vendors can thrive in the city's recovery. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'll be submitting more detailed written testimony to the council. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina Kaufman-Gutierrez, and to be followed by Eric McClure and Susan Stetzer.
Time starts now.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today about the Open Restaurants Program. My name is Karina Kaufman-Gutierrez, and along with Matthew Shapiro, I work with the Street Vendor Project. And as Matt mentioned, we are a membership-based organization of over 2,500 street vendors working across the 5 boroughs, selling both food and merchandise. Members of our organization are in favor of permanent open dining program and support our public streets in general to be utilized in a way that is serving all New Yorkers. Restaurants and vendors have existed alongside one another for centuries, complementing one another in activating public space, drawing increased economic activity in commercial corridors, and benefiting brick and mortars and vendors alike. And we're very excited by the interest in City Council to reimagine our public space. However, a permanent program must include design guidelines that ensure on-street dining is part of a cohesive streetscape, inclusive of all small businesses, and ensure that no unintentional harm is done to our city's smallest businesses. And so we're excited to work with City Council to develop an inclusive permanent open restaurants plan that allows for both vendors and brick and mortars to continue working and contributing to our city. Unfortunately, over time, though street vendors and restaurants have existed alongside one another, we have seen that historically vendors have not been treated with the same legitimacy. In fact, have been criminalized for their work to feed our city for being even inches out of place of city regulations, without the opportunity to either fix their situation or for those who do not have permits or licenses to enter into the regulatory system. And so we're here today in support again of the Open Restaurants Program and for the opportunity to work together to ensure that both brick and mortars, storefronts, and restaurants and street vendors can support
our.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eric McClure.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley, for the opportunity to testify today. Chair Velasquez, very nice to see you in this capacity. My name is Eric McClure. I am the Executive Director of Streets PAC, and I wanted to say something that's been acknowledged many times over is that the New York City's Open Restaurants Program is responsible for having saved hundreds, if not thousands, of the city's restaurants and tens of thousands of the attendant restaurant jobs connected to those restaurants, and has proved overwhelmingly popular with diners who have voted convincingly with their cash and credit cards to make the program permanent. That isn't to say that the program is perfect, nor that some of the criticism of the program isn't valid. There are legitimate concerns about noise on blocks that mix commercial activity with residences. Many outdoor dining structures are flimsy or sited haphazardly, and more than a few pose a hazard to safe cycling. But these are fixable flaws. Ideally, as a long-term goal, the city should expand the width of sidewalks in places in which outdoor dining has proved popular, allowing for expanded cafe space immediately adjacent to the storefronts of participating restaurants. In places where that's not possible, restaurants should pay a fee for using street space, or the city should create communal spaces open to anyone along the lines of the Street Seats program. In the shorter term, however, there are a number of things we can and should do to improve the Open Restaurants Program. These include shifting more from fully built structures to movable tables, chairs, and umbrellas, like those in the Meatpacking District or in Bryant Park. Situating seating immediately adjacent to the curb with physically protected accommodations where possible for existing curbside bike lanes rerouted between restaurant setups and motor vehicle lanes. Imposing strict design guidelines that limit the heights of restaurant structures to allow for better visibility and to ensure that sidewalks are fully and easily passable. Establishing well-enforced rules regulating hours of operation and noise levels to control negative effects in places with adjacent residences. And reducing speed limits on smaller streets with curbside dining and implementing physical safety barriers on larger streets and avenues where speed limit reductions are impractical. A group of more than 36 elected officials, including Speaker Adams and Council members Ayala, Brannon, and Rivera, wrote to then Mayor de Blasio in September of 2020, asking for such measures which have yet to be implemented. Finally, we must view the open restaurants program in the larger context of how the city manages curb space. Open restaurants, open streets, and other pandemic-era efforts to increase access to street space have demonstrated the public's overwhelming interest in allowing curbside uses beyond the storage of private cars. The curb has tremendous value and should be managed in a way that reflects that. To that end, we urge the creation of an Office of Public Space Management or the public realm to oversee such efforts. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Stetzer.
Time starts now.
Okay, I am Susan Stetzer, District Manager for Community Board 3 Manhattan, which covers East Village, Lower East Side, and Chinatown. We have the second highest density of restaurants and bars of the 59 boards, 674 eating, drinking locations, 191 of them non-conforming on residential side streets. And I would like everyone to note that currently there are no, under the pre-COVID regulations, there are no sidewalk cafes allowed there, so there are no 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock hours. Regulations that may work for communities with commercial strips will not work in CB3. The text amendment would have a disproportionate and inequitable impact on our residents. Residential street after street are rows of sheds that block the light, change the streetscape to dark canyons. Worst is the noise. We have been a nightlife destination area for years and coexisted by keeping the noise inside the businesses. Zoning protections prohibited outdoor backyard or sidewalk use, and we stipulated best practices from the hospitality industry with doors and windows closed at 10. Now this has all been turned inside out. We have drunk people under our bedroom windows. 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock is not acceptable for people that need to get up in the morning and go to work and put their children to bed. The number of commercial noise complaints on the street for fiscal year 21 was 6,165 for our community, an increase of 169% from pre-COVID. This does not include commercial noise from inside the businesses. Community boards were created to give residents a voice in planning for their communities. They know their needs. To not have community boards have a role in approving roadbed dining, the use of our public space is against all land use practices of New York City.
Time expired.
We invite the City Council, DOT, and the Hospitality Alliance to do a walkthrough in our community with us. Thank you.
I see that Councilmember Yeager has his hand up. Do you have a question, Councilmember?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for the District Manager Stetzer. Thank you very much for coming out today to speak. Have you noticed, we heard from the Commissioner from the department before that they do regulatory checks and to make sure that these shantytown shacks are being used properly and as they are supposed to. Have you noticed any of them go away, or do they just show up and they're there? If the council can unmute the.
Thank you. So this is something we deal with almost daily. They give the owners cease and desist letters. The owners do nothing. They give them more cease and desist letters. They do nothing. This goes on month after month after month. No, they do not disappear. I had one 2-story shack that disappeared quickly. So it shows they can do it. The others do not.
And to your knowledge, was the one that disappeared something that the owner took away, or did the department actually come and remove it?
The department came and made the owner remove it. The
owner removed it. So to your, you don't know of any time when the Department of Transportation actually took away a non-compliant, obnoxious shantytown shack from your neighborhood?
I don't know, which doesn't mean they haven't, but I'm not aware of it.
It probably means they haven't. You've been a district manager for a while. I suspect you know your neighborhood.
15 years, 16 years. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers will be Samir Lavinia, Janine Keeley, and Carter Booth. So Samir Lavinia.
Time starts now.
Hi, hopefully you can see and hear me. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Community Board 5 Open Restaurants Task Force, which is a group that we got together to basically figure out like what our official stance is on this whole situation. And a lot of concerns have been brought up by the council members around, pedestrian flow, structure, sanitation, enforcement, noise, etc. So I won't dig too much into those again because they've already been heard. I'll just go through some of the more specific points. So CB5 in Manhattan is, a very heavily foot trafficked neighborhood, and 8 feet of cleared path is sometimes not even enough for some of the higher traffic areas. So I'm glad to hear that there is a proposal for certain exemptions for a 12-foot clear path. I think that'll help a lot. Maybe we might need even wider, but it's something. And one thing that was raised in our own discussions was to make sure that when we look at the cleared path, to make sure that we include when it's occupied, not just when the chairs are tucked in, because that does make a difference. It can take up to an additional foot if people are actually sitting in the area, and 6 feet or 7 feet to 8 feet is not an insubstantial loss of space. The other big issue that I wanted to raise was the notice periods. We feel that the notice periods are quite short. I read through the paperwork, and I believe it's like 15 days. And then the community board can hold a hearing if they want, but they don't have to. That seems quite short, especially because when all these applications initially come through, they're going to be, every single area is going to be reapplying, and it's going to be quite a heavy lift for the community boards to look at them and give proper feedback. And yeah, we have one other person who hopefully will be able to speak, and he can speak to our more general philosophy, but those are the 2 main points I just wanted to highlight with my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janine Keeley.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Janine Kiley, Chair of Manhattan Community Board 2, and home to more than 1,000 open restaurants, the most in New York City. We understand the temporary program has provided a lifeline to our local restaurants, but I want to highlight 3 concerns and 3 recommendations. Our main concerns are the permanent open restaurants benefits one industry, there's been failed enforcement, and one size does not fit all. We agree with Commissioner Rodriguez. Let's reimagine how we use our streets, but the permanent open restaurant program only benefits one industry, albeit a powerful one. The city is not considering alternative uses of these public spaces for green space, protected bike lanes, pedestrians, nor schools. Kids would love a basketball hoop in front of their building, or perhaps a parklet with 0 cost of entry instead of an expensive coffee, cocktail, or meal. There's been failed enforcement, 4,292 warnings, 22 fines, 40 removals. In CB2, one operator received 15 cease and desist orders, but is still operating. In baseball, it's 3 strikes and you're out. Not New York City with open restaurants. The city has a terrible track record enforcing concerns about noise, trash, rats, safety, ADA accessibility, and density of open restaurants in residential neighborhoods. And finally, one size does not fit all. CB2 has seen a nearly 500% increase in open restaurants from 217 pre-COVID to more than 1,000 today. So our 3 recommendations are: 1, include Councilmember Christopher Marte in Council District 1 and Councilmember Eric Botcher in Council District 2 in City Council negotiations and discussions. They lead the Manhattan delegation that accounts for 50% of all open restaurants and represent the top 2 council districts, which together have 20% of New York City's open restaurants. 2, expand community board review to 45 days to accommodate our monthly schedules. And 3, limit expansion of roadway cafes in residential districts and on narrow streets. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine. The next speaker is Carter Booth.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Carter Booth. I'm the previous chair of Manhattan Community Board 2. We speak with some authority on outdoor dining. As you heard, we have the most of all CBs, both pre-pandemic and now, 217 before and over 1,000 today, more than all of Manhattan pre-pandemic. There's no question that the outer boroughs were woefully underrepresented in outdoor dining pre-pandemic, but let's be real. CB2 has been overburdened with impacts of the temporary program, and it's not sustainable. A survey last year and part of our board found 93% of restaurants were not following the rules. Almost all are breaking the rules, not some, and DOT is not equipped to handle all the complaints. One size fits all approach doesn't work. The permanent rules need to work on their face for each community, be balanced and clear, and not require extensive enforcement. That's a problem that needs to be resolved in the permanent program. The important part. I encourage you first and foremost to include Council Members Botcher and Marte in all discussions. They represent more than 20% of all current sidewalk cafes, almost 2,500 in the city in the temporary program. Second, community boards need more than 30-day review. It's just not enough time to properly notify the public, hold a hearing, and have the full board vote on a rolling basis. We need 45 days. We know because we have the most sidewalk cafe applications of any CB pre-COVID. Take our advice on that. Third, we have far too many narrow streets which clearly should not have roadbed dining because it's not safe and have significant quality of life impacts. Fourth, non-conforming restaurants should not be on the same level with conforming restaurants because they are non-conforming in residential districts. And last, the closing hours should be reduced and the enclosure requirements in residential districts maintained. Let's meet the moment and make this program work for all of us. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carter. So the next few speakers are Valerie De La Rosa, Josephine Beckman, and Victoria Fariello, and Barbara Blair. So the first one is Valerie De La Rosa.
Hi. Talk now.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Velasquez, Chair Riley, and council members. My name is Valerie De La Rosa, and I'm the second vice chair of Manhattan Community Board 2, and I lead the board's Economic Development and Small Business Committee, and I'm an author of the board's 45-page resolution on the open restaurant zoning text amendment. Undoubtedly, the temporary open restaurants program has been a lifeline for the restaurant industry over the last 19 months. And before the pandemic, Manhattan Community Board 2 had more sidewalk cafes in the entire borough of Brooklyn. We love sidewalk cafes in CB2, and the existing zoning text that is being proposed for removal actually protected and balanced the needs of both businesses and residents in our neighborhoods. I urge you to consider 4 things today. 1, limit the geographic expansion to sidewalk cafes only by eliminating roadway cafes in residential zones. And if you elect not to do this, ensure that council districts with high density of open restaurants have an opportunity for community board review of roadway cafes, not just notification. 2, limit the geographic expansion of roadway cafes to wide streets only, not on narrow streets. 3, extend the community board review period from the proposed 30 days to 45 days for both sidewalk and roadway cafes. 4, empower the council members that have the highest density of open restaurants in their district to have a voice equal to the impact that this program has had and will continue to have on their council districts. And I'm speaking specifically about Councilmember Botcher and Councilmember Marte, who have the 2 highest number of open restaurants locations you can see behind me. The decision that this joint committee hearing will make will have the most impact on these 2 council districts. Commissioner Rodriguez talked about this as an opportunity to meet the moment. Subcommittee and committee members, that is exactly what I'm asking you to do today. Thank you, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Valerie. The next speaker is Josephine Beckman.
Time starts now.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Josephine Beckman, and I am the District Manager of Community Board 10, representing the neighborhoods of Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, and Fort Hamilton, Brooklyn. I'd ask that you please read my full testimony as I will go through some highlights given our time limitation. Community Board 10 members voted overwhelmingly in opposition to the proposed citywide open restaurant text amendment during its lengthy review in September of 21. However, CB10 board members enthusiastically supported the emergency open restaurant program and extension through 22, agreeing that it was a much needed lifeline to the restaurant industry. This permanent program is moving forward at a record pace, we feel, without careful planning and robust public review. In fact, in testimony today, the Department of Transportation has mentioned it has not included community boards in its interagency discussions, especially those community boards that have large impacts. It is very important that all city council members review the legislative history of the zoning text and reasons why communities are concerned about removal of portions of the text. After all, this is public land and being applied for commercial and private use. It has citywide implications, as mentioned by my colleagues in Community Board 2. Those geographic restrictions were put into place for a reason. The greatest objections are with the curbside dining sheds. The omittance of DOB from review of street structures, which the city wants to be removable, yet strong enough to withstand natural occurrences and other hazards, including vehicular impacts, all point to significant risk and likely disaster. Some dining sheds in Community Board 10 are small buildings with electric, heat, windows, and locking doors. Some create street hazards. Pedestrians have complained about hampered visibility at corners caused by cars, trucks, double parking, and blocked crosswalks. We too have seen an increase of 500% in noise complaints. The temporary program did little to address or provide enforcement against bad actors. CB 10 Brooklyn has nearly 200 outdoor dining permits. Half of that include both sidewalk and roadway. Thank you for your consideration. I have submitted my full testimony for your review. Thank you.
Thanks, Josephine. And I see that Councilmember Yeager has the sound up.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good to see you, District Manager. I just wanted to ask you the same question I asked the District Manager from Manhattan. Have you ever seen the DOT remove one of these shantytown shacks that were non-compliant, illegal, a nuisance, empty, unused, or anything of the like?
We had one, council member.
Did the DOT, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't cut you off. Did DOT actually come and remove it?
Yes.
Okay. How many have you asked or complained about during this time?
Dozens, perhaps, dozens.
Okay. So out of dozens, you have one success story?
Right. I'll give you an example. We had one that was falling down. Residents were complaining. We submitted it to DOT. After 6 months, we received a response back saying that it did not even have a permit and that they notified the owner they should apply for a permit.
All right. I have one additional question, if I may. I assume during your time as district manager, from time to time, you've had the opportunity to ask DOT to install a speed bump in somewhere in your neighborhood.
Yes.
How long does it take for them to come and install a speed bump in your neighborhood after you request it?
2 to 3 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. The next speaker will be, hold on, let me make sure it is the right speaker after Josephine. Victoria Fariello.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Chair Velazquez and Chair Riley and City Council members. My name is Victoria Fariello and I'm a district leader in Lower Manhattan. While open restaurants has been necessary and has saved many restaurants, as we emerge from COVID crisis, we need to be thoughtful about how we move forward with this program. When the city decided to make open restaurants permanent, the first consideration should have included the people who live in the communities with open restaurants, the people who have a daily experience of living with open restaurants on their sidewalks and in their streets. I respectfully ask that the DOT conduct an independent and open and transparent environment impact study that includes all the stakeholders, particularly the residents and the small business owners that are affected by the open restaurants program. I also asked that DOT disregard the survey that was woefully inadequate and not at all representative of the communities. I asked the City Council and DOT to truly engage our residents, to meet with them and listen to their concerns before proceeding with such a drastic change to our laws. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Barbara Blair.
Starting time.
Do we have Barbara? If not, we can move on to.
Hello?
Barbara, yeah, we can hear you.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Hello, Chairs Velazquez and Riley. My name is Barbara Blair. I'm the president of the Garment District Alliance, a bid in West Midtown Manhattan. We support the proposed legislation with the following strong caveats. Neighborhoods in New York City differ dramatically in character, density, activity, and mobility. We recommend that DOT strongly consider traffic counts, pedestrian counts, and the interests of all stakeholders that use the sidewalks and curbside roadway spaces. The Garment District has bike lanes, intercity buses, MTA bus stops, commercial loading zones, commercial parking, vending. Our sidewalks are so congested with pedestrians that multiple projects have been initiated to expand the sidewalk on 7th and 8th Avenues into a lane of roadway. Prior to approving any new DOT sites, they must have enforceable design criteria. There are restaurants on our streets that are in deplorable condition and visually repellent. We need to include in the design criteria strong sides on 3 sides so that we can eliminate the plastic barriers that DOT has out there now that makes the entire city look like a construction site. DOT must be responsible for removing open restaurants that are in violation after 30 days of notice. We have open restaurants that have received violations and even cease and desist letters going back a year. The owner will not remove it. It is DOT's responsibility. The legislation states that the commissioner of DOT shall remove out of compliance open restaurants, or the NYPD shall. This causes confusion and ping-ponging back and forth between agencies. All enforcement for legislation should reside with one agency to assure one-stop shopping, responsibility, and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. The next set of speakers will be Sarah Lynn, Jackson Chabot, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, Garrett Ford, Malin Mehta, and Ryan Pukos. So the next speaker is Sarah Lynn.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley. My name is Sarah Lind, and I'm the Director of Policy at Open Plans. Outdoor dining is incredibly popular, as demonstrated by the always bustling streeteries and very supportive survey results. Some people claim that the outdoor eateries create chaos at the curb, but the fact is our curbside space has been chaotic for years due to the city's failure to take an active role in organizing and managing this critical public space. In fact, outdoor dining is a great addition to a vibrant street life in New York City, but it must be properly managed. This is why we propose several improvements to be made to the permanent program, some of which will be outlined by my colleague next. I'm going to talk about design and safety. Our vision for the future of open restaurants is simple: design guidelines that ensure on-street dining is part of a cohesive streetscape that is vibrant and well-ordered. Rather than permanent structures, we envision movable tables and chairs with umbrellas or other overhangs. If flooring exists, it must be easily movable for street cleaning and maintenance. Standards should provide guidance for design while still allowing room for creativity. Safety is critical as well. The conflict at the curb between restaurants and bike lanes must be addressed. Seating should be directly at the curb or on widened sidewalks, with physically protected bike lanes outside of the seating area. This protects riders, patrons, and restaurant staff. Any enclosed walls should be no higher than 30 inches to avoid hindering visibility. Similarly, seating or other obstructions must not be allowed in daylighting zones, the spaces immediately adjacent to crosswalks at intersections, to avoid limiting visibility and pedestrian safety. Outdoor dining has revealed what we've known all along. The curb is incredibly valuable public space, and there are numerous better uses for it than the free long-term storage of private vehicles. I support outdoor dining and encourage this council and administration to make it permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. The next speaker will be Jackson Chabot.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hosting this meeting. My name is Jackson Chabot, and I'm the Director of Public Space Advocacy at Open Plans. I'm also a Brooklyn resident who lives above 2 restaurants participating in the Open Restaurants program. I'm here today and I unequivocally support the permanent Open Restaurants program, and I would like to highlight 3 recommendations to build upon the program. First, as many of the council members stated earlier, they've got concerns with enforcement. We envision consistent and transparent enforcement of updated siting and design regulations will be paramount to ensure outdoor eating spaces and the spaces around them are safe and accessible. We recommend the updated enforcement process is corrective rather than punitive because the restaurant industry is still recovering. We want safe environments and the ability for businesses to thrive. Second, as many council members have also talked about today, for fees, we envision curbside space is valuable and should be priced as such. We recommend comprehensively pricing the curb for restaurants, vehicles, and other uses. The fees collected from all of these can be used to manage and care for the public realm and provide resources to the agencies that need to verify restaurants are following the guidelines, as council members have asked about earlier today as well. We hope that, as Streets Pack and Eric McClure outlined earlier, that many of the structures do not impede sightlines and otherwise do not inhibit walkers and cyclists, making them unsafe. Finally, from a management perspective, we know that our open restaurants are a great addition to vibrant street life in New York City. However, the open restaurants program must be managed as part of the public realm ecosystem rather than in a silo. The entire curbside and street space needs to be holistically and managed effectively. We support widening sidewalks, widening lanes dedicated to micromobility devices like electric scooters, and expanding loading zones, and more.
Time expired.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jackson. The next speaker will be Garrett Ford.
Starting time.
Hi there. Thank you, chairs, and thank you for a very informative morning and afternoon. I've learned a lot. I'm in because I work at a bar in the East Village, and this program has saved my livelihood. It has saved everyone that works there. I keep hearing this narrative about 100,000 jobs saved, which I find completely believable. And it's also addressed one problem that we've had of underemployment. So by expanding to the roadside and the sidewalk, I've been able to give additional hours to people that benefits their livelihood, their family. And speaking from someone on the business side of it, I know that there are a lot more of us good actors that with enough knowledge, we would be happy and thrilled to make any investment necessary. And these are jobs that are held by artists and people that improve the cultural landscape of New York City. So I think the benefits far outweigh the negatives that we would all mitigate with its good faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. The next speaker is Mullen Mehta.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Mullen Mehta, and I'm New York Director at Regional Plan Association. RPA is a nearly 100-year-old nonprofit research, planning, and advocacy organization and a member of the Alfresco NYC Coalition. Thank you to the chairs and everyone else for considering the zoning text amendment and legislation to develop a permanent open restaurants program. The program has provided so many benefits to our city, and we strongly support the zoning text amendment. It helped save 100,000 jobs in one of the worst times in New York City history, and over 12,000 restaurants have engaged. Crucially, the streamlined process for approval and lack of fees meant more neighborhoods were able to have outdoor dining experiences, something that was previously reserved for well-resourced and expensive restaurants. In fact, as we've heard before, nearly half of the current outdoor dining permits are outside of Manhattan. The program also showed us that we can repurpose our streets in a way that benefits local residents, businesses, and supports the vibrancy of the city. This has come at a very small cost. Less than 1% of street parking has been replaced. Many businesses go above and beyond simply serving their customers with structures that show the creativity, passion, and inclusivity of restaurant owners. Well-designed establishments help to expand the number of accessible options to people with disabilities. Businesses also provide seating for their neighbors, community events to connect local artists and residents, and share knowledge and support other struggling entrepreneurs. We know that challenges continue to persist, and the city is looking at improving sanitation, enforcement, design, and general street management. We think these issues can be overcome with more robust design and program guidelines, and we'll be releasing our own suggestions to help. The permanent program must make sure that the new guidelines do not dismiss entire neighborhoods, either due to a blanket approach that fails to look at atypical streets or onerous approval processes that only well-resourced businesses can handle. A smart rulemaking process will create a program that is responsive to community needs and is equitable, affordable, and streamlined. We hope you'll consider these issues in amending the program legislation. Termination of the program would be a tragic step backwards for the recovery of the city's service economy and designing our streets for equity and sustainability. Don't let outdoor dining go back to being an exclusive perk for the wealthy. Let's work together to make sure all New Yorkers have the opportunity to enjoy the community benefits of this program, and we're here ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mullen. And the last speaker on this panel is Ryan Pukos.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, chairs and council members. My name is Ryan Pukos with the Grand Central Partnership. The Grand Central Partnership is a business improvement district serving a 70 square block area in Midtown East surrounding Grand Central Terminal, which is home to about 300 food and beverage establishments. We support making the open restaurants program permanent because of the critical role it has played in our neighborhood's recovery during the pandemic. In Midtown East, food and beverage businesses have traditionally made up the largest share, nearly 50% of our street level business landscape. Yet the sector has also been the slowest to recover. About 70% of the street level businesses that remain temporarily closed in our bid are in the food and beverage sector. The open restaurants program has been a lifeline for our area's restaurants, bars, and lounges. According to data from DOT, approximately 150 establishments in our district have registered for the program, and many of the same establishments have made substantial investments in creating unique, inviting outdoor spaces that contribute to the vibrancy of our neighborhood. Despite its successes, the open restaurants program has not been without its challenges. For example, many businesses have had to shoulder burdensome costs in order to comply with the city's changing rules, such as the requirement to install temporary barriers. Also, the lack of consistent design standards has, in some cases, invited underinvestment in some of the outdoor structures, leading to safety issues. While we, like our bid colleagues, have concerns about the legislation before you, we nevertheless urge the council to make the program permanent, and we look forward to participating in future discussions to shape design standards and operational guidelines to ensure that the program is a net benefit for businesses and the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Before we call on the next panel, we're going to do a quick changeover of committee council. But before I do that, I just want to remind those of you waiting to testify that you can submit your testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And now Arthur Ha will continue for a little bit as committee counsel and call the next panel. Arthur, are you ready?
Thank you, Angelina. The next group of speakers will include Alana Ehrenberg, Alexandria Sika, Shannon Phipps, Catherine Quinn, and Elizabeth Sabo. We'll hear first from Alana Ehrenberg.
Starting time.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alana Ehrenberg, and I'm the Senior Policy Manager at Design Trust for Public Space. Design Trust for Public Space is a 27-year-old nonprofit dedicated to enlivening New York City's shared civic spaces to create a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable city. This past year, the Design Trust has been working with Regional Plan Association and Tri-State Transportation Campaign through the Alfresco NYC Coalition. Specifically, we have been working to ensure that open restaurants and the open streets programs are accessible to all New Yorkers, beneficial for the local communities, and sustainable in the long term. Alfresco NYC supports the zoning text amendment as a necessary step for removing barriers to outdoor dining in neighborhoods with unique typologies previously excluded from participating in the Sidewalk Cafe program. However, we're concerned that this proposed legislation will replicate an onerous permitting process from the previous program, which will limit participation. The self-certification process in the emergency program allowed greater equity throughout the city for outdoor dining, a lifeline to businesses who were struggling at the time. The flexibility of this process is one we hope we will continue to be used in more programs requiring complicated permit processes to access public space. With all the ups and downs of the current program, community leaders and small business owners have emphasized how vital outdoor dining has been to survival and its ability to enliven New York streets and celebrate local identity. However, we also recognize that the permanent outdoor dining program needs specific regulations enforced to address quality of life issues mentioned here today, sliding scale fees, and clearer guidelines to ensure accessibility and spatial equity. 26% of our public space is in the right of way, and we have an opportunity to reimagine how that space can benefit more than just cars or restaurants. We see this as a possibility to containerize trash off our sidewalks, provide communal seating, support local business, activate commercial corridors, and help communities thrive. This is a first step that will allow us to advocate for a holistic approach to street design, one which integrates the needs for all New Yorkers. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to submitting my full written testimony.
The next speaker will be Alexandria Sika, followed by Shannon Phipps. Alexandria Sika.
Starting time.
Hello, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the New York City Business Improvement District Association. We represent all 72 bids who, as you know, sprung to action amidst the pandemic to help implement this very important open restaurants program and to help all of our more than 100,000 small businesses really hopefully take advantage of this program. We are speaking in support of the text amendment and want to emphasize that we know that the devil is in the details and that rulemaking is going to be very, very important here. We, are tasked with managing a lot on the streets and want to make sure that the business improvement districts will have a very significant seat at the table when those rules are being made. Unfortunately, the pre-considered legislation on the table does fall short, and we're urging the council to collaborate with bids and others to develop the new regulatory framework. The slow revocable consent process is a major concern. And, we are happy to help. We're going to submit detailed testimony and really want to see this program succeed, but also to be accessible by our small businesses and done in a thoughtful way. Thank you.
Shannon Phipps will be the next speaker, followed by Catherine Quinn. Shannon Phipps.
Starting time.
Hi, I'm not surprised that Antonio Reynoso is working with Jerry on passing the temporary open restaurants and turning it into a permanent open restaurants, because he's failed to speak with residents and represent constituents across the board. I live in Williamsburg and Greenpoint, and we are inundated with these sites that are a blight to our community. We have a lepto outbreak due to all the rats. We have trash, we have standing water. They've become sites for the homeless to live in, places to shoot up and do drugs. As a mother, the sidewalks have been compounded with pedestrian traffic being blocked. It was already an issue. It's now even more of an issue. The noise cannot be mitigated. You will not be able to legislate that with the zoning text amendment being overturned or with the accompanying bill, which is outrageous because you guys are taking away 45 days for a community board to review, and you're shortening the community board review time. Not all community boards are equal. Some of them are very under-resourced and understaffed. And this is clearly an aggressive act by the government, the city agency of DOT, to take over our community boards and our communities. Each block of New York City across all 5 boroughs are different, and that should be acknowledged. Also, the DCP's disingenuous map that says that there is a difference between residential areas and non-residential areas. Let me tell you something. Every square inch of New York City is a residential area. And who are you to tell me that I can't sleep at night, that my family doesn't deserve to have peace and quiet and enjoyment of our home? We all work hard to pay our rent, to pay our mortgages, and it's the people that are being left out of all of this. You're hearing from lobbyists that are paid to say 100,000 jobs. I challenge you to show me, what's the 100,000 jobs? I want to see the data behind that, because you all seem to think that's a real number. It's a fake number. It's a nice round magic number, and it's fake.
Thank you.
Time expired.
Speaker will be Catherine Quinn, to be followed by Elizabeth Sabo, to be followed by Aurelia Savaro. Catherine Quinn.
Starting time.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. First, I want to clarify some information that was given earlier about the amendment to the zoning, the addition to the zoning it deals with the enclosure of buildings. It was mentioned that there were some districts that were involved. The language of having to deal with commercial overlay districts and residential districts
residential districts that are the home to, we understand, something like 3,000 non-conforming restaurants. As referred out by City Planning Commission, if City Council were to vote for this, these two sections would become effective immediately. They require every other business in commercial overlays and residential districts to have totally enclosed buildings, except, I'm reading now, except for storefronts or store windows associated with eating and drinking establishments, which may be opened to serve customers outside the building. Those provisions would go into effect immediately. Secondly, I want to point out to the council that I believe that the review of these proposed changes are premature. There is currently an outstanding Article 78 where 22 petitioners from all over the city have pointed out that DOT has not complied with the requirements of SECRA and other environmental requirements, in that they have not done a competent and complete environmental impact statement. This Article 78 has survived the attempt by the City of New York to dismiss it. A New York State Supreme Court judge has—
Time expired.
The next speaker will be Elizabeth Sabo, to be followed by Aurelia Tavares. Elizabeth Sabo.
Starting time.
Thank you to the chairs and the agency reps for this hearing and the opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Sabo, and I'm a member of the West 10th Street and the, okay, am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you,
Elizabeth.
Now you're muted. If you see a request, there you go.
Messages that I'm muted from Zoom. Anyway, I really appreciate all the council members, and especially my CB2 Manhattan reps, for their comments about the residential needs, about compliance, enforcement, and most certainly that one size does not fit all here. I share these concerns. But I have additional concerns, and please bear with me, about the very premise of this program and what's been repeated over and over here and throughout, such as that this program has been a resounding success, and that more outdoor cafes are actually better for the city. According to who? That advocates for the program keep repeating these statements does not make it true. I think that if we were to do an actual comprehensive verifiable poll, which truly has not been done, most residents would not prioritize the wishes of the restaurant industry. Most residents can't even afford eating out in restaurants. Most residents don't even have affordable housing or a living wage. As you almost know, the recently raised minimum wage yields just $2,600 per month. These people are not celebrating the expansion and revamping of the Sidewalk cafe program. I ask the council, please put a pause on this rushed process. You're attempting to make very dramatic changes to the landscape of our city and to the quality of life for our residents. Complete, please, a full environmental impact study before you make these sweeping changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Aurelia Tavares.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Aurelia Tavares. I'm the president of the New York State Latino Restaurant, Bar, and Lounge Association, which represents the interests of hundreds of minority and immigrant-owned restaurants and nightlife establishments throughout New York City. First of all, I want to thank you, Chair Velasquez, Chair Salamanca, and the rest of the committee members for the opportunity to testify. Particularly, thank you, Borough President Antonio Reynoso and Commissioner Idani Rodriguez. We agree with Councilmember Brooks Powers regarding the inclusivity of community groups representing minority-owned businesses, including ours, the New York State Latino Restaurant, Bar, and Lounge Association, in the discussions of these types of outdoor dining or any restaurant conversations. We hope that we're brought to the table going forward. I'm here today to testify in support of the sidewalk cafes and roadway cafes, otherwise known as open restaurants. To understand the depth of this issue, I think it's important to conceptualize the industry and explain the state of the industry at this point in time. New York City is the culinary capital of the world, and we're hurting. Restaurants are the integral fabric of our neighborhoods. The very foundation is in jeopardy. We lost thousands of restaurants due to the pandemic. And if you think you have rats, wait till you have more crime and more chaos in the city, because we need these jobs. 53% of the workers are of Latino minority descendancy. We need these jobs to keep our industry alive. According to the study released by the New York City Controller, restaurants employ 30% fewer workers than they did before the pandemic. 35% of the restaurants applied for RRF and didn't receive funding. Most of them are my restaurants in low-income communities. It's time to step it up, guys. But this outdoor dining initiative is going to change the face of the city. We're in the neighborhood of France, of Paris, of other nations that have these outdoor dining establishments and they've helped maintain their communities. I ask you that we support this wholeheartedly. The Latino Restaurant Association hopes that we are considered in the future, and we want to see this New York City bring back restaurants.
Thank you. The next set of speakers will include Susie Schropp, Amy Robinson, Michelle Campo, Valentina Jones, Martha Danziger, and Zella Jones. First, we'll hear from Susie Schropp and then Amy Robinson.
Hi, everybody. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Susie Schropp. I'm speaking on behalf of the 8 St. Mark's Tenants Association and St. Mark's Block Association between 2nd and 3rd Avenue. We're in favor of helping restaurants recover, and the community is all in support of the restaurant business recovery. Continuing the temporary program will do just that. Making this program permanent with so little planning details is a terrible proposal. The program has failed with regards to enforcement and an unbalanced economic advantage for one industry, which unanimously has come out in support. For residents, it has been a literal nightmare. It has greatly reduced the quality of life for New Yorkers, including a quiet nighttime enjoyment of their dwelling. We hear promises of enforcement, but it has been greatly lacking and partially non-existent even before COVID. I appreciate visionary thinking and believe the time is right for a major overhaul, but this program has some of the most is one of the most terrible planning examples. This program is not visionary thinking. While I appreciate the well-intended offers of listening to feedback, the community has been unheard for years. I'm in CB3. Even before COVID, enforcement was lacking. Just talk to residents in Hell Square who only have a 2 to 4 hour window of nighttime peace. My block between St. Mark's and 2nd and 3rd Avenue is lined with 50 eating and drinking establishments. The street is now looking like a shanty town. The M8 bus rerouted on weekends because we have a closed block. Since the trial program was launched, our block has seen an increase in already terrible rat infestation, noise pollution until the early morning hours, unsafe condition and increased crime, sidewalk and street congestions, sidewalks as narrow as 3 feet in front of V-Spot on 12 St. Mark's Place, for example. Unlicensed weed stands and permanently parked wheat truck on the corner.
I'm expired.
Okay. I see the program benefits landlords.
The next speaker will be Amy Robinson, to be followed by Michelle Campo. Amy Robinson.
Time starts now.
Amy Robinson, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the unmute request.
Hi, my name is Amy Robinson. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I've lived in New York City since I was 18 years old. I love New York City. I lived here through the 70s, which were really tough times. I've lived here through 9/11. I've lived here through Hurricane Sandy, and I stayed the whole time during the pandemic. I love restaurants. I love to go out to eat, but the sheds are a blight on our city. Listening today, I realize that this proposal is premature. Studies have to be done more, the people of New York have to be involved in this. I do not believe that these sheds and the sheds and DOT should be in charge of our lives. They're a health hazard, they're a safety hazard, and they're a blight on the look of our city. I live on the Lower East Side. Thank you, Susan Stetzer. This is becoming a very vibrant restaurant area. We have many good operators, but we have a lot of really terrible actors. It's almost impossible to live here comfortably now. I've sent in my written testimony. I thank you for listening to me. I do not believe that people and tourists come here to see a shanty town. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Michelle Campo, followed by Valentina Jones.
Time starts now.
Can you unmute me? Am I muted?
We can hear you.
You can hear me. Good, I'm glad. Good afternoon. Thank you for the committee. I just want to say something about, it seems a little arbitrary, the actual cutoff time for certain people and not for others. So, you know, that's a little concern. I'm a native New Yorker. I was born here and I continue to live here. I love New York. The Hospitality and Restaurants Association have not included restaurants as stakeholders in this process. Residents are rarely mentioned. We support the open restaurant program during the emergency and as a temporary policy to help bars and restaurants during the pandemic lockdown. We were also involved in that. Shuttered restaurants and bars needed help. We needed to and wanted to help. This has not been a resounding success, as has been mentioned by several people. And I don't know also where the $100,000 figure came out of thin air, or its term of lost employees. This has not been a resounding success, but rather a chaotic, filthy, noisy mess. How can hours be regulated when the input of the community boards will be restricted? I speak in opposition to the two actions being considered by the City Council that would make the temporary pandemic emergency outdoor dining program permanent. That means forever. T 2022-0092, the zoning tax amendment that will change the New York City zoning resolution to make the open restaurants program permanent. 2, T 2022-0088, that would repeal Department of Consumer and Worker Protection Sidewalk Cafe licensing provisions in Title 20 of the Administration Code. These two pieces of legislation.
Expired.
Excuse me, I can continue.
Thank you. No, thank you. Sorry, ma'am.
Excuse me.
The next speaker will be Valentina Jones, followed by Martha Danziger, and then Zella Jones. Valentina Jones.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Valentina Jones, and I'm here on behalf of the Lower East Side Power Partnership, and we're advocating that public health be a major consideration for the open restaurants program. Ventilation and coronavirus, COVID-19, by the United States Environmental Protection Agency states an important approach to lowering the concentration of indoor air pollutants or contaminants, including any virus that may be in the air, is to increase ventilation, the amount of outdoor air coming indoors. The Lower East Side Power Partnership advocates that Environmental Protection Agency be consulted. We also advocate that outdoor structures that are enclosed where there's more than 3 walls in use, that they not be part of the permanent open restaurant program. We also advocate that restaurants already certified as part of the open restaurant program be required to publicly post notification which clearly states indoor for those current structures that must comply with indoor guidelines so that people understand that they are not really in an outdoor space. They're not getting outdoor ventilation. It is not a safety, whatever. According to the New York City Department of Transportation, if 3 sidewalls or more are in use, the occupancy limit may not exceed indoor dining capacity for the New York City restaurant reopening. But they do have like guidelines if 3 or more walls are used, which means this is enclosed, which means that you're not getting outside ventilation as the Environmental Protection Agency states. So that's our thing, is that I think residents need to be considered. I think what I've heard all day is very much about the industry, and I wish the industry well, but I also like my relatives, my friends, my family, and myself alive, not ill, not in the hospital, and especially not where it's intentional, where somebody is telling folks that an outdoor restaurant that has no done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Martha Danziger and then Zella Jones. Martha Danziger.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Martha Danziger, and I'm a 40-year resident of the Lower East Side, and then also a member of my block association, First Street Block Association, First and Second, and I was former district manager community. So I've seen a lot of changes. And when this, and we are opposed to the zoning change that would make outdoor eating areas in the street legal. While it was popular during the lockdown, it has caused nothing but problems on our street. And I support what the current district manager, Susan Stetzer, said about the impact of anything like this happening where an area already saturated with SL licenses would have all those problems that are now hopefully, confined in spaces are now out on the street. Also, there was a video that the fire department union had online, and it showed how the fire trucks are prevented from actually using some of their emergency equipment because places like Clinton Street have sheds on both sides of the block. It is a very narrow road bed. My block has 50 bikes and a bike lane, but the bikes don't use it. The bikers don't use it because the roadbed is too narrow. Emergency vehicles are always blocked going down. It is not a safe situation. And I ask that this be just one of many, at least one more hearing where our questions are answered. And I thank the council for holding the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Zella Jones.
Time starts now.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Zella Jones. I'm president of NoHo Bowery Stakeholders, Inc., a nonprofit community benefit organization representing over 350 residents, property owners, business owners, and institutions in NoHo and Greenwich Village. We're proud of our restaurants and continue to support their success in compatible ways, but we raise objection to the permanent open restaurants program across all neighborhoods without further consideration of the food and beverage densities inherent in community districts, particularly Lower Manhattan, and the negative impacts upon residential office and retail properties. The self-certification of restaurants and bars during the temporary open restaurants program has overwhelmed our community boards with violations. As a former chair of CB2 Sidewalk Committee, I can attest to the many flaws with self-certification that had finally had to be corrected by City Council. It is abundantly clear from today's DOT testimonies there are myriad determinations yet to be made and very few definitive. We disagree that the currently recommended changes to by DCP to zoning should occur prior to the establishment of rules and interagency coordinations. We agree with CB2's recommendations. While I've submitted more lengthy testimony, there are two issues that have not been covered thus far today: pedestrian right-of-way. There has been no consideration for the cross-sidewalk service activity with roadbed dining. Even a 10 or 12-foot walkway is not sufficient for a mother with a stroller, a man with a dog, or a person with a disability to pass unhindered. Even sidewalk cafes require 3-foot path for service before calculating an 8-foot right-of-way. Cross sidewalk service is yet another obstacle. There is also no provision for liability coverage. Most city events require $1 million insurance bond. Thank you.
The next set of speakers will include David Mulkins, Laura Sewell, Ian H. Boyd, Ben Prosky, Leslie Clark, and Bob Gormley. And we'll first hear from David Mulkins, to be followed by Laura Sewell.
Thank you. I'm the David Mulkins, president of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. While the emergency establishment of outdoor dining sheds during COVID was understandable, they should not be permanent. With some shed networks stretching across 5 or more buildings, they are a dangerous obstruction for firemen, ambulances, and snowplows. Recently, the president of the Firefighters Association of New York has said that the sheds endanger lives. He was especially alarmed by the narrowing of streets by these sheds, which he said makes it sometimes impossible to get the trucks or the ladders set up. A neighbor of mine, Janice Wild, wrote recently, "As I write, there is an ambulance and several police cars unable to get down my street due to a restaurant shed that leaves no room for them with the snow. Our streets are not wide enough for it. I live on 5th Street, which has the 9th precinct on it. There's congestion all the time due to the sheds. Sometimes I can't exit my building onto the narrow street as the space is obstructed by these sheds. It's a fire hazard. It's not a safe situation. These sheds also make our sidewalks unsafe because they reduce our ability to see and be seen when walking down the block. During off hours and when businesses fail and sheds sit empty, they become a safe haven for thieves and rapists. With crime rising, why make these sheds permanent? I strongly suggest that you go back to the table and reconsider all of this, because an emergency situation is, applauded by everybody, and we recognize that this has helped restaurants.
The next speaker will be Laura Sewell, to be followed by DM H. Boyd.
Time starts now.
Hello, I'm Laura Sewell, the director of the East Village Community Coalition. EVCC is known for our work to support independent small businesses and the well-being of residents. I'm also the co-founder of the grassroots group Stewarding the Avenue B Open Street. Thank you for visiting Avenue B, Commissioner Rodriguez. We understand DOH-MH is reaching out to your agency to do a walkthrough. We hope that will happen soon. We've been working with our community board on the issues there. Unfortunately, EVCC does not believe a one-size-fits-all neighborhood zoning policy is right for the East Village. Much of the commercial space on our residential side streets is grandfathered non-conforming, meaning it was never meant to be commercial space. It can remain as long as it's consistently leased as such, but it cannot expand. Business owners understand this when they sign a lease, and homeowners or renters do when they buy or rent a home. The proposed ETA would change that by allowing sidewalk seating on these blocks. Suddenly there can be a cafe outside your ground floor bedroom window. We believe the proposed citywide text amendment would drive out other business types in favor of food and beverage establishments, accelerating the documented loss of retail diversity in our neighborhood. A thriving retail corridor like East 9th Street hosts clusters of independent daytime businesses whose clients patronize other businesses when they visit. As soon as this ratio shifts and a boutique finds itself the only daytime business on a block of restaurants that open at 5 p.m., that business's days are numbers. This traditionally more affordable side street real estate isn't nearly attractive to the hospitality industry without the opportunity for expanded outdoor seating. Food and beverage establishments pay higher rents, but also have greater impact with later hours, frequent deliveries, and trash pickups in the overnight hours. It's one thing to activate an outer borough street as residents need places to dine outdoors, but quite another to further burden residents already suffering from an oversaturation of nightlife establishments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be DM H. Boyd, to be followed by Ben Prosky.
Time starts now.
DM H. Boyd, if you see a request to unmute yourself, please do so. We'll come back to DM H. Boyd and go to Ben Prosky, to be followed by Leslie Clark. Ben Prosky.
Starts now.
Thank you to the City Council for holding this hearing today. I'm Ben Prosky, the Executive Director of the American Institute of Architects, New York, also known as AI New York, which represents New York City's architects. AI New York is strongly supportive of the Open Restaurants program. Many architects who work in the city agencies have helped streamline the program and expand its scope, while those who work in architecture firms have designed many of the outdoor dining structures. As an organization, AI New York has also worked to improve the program. In partnership with New York City's Economic Development Corporation and other organizations, we founded the Design Corps, which provides pro bono design services to restaurant owners struggling to comply with regulations. Through our Open Restaurants Innovation Program, another collaboration with city agencies and not-for-profits, we've collected examples of successful outdoor dining structures to inform design recommendations for the city. City agencies and groups like ours are continuously working to improve the program. However, the City Council, if the City Council makes the program's requirements overly prescriptive, it will be difficult for us to continue these efforts. The improvements we have seen in the program's compliance scheme and the quality of outdoor dining structures have been possible due to the program's flexibility. Keeping the permanent program's design requirements flexible is critical because the city's restaurants and streets, which structures are designed around, are not standardized. Each structure is specifically customized and needs of the restaurant it serves and the street where it is located. As such, rather than making requirements prescriptives, the best way to address concerns about structures is to produce design guidelines. Guidelines are suggestions, not requirements, so they are adaptable to different challenges architects may come across. These challenges include larger urban design issues, such as safety, accessibility, drainage, and waste collection. To best address these issues, there should be more city oversight of outdoor dining structures. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Leslie Clark, to be followed by Bob Gormley, and then we will try DM H. Boyd once again. Leslie Clark.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for hearing my testimony today. Like many people, I'm a 46-year resident of the West Village in New York. And like many people here at the beginning, I supported the temporary emergency program, even though it took over residential streets and roadways throughout our neighborhoods. I never believed that the 108 diners who are now under my windows would now be there forever. I'd like to say that it's now been 20 months, nearly 2 years, in which outdoor dining has been operating under emergency executive orders. 20 months in which the citizens of a great city have been ruled by one man in City Hall. That is executive overreach. So I'm now pleased that members of the City Council will be able to bring the interests of your constituents back to public policy making at last. This zoning text amendment has arrived at your doorstep from the de Blasio administration, and it is a sweeping destruction of decades of community wisdom and community activism about where and how businesses should operate in residential and mixed-use districts. Please put the brakes on this failed program. You now have the power to send this poorly conceived and I believe neighborhood destroying zoning text amendment back to the City Planning Commission and ask them to conduct the full environmental impact study that they have failed to do. Members of this City Council can now use your votes to protect your constituents from the congestion, the rats, the dangerous sheds, the blight, and also protect your constituents from the demonstrated incompetence of the Department of Transportation. Because let me be clear, if you approve this zoning text amendment the way it has been referred to you by de Blasio City Planning Commission, you will be handing our sidewalks and streets over to the Department of Transportation, which during this temporary—
Time expired.
Next, we'll hear from, Bob Gormley, to be followed by Zachary Charterow, Jeremy Wilatis, and Haley Fox. Bob Gormley.
Time starts now.
Bob Gormley, we need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin your testimony. Bob
Sorry
Gormley,
about
we'll
that.
come back.
Okay, come back to me, please.
Is Zachary Charterow available? Zachary Charterow.
Time starts now.
Do we have Jeremy Wilatis available? Jeremy Wilatis.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here. Ready?
You may begin.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you to the City Council for bringing this up and letting everyone testify and all the above. I do understand that these sheds, as you call it, cabanas, as we call it, have caused issues and need to be properly taken care of and done the right thing. And I do think that you guys will make sure we do that, and we want to do that. You know, about 30 years ago, I had a little restaurant on the Upper West Side, my first restaurant ever, called Firehouse, and City Council luckily allowed us to operate the cafe, even though the tenants of the Upper West Side did not want it. Later on, they put some legislation in to allow us, and we were then thanked for improving the quality and the safety of the neighborhood because of the cafes outside, the regular sidewalk cafes. I also want to thank Gal Brewer, Scott Stringer, Helen and Linda Rosenthal, because they were great during the pandemic. They came and walked the Upper West Side with us, and we got together a committee and we pushed to get something like the cabanas. And you guys, we appreciate that you guys came through, and without you guys, we wouldn't be here. And so many of us, I'm talking, would not be here, restaurants and the people that work in these restaurants. So we really appreciate it. And I will tell you how important it really is. We stayed open almost the entire pandemic for the team, the neighborhood, and me. And it probably saved my marriage that I wasn't home all the time. So I thank you guys for all that. And it saved our business for sure. It's a matter of survival. Our business is not at 100%, and even at 100%, our profit is roughly 10%, and 10% is not even there anymore because the cost of everything has gone up. The team members all deserve more money, and we've been paying them more money, and the cost of everything's up more. We cannot survive.
Time expired.
Thank you. Please, please, please help us. We really.
Thank you. The next
Council, just a reminder to everyone, we want to stick to the time allocated, and you can submit your testimony, written testimony, to the council as well. Just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next speaker will be Haley Fox, and then we will try Bob Gormley, and then we will try Zachary Charterow again. Haley Fox.
Hi, thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm going to continue mostly what Jeremy was saying, which is that I think restaurants are dependent upon these structures. I'm one of the owners of Alice's Teacup on the Upper and West and East Side. A business like mine is dependent on events. There's no pivoting to delivery, and it has never reached 100% since we reopened. We've also had to close again twice due to outbreaks and not feeling safe for our staff and customers. So Christmas time, we closed because of Omicron, and that would have been the month we were going to catch up the most for the year. So I think every restaurant is back-footed, and everyone who is voicing very, very reasonable complaints and things we need to work out is not recognizing the fact that restaurants work on a margin of about 10%. Everything has gone up, all expenses. Anything we were given by our landlords during the pandemic at the beginning is over now, and we're paying retail and plus on everything at this point. And it'll take years for us to catch up if we're lucky enough to do so. These structures provide us the extra seating, and done properly, they provide us also a way of staying out of confrontation with people who come in and say, oh, but I'm not vaccinated, but I want to eat inside, because we can say you can eat outside. Also, we service a lot of kids at my place. I think a lot of businesses feel that way. And as we know, 25% of children have gotten vaccinated, not 50, not 75, 25%. So there's really no other way. I'm still getting cancellations because one member of each party is not vaccinated or says they don't feel comfortable eating indoors. And that's happening even today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Bob Gormley and then Zachary Chodorow.
Time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Bob Gormley. I'm the district manager of Manhattan Community Board 2. And by the way, I was also the Sidewalk FA attorney at the Department of Consumer Affairs in 2003, when Mayor Bloomberg streamlined the process because and took it away from the Department of Transportation, because it was taking them 15 months to process an application. There's many concerns. I have many concerns about the details of this legislation, but due to the 2-minute limit, I'll focus on one issue that is crucial to us. The time allowed for community board review of an application in the permanent open restaurant program must remain at 45 days. The proposed legislation would reduce the amount of time for community board review to a mere 30 days. As I believe the Department of Transportation is already aware, and I'm sure most or all council members know, limiting the window of review to 30 days would preclude the review of many of the applications that are forwarded to us by DOT. Community boards operate on a monthly cycle, which includes legal public notice requirements, monthly community board public hearings, committee hearings, and a full board meeting at which all committee resolutions are reviewed and voted on. If, for example, DOT was to forward an open restaurant application to a community board the week after the reviewing committee had met, the 30 days would expire before the application could be reviewed and voted on at the following month's full board meeting. This is a very real problem. Under what was formerly the Department of Consumer Affairs, the 45-day community board review period was adequate, although at times barely so, and allowed community boards and therefore our community constituents an opportunity to ask questions, raise concerns, and offer suggestions to the applicants. If it allowed the public an opportunity to fully participate in an open and transparent process. In order to ensure that the public continues to have that opportunity, it is imperative that community boards continue to be given 45 days to review every open restaurant application. Streamlining the process is laudable, but it should not happen by eliminating the public review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Zachary Chodorow.
Time starts
Hello.
now.
Can you hear
Zachary
me?
Chodorow. Yes,
Am I still on mute?
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Zachary Chatter. I'm one of the owners of Red Farm in the West Village on the Upper West Side, and have various restaurants throughout the city over the years as well. And the Open Restaurants program has been an absolute lifesaver to me and our industry, and not just as a restaurateur, but also as a resident of New York City, Manhattan, and the parent of a small child who's not yet old enough to be vaccinated, as well as the parent of a dog. Outdoor dining has improved the quality of life, I think, in many ways for the city, especially for young parents or parents to young children. And the old process was just too time consuming and expensive. When I applied for my Sidewalk Cafe on the Upper West Side, even though we had a relatively easy experience, it still took 6 months and cost us almost $7,000 in filing fees, which would certainly be higher today. And then an additional, $15,000, $16,000 in other upfront costs, which for a lot of restaurants is just, out of the question. I imagine that's seen such a big increase in the number of people doing outdoors, not just because of the pandemic, but because they were just never able to do it before, but they would have. Yes, there's many things I'm sure that need to be figured out, but I think it's important to support the restaurant industry and support the activity on the streets by making the open restaurants program permanent. So just want to give my full support as both a restaurateur and a resident. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of names will include Elizabeth Bluen, Paul Italia, Cindy Stanimiroff, Susanna Coteen, and Barbara Silvey. Elizabeth Bluen will go first, followed by Paul Italia.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you for the time to testify. My name's Elizabeth. I'm the general manager at Sarah Beth's Park Avenue South. During COVID, all Sarah Beth's locations, including 2 sister restaurants, were closed, and one of them was permanently closed. Some of our locations were able to reopen because of the expanding seating open restaurants provided when indoor dining was not possible, and many people did not want to dine indoors. My location in particular was closed for what was days short of an entire year due to our location relying heavily on business clients who weren't working in the city at that time. We reopened in March 21, and having the ability to expand our outdoor dining when we were just coming out of the winter months was critical to building our business back, as there was still many people who did not want to dine inside for various reasons. We were able to onboard new employees to cover the demand of outdoor dining, even with the times we are currently in due to the latest surge. We have retained many of those employees, but it's still been a challenge. As much as the program helped our company, I can imagine how critical the program was and continues to be for small business. Many of us, big and small, are still trying to get through the pandemic and continue making it through and the aftermath. To keep our employees working, many of them who were waiting by the phone, waiting for the call that they were going to be coming back to work. My company has invested thousands of dollars to build out roadway seating and sidewalk cafes while being compliant with rules and regulations that have been provided to us, creating ambiance, maintaining and updating our sheds for colder months, all while maintaining our commitment to running a respectful outdoor operation, which our guests enjoy. Many people are still not comfortable indoors, and the reasons vary, but are all due to health concerns. The latest surge of COVID knocked us back to reopening in March 21, when we waited months for our business to regain some of what we lost.
Time expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker, thank you. The next speaker will be Paul Italia, followed by Cindy Stanimiroff.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Paul Italia. I'm the owner of the Stand Restaurant and Comedy Club in Union Square, and also Joey Rose is a bar and sandwich shop in the Lower East Side. I just would like to thank everyone who was instrumental in letting the open streets and the open restaurants actually happen, because without it, we would not be in existence today. I've heard a lot of people say that 100,000 jobs were saved is a bogus number. I can tell you that number is probably on the low side. I, for one, employed about 60 people before the pandemic, and we're finally being able to employ that same amount of people. We're all residents of New York, restaurant owners, restaurant workers. So the division of residents to the restaurant owners and the workers and not at all benefiting everybody, I think is also a conversation that's not entirely true. We're all in this thing together. COVID's not over. And if anything, we've experienced a surge in the last 30, 40 days, 50, 60 days If it wasn't for the outdoor, we would have to shut down all over again. People want to be outside. So think about it. For all the people that are complaining, there's at least 10 to 20 people to every one of those who still want to eat outside and want to benefit from this program. And it's a necessity. We are all New Yorkers. We're all in this thing together. We all have to figure out a way to make this work permanently. Restaurants are going to take a long, long time before they make back the money. And it's not just about the 2 years that have passed, but the next few years to help us stay alive. If you want to see less rats, make sure your tenants in the neighborhood, the restaurants and the businesses don't go out of business, because once the people are gone, that's when the rats really come out. And I keep hearing about the rats, but it's something that we could all figure out and control. Garbage is something we can handle, and everything can be made better if we work together to make a system that works for all. So I'd like the open forum. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Cindy Stanimiroff, followed by Susanna Coteen.
Time starts now.
Cindy Stanimiroff, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin your testimony. We'll come back to Cindy Stanimiroff and try to. Cindy Stanimiroff, is that?
Yes, that's me. Am I good to go?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Cindy Stanimiroff. I am the general manager of Red Hook Lobster Pound in Red Hook, Brooklyn. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the passage of the text amendment and the legislation to make outdoor dining permanent in New York City. By way of background, Red Hook Lobster Pound is an acclaimed seafood restaurant in a quaint seaside village of Red Hook, Brooklyn. Retail venues in Red Hook rely on the influx of visitors during warmer months in order to meet our expenses. Red Hook is very quiet and cold in the winter. When the COVID closure in March of 2020 began, we were looking at a very bleak year and we're worried about our ability to continue our business. Spring is when business accelerates, and not being able to seat inside was a potential death knell. We were lucky that we had a licensed outdoor cafe, but under previous guidelines, we were only able to seat 12. For a restaurant that seats 70 inside, serving 12 was not going to pay the bills. The emergency outdoor dining order enabled us to continue our business at a robust level, and we invested $50,000 to build a beautiful outdoor dining complex. Since inception, we've employed 10 consistent full-time positions that never would have existed without the outdoor venue. In fact, another 25 positions would have been eliminated if we did not have the opportunity to serve outdoors. The process for obtaining a licensed cafe, Sidewalk Cafe, cost $3,000 on top of $6,500 per rent paid to the city. The process is adequate, involves architects and engineering and expediters, all six tables on the sidewalk. The process needs to be updated, and the text amendment and the legislation is a great starting point. The proposed legislation is a great first step, but we realize over a last few years, clear, concise, and meetable standards and practices are key to making any program work. We urge the city council and mayor to continue to work with the New York City Hospitality Alliance on making changes. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Susanna Coteen, to be followed by Barbara Sylvie.
Time starts now.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Susanna Coteen, and I own 3 restaurants in Harlem. And the simple fact is the outdoor dining has been a lifeline and has allowed us to survive. I know that I speak for many of us when I say that. And absolutely, it has saved jobs. It expands our capacity to seat people. And without that, we wouldn't be able to keep the same number of people employed. I know that a lot of people are concerned about garbage and rats, as am I. I live a few blocks away from my own restaurant. We sweep up tons of garbage on our tons of litter on our block every day. We have a commercial carton company, as we're required to do by law. We power wash our sidewalk. And this is because we want to create a welcoming environment. If we weren't able to survive, our restaurant goes dark And who's cleaning up this corner? I mean, I think we all are concerned about rats. That's been a problem in New York City probably since the beginning of time. And restaurants are something I care about deeply. They're a huge part of our quality of life. New York City is special because we have independently owned restaurants from everywhere in the world, whether it's from high end to your diner or your, favorite hole in the wall bar. And they employ tons of people. They employ artists, they employ students, they employ people who don't necessarily need a college or don't have a college education, and they provide good paying jobs, and they supply a lot of tax revenue for the city, which the city is during the pandemic. We're in dire need of jobs, tax revenue, and life in the streets. And having more people out about and eating and drinking is I think a great thing. So if there's problems, then we absolutely can look at those and solve them. But this is a very, very important part of our city, and I think it should absolutely become permanent.
Next, we'll hear from Barbara Sylvie.
Time starts now.
Hello, thank you for this very thoughtful process of the City Council. I have full faith that we will find the rules and regulations that will make this continue. I'm Barbara Sibley. I've been running restaurants in the East Village for 37 years, starting working with Abe Liebewall. My condolences to Zach Chodorow and the Red Farm family for Ed Schoenfeld. I would say that my restaurants, it's not even just the jobs, but my restaurant alone feeds 150 people in families. So it's children, it's not just the employees. You're also thinking about all of their families as well. We were able to support our butcher, the paper goods. I mean, it's really a deep, deep web. And having the open restaurants has been key to us keep staying in business. We really are the living room and the community center for our communities, being able to provide normalcy, being able to provide a reminder during the pandemic that things could continue and that New York would come back. But regardless, every time the weather is cold for the foreseeable future, we will have to deal with COVID. There's a reason why New York State has introduced the key to New York. I mean, there has to be, every business has to have a pandemic plan. And having open New York, the City Council focus on open restaurants means that the City Council also is recognizing that as a city, we need to have a plan. We need to have it rational, equitable, because the old Sidewalk Cafe process was not equitable. Process where every restaurant in the city has a place for their community if we need to be outside. I still have guests that really feel much more comfortable sitting outside. So we really, really appreciate the time, and we have full faith that this is really a great step for the city. It really allows for equity, community, and thank you.
Thank you. The next set of names, the next set of speakers will include Michelle Birnbaum, Michael Marino, Augustine Hope, Gabriel Stulman, Darlene Lutz, Pauline Augustine, and Stuart Waldman. The first speaker will be Michelle Birnbaum, to be followed by Michael Marino.
Hello, thank you, chairs and council, for hearing my testimony today. Prior to rules being loosened because of the pandemic in an effort to help restaurants survive, the laws governing the use of sidewalk space and sidewalk cafes were clearly enumerated. Those rules remain necessary to prevent street overcrowding, impeding the pedestrian way, maintaining sanitary conditions and rodent control, parking availability, and respecting current sidewalk cafe license holders and the current zoning resolutions. Prior to the pandemic, a prospective restaurateur did his due diligence as to demographics and possible locations of his new restaurants. He prepared a business plan, consulted professional, and after his research and preparation, he made a decision to sign a lease and open. Under normal circumstances, those businesses thrived, and there's no reason to think they will not thrive again. To make this temporary program permanent would be to throw out all the tenets of entrepreneurship and infantilize a community of business people who are more than capable of playing under the rules which guided them at the start. Continuing the open restaurants program on a permanent basis would line the city with unattractive, uninspected structures, which should be approved and monitored by the DOB for safety and compliance, thus adding another layer to bureaucracy in the expansion process. It would diminish the property rental market as restaurant owners would rent less square footage than they need, thinking they have inexpensive additional street space. To be useful all year round, space heaters and propane tanks would be used, putting everyone at risk. Those who already paid for their cafe licenses would have paid for something others will get at little cost. Parking will be significantly reduced, which will inconvenience customers and other small businesses that depend on available parking spaces for their customers. There are many reports of the abandoned structures being used by the homeless on a regular basis after hours. Keeping programs in place long after their benefit or usefulness is bad policy. Continued unemployment insurance or rent subsidies or any financial programs put in place to help us through the pandemic, while being a good idea, make this with increments on a 3-month basis where you review it in increments and then decide when all.
Next speaker will be Michael Marino, to be followed by Augustine Hope.
Time starts now.
Hi, sorry about that problem unmuting. I just wanted to make it clear, because I am a member of many different organizations, that my testimony is not in affiliation with any organization that I am a part of. It's my own personal testimony. And I just wanted to say that as an avid biker and bike commuter, I can tell you that the outdoor dining sheds are a hazard to all of us bikers and pedestrians, whether it's being clotheslined by a low-hanging electrical wire that's being used to power the lights or the electrical heaters that's in the shed, or navigating the horrible sight lines that these structures create, making it impossible to see turning cars or jaywalkers. These sheds are an absolute danger to the city streets and to bikers and pedestrians. I want to echo a lot of comments I've heard today that if this resolution or if this does pass, it cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. I live on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, and I invite any of the council members or supporters of this program to come see how these sheds have narrowed or already narrowed streets, making it nearly all but impossible for emergency vehicles to pass. On Clinton Street, north of Delancey, for instance, you have a full line of sheds on the west side of the street, and typically a line of illegally parked cars in the bike lane on the east side of the street, thus clogging the street to any cars trying to get by. There's also at least one shed along this corridor that is nothing more than a front that hides the parking space used by the restaurant owner so that it's always available to him when he arrives. So I highly suggest that the city council members really take a deeper look at this and do not pass this as it is written, and continue to take the community's input and the community board's input into heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Augustine Hope, to be followed by Gabriel Stuhlman.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Augustine Hope, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm always surprised that members of the hospitality industry, while pleading poverty, never ever mention the billions of dollars of public funding they have received. Restaurateurs in the West Village, for your information, have received a total of $226 million over this period, while delis, laundromats, barbershops, hardware stores, et cetera, have received exactly zip. So we are concerned about the restaurants in our community, but let's have a sense of proportion of how much pain they have suffered here. But this is not why I'm here. I represent a group of mixed use and residential building owners in the West Village of Manhattan, and we are concerned. We do understand the exigencies of emergencies, but this permanent program is not an emergency. Therefore, we believe it should follow the standard process, which is analysis and design, followed by syndication, revision, legislation, and implementation. We do not understand why legislation is coming first. We have not seen the final detailed design guidelines. We cannot get very basic questions answered. For instance, will you limit the number of outdoor setups on any given block? Or how will you preserve curb access for sanitation, deliveries, moving services, et cetera, et cetera? We never get good answers on these questions when we ask, and we've been asking now for 18 months. So maybe you guys could answer one question for us today, just one question. Are you familiar with Paris's Terrasse Estival program, which is their version of outdoor dining? And have you considered implementing it here in New York? Thank you very much. And I will explain that if you want me to, what that program is. I don't know how much time I have.
10 seconds.
Hello, sir. I would like you to very briefly explain that program.
Okay, it's broadly equivalent to the New York City Open Dining Program, and it was set up for exactly the same reason. But the difference in Paris is they're very much focused on resident rights and resident quality of life. So they put some very strict controls on it. The program Estival means seasonal in effect, or annual, and it's seasonal only. It runs from April the 1st to October the 31st each year. The outdoor roadway sidewalk setups have to close nightly by 10 p.m. Interestingly, absolutely no electrical installations are allowed. So that's kind of a damper on people causing trouble to the community. They have to have see-through barriers, so sight lines are not prevented for people who want to look down the street. Furniture must be removed after hours, and there must be absolutely no music of any kind at all outdoors. This was absolutely the bare minimum of making a program like the Open Dining Program work. Have you considered it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
The next set of speakers will include Gabriel Stolman, Darlene Lutz, Pauline Augustine, Stuart Waldman, and Megan Rickerson. Gabriel Stolman first, followed by Darlene Lutz.
Hello, is my audio clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Stolman. Thank you to all council members and commissioners for having me today. Pre-COVID, I had 9 restaurants and 350 employees. Today, I have 4 remaining and 150 employees. I've lost over half of my company and my colleagues. Without outdoor dining, it is likely I would have lost everything. Many of the arguments against this are site, noise, trash, rodents, etc. It is important to acknowledge that although some of these issues may have been exacerbated by outdoor dining, these issues have existed long before outdoor dining. I think those in favor and those opposed are more aligned than we are acknowledging. As an owner, it is literally in my interest to have clean and rodent-free cafes. I don't want abandoned or janky-looking sheds either, and I don't like bad operators either. I do want to make it fair and equitable. I want to level the playing field and eliminate arbitrary barriers. And the old system and zoning language is inequitable, unfair, and arbitrary. It must go. Why in the West Village can my neighbors in both directions have sidewalk cafes, but I couldn't? Because they were grandfathered in and I wasn't? Because the sidewalk narrows by 2 inches at my end of the block. I have previously been prohibited from having a cafe where my neighbor can have one. How is that fair and just? It's not. It's that way because of outdated laws written by people who don't represent the community of today. Outdoor dining may alter our sidewalks, but it also supports the continued existence of the restaurant industry. Coinciding with the use of sidewalks has been skyrocketing of costs to run a restaurant. Labor, sick pay, cost of goods, and everything is up 30% or more. Outdoor dining helps provide extra seats, which provides the opportunity for extra revenue to balance these rising costs. Without outdoor dining, I predict 2 certainties. More restaurants will close because of the loss of revenue from not having those seats, and those that survive will be forced to become more and more expensive, making dining in a restaurant something for the rich.
Time expired.
I have 2 sentences, if I may.
Can you submit your testimony, your written testimony, please? Thank you.
I absolutely will. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
And for everyone still waiting, we'll just remind viewers that testimony may be submitted to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Testimony council.nyc.gov. The next speaker will be Darlene Lutz, to be followed by Pauline Augustine.
Time starts now.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Darlene Lutz. I am a 42-year resident of Manhattan's Community Board 2, the vice president of the NYPD 1st Precinct Community Council, and a 9/11 breast cancer survivor. I stand with Community Board 2 in opposing the radical bills, which if codified into law, and that's what's on the menu today, will ensure the death of my community. The fact is, our city institutions haven't saved their residents thus far. Those of us living in ground zero are bracing for the months yet to come in 2022, and we know what's in store. The transient masses will return, the booze will flow freely on our streets, and the pounding music invading our homes for hours on end daily will be ignored. The city noise code is archaic. Cheap and powerful sound systems and the bass-heavy music are a real pandemic. The New York State Liquor Authority Commissioner, Greeley Ford, a bass-playing musician, recently went on the record stating that windows and cement don't mitigate pounding bass. The current bills on the floor today don't come close to addressing the noise. Restaurants that wish to take part in this outdoor community program should be banned from any and all live or recorded music and TV sound, including indoors. We don't owe the quality of our lives to ensure one single industry dominates them. I request a full EIS study be required before any more consideration of these two bills are passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Pauline Augustine, to be followed by Stuart Waldman.
Time starts now.
Pauline Augustine, if you can hear me, you need to accept the unmute request.
Okay, Laura, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to finish what Leslie Clark started and was cut off. City council members, be aware that this law is written so that you are handing over the entire city to the DOT and only the restaurants in perpetuity. City council, you will then no longer have anything more to do with it. Think about that, out of your hands. So we both say, please wait, study more, get facts. Let's wait to see how DOT has the year ahead to put things together. We cannot rush such an important and long-lived change. So thank you for that pause. And now I'll go into my thing. I'm affected negatively 24/7 by 9 sheds out of the 11 bars and restaurants on a 425-foot street with 25-foot roadbed. And now you want to have their storefront windows always open. That's written into the law. Have you checked? And those of you who are in favor of this program keep giving out numbers that have not been quantified. You have not provided any proof of how many restaurants and jobs are really saved or created, or how much money of the millions and millions of dollars given to restaurant owners went to keeping people on the payroll. Where is the proof? I request that you publish the data. Now more on 500,000 manholes in New York City, gas, drinking water, electricity, steam, heat, sewers, all communications, all Con Ed utilities are underground. A report by FDNY to the mayor in 2021 says a rise in manhole fires, which more than doubled from 2,587 in 2020, went to 6,104 in fiscal 2021. This seems to prove there was little maintenance besides the rats eating everything that they can underneath on the wires. DOT does not shut down sheds that have serious issues, and I'm irate that DOT is playing manhole roulette with my and others' lives. The shed built on my sinking street with sinkholes also completely covers a manhole. The street has a history of serious gas problems. Reported to DOT, who comes and goes with no. I have one more sentence, please.
Thank you. So sorry, we have to cut you off. So I'm sorry.
You've given a lot of time to other people.
Next, we'll hear from Stuart Waldman, to be followed by Megan Rickerson. Stuart Waldman.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to give a little history lesson. In September of 2020, the City Council produced a law mandating a permanent change in the streets, neighborhoods all over the city. They did this with a single hearing and no notice to community boards. And the chief witnesses were Mr. Ridgey and Mr. Bookman from the Hospitality Alliance. For the next 10 months, the DCP worked with Mr. Riggi and Mr. Bookman behind closed doors to change the zoning text, again, without community input. When the DCP finally presented it to community boards, it contained this whopper. There were no negative impacts from the program on neighborhoods. No negative impacts. So therefore, an environmental impact statement wasn't needed. When 30 out of 46 community boards around the city rejected the text, they were ignored. Now we're presented with a zoning text amendment that contains this statement. You can, well, it's not, it implies this statement. You can have a business serving alcohol to 100 people or more right out on the street until 1 a.m. in the morning, and that street can still be called residentially zoned. We've been told there'll be changes to this, that noise will be mitigated. This is what it sounds like in front of my window till 1 a.m. Mitigate that. What, are we going to get the co-counsel to mute them? It's impossible to mitigate noise from these shacks. The process here has been corrupted from the beginning. And now you council people, 2/3 of you who are brand new, are asked to do this in about a week. Well, start over, get an EIS. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Megan Rickerson.
Time starts now.
Hi, I'm Megan. I am the owner of Someday Bar in Warren Hill, Brooklyn. I also serve on the board of directors of the Hospitality Alliance, and I started an advocacy group during the pandemic for bars called Save NYC Bars. I'm just asking all of you that are saying this 100,000 jobs, can't be, validified. I just want to know how many of you have ever, thought you were going to lose everything, because through my advocacy work, I've seen the suffering of people, of my friends, and even strangers that have reached out to us. I've also figured a way to work with my neighbors very successfully in all of this. In fact, my surrounding neighbors have submitted testimony in support of us because we have figured out a way to communicate with each other. There is a way to figure this out on both ends. I don't want the Wild West of drinking in the streets and vomit and chaos. It's not how I run my business. It's not how I've ever wanted to run my business. There is a way to communicate with each other, and these all-inclusive statements, you keep saying one size doesn't fit all for neighborhoods. It doesn't fit all for bar owners. As I said the last time, not everyone is a bad actor. I've prided myself on the way I treat my neighbors, and I've gotten extremely positive responses. I am happy to compromise on times of closing and 12 feet, 6 feet to make this work. And I think a lot of bar owners and restaurant owners feel the exact same way. This pandemic isn't over for us. And if anyone has ever worked in hospitality, they know that. I opened 7 months pre-pandemic, and by the grace of my landlord was the only reason I could make it through. And my outdoor shed, as everyone keeps saying so callously, that I work every day to maintain and keep clean. So just when you're making these decisions, I'm not every bad actor, and neither are a lot of the people that are doing
Time
that.
expired.
Thank you.
Next group of names, the next group of speakers will include Josh Spodek, Marco Munoz, Kathy Arnson, Leif Arnson, Pamela Scheinler, Arun Merchandani, and Julie Harrison. Josh Spodek will speak first, followed by Marco Munoz.
Great, you can hear me?
Time starts now.
Yes, we can hear you.
As a New Yorker since the 80s and an entrepreneur, I support local restaurants, local businesses, and fewer car lanes. Please end open restaurants. It does not help restaurants in the long run. Noise and rats are huge, but small in the big picture. You said this program would be a role model. Hurricane Sandy was nothing compared to what will come. California is permanently on fire. No mystery of the cause. Sheds produce tons of plastic waste and heat the outdoors with fossil fuels. Role modeling pollution is the opposite of the entire world. Where's the city's climate input? But closer to here and now, giving the most valuable land in the world away lets landlords raise rents. Restaurants will struggle just as much. Storefronts and businesses close. I live by West 4th Street. 70% vacancies on that block. There's a Starbucks, a liquor store, a 99-cent pizza place. They can't sustain eyes on the street needed to keep the place safe. Neighborhoods fill with transients. Crime increases. The restaurants you want to help will suffer when removing zoning returns us to the 70s. Drug use in broad daylight here is insane. Even our centuries-deep community can't overcome you hollowing out our base. Nationwide media stories say, move out of New York. Artificially high rents kill our community, safety, and health. Cops gave up fighting drugs here, caused by your land grab. Urban decay will reach your home too if you undermine zoning. Everyone's business suffered during COVID. I could use free land. If you want to help by giving public land, open a food court in Central Park. At least then you won't hurt homeowners. Of course it would be disgusting, but better than open restaurants. Why DOT anyway? Yes, remove car lanes. Then the DOT is the fox guarding the chickens. Parks would make more sense. Make those lanes parks, community gardens, bike lanes. On small streets, make them little playgrounds or just pedestrian-only zones. Times Square has more pedestrian space than here. People love community gardens. People don't come to eat in the streets with syringes and rats. They come for neighborhoods. Please protect them by protecting zoning. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Marco Munoz, followed by Kathy Arnson.
Time starts now.
Marco Munoz, if you can hear me, I need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin your testimony. Come back to Marco. Is Kathy Arnson available? Kathy Arnson to be followed by Leif Arnson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Arnson. I'm the chair of the Central Village Block Association. Thank you, council members Marte, Botcher, and Yeager for asking important questions for residents. Let's hope these questions are answered. I have lived in the village 30 years. I do not understand giving our streets and sidewalks away in such a haphazard manner, and especially to the DOT. Many restaurants in our area are past their emergencies, and many admit they have doubled their size now because of outdoor structures. And the roadway space is public space that can be an opportunity for other things. Come downtown, walk on Cornelia, McDougal, Ludlow. These streets are being destroyed. We have so many quality of life issues. We need an environmental impact study. Do not rush to pass the zoning text amendment and bill creating a new program for roadbed dining, which is a disaster for many neighborhoods. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Leif Arnson.
On time.
Leif Arnson, if you can hear me, I need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm strongly opposed to zoning text amendments in this bill. What constitutes a successful program? Our neighborhood quality of life is in disarray, unrecognizable from any reasonable norms. We have chronic issues of noise, vermin, overflowing trash, and raw garbage due to doubled and tripled restaurant volume versus curb space that no longer exists. Obstacles to mobility for elderly and disabled, parking for deliveries, pedestrian congestion. Perhaps most alarming is the reduced emergency access for fire truck operations. This is all directly related to the temporary program. Problem isn't if there's a valid argument against making the program permanent, it's keeping track of how many valid arguments there actually are. We are faced with it all becoming permanent without environmental impact study, and to accept that the DOT can somehow manage, monitor, mitigate across all our shared interests, monumental complexities, operating cultures, and conflicts of interest. It's just not realistic. The numbers do tell a powerful story. For example, we added 2.5 million square feet of restaurant business for 12,000 restaurants, roughly 250,000 seats out on the street. The permanent program will grow this to 27,000 restaurants, 6 million square feet, roughly 800,000 seats out on the street. Again, all outside in residential districts. This impact will be will fall heaviest in residential zones where there are clusters of available mixed-use space. What I can tell you is that if you live in Chelsea, the streets are 1,000 feet long, and 1 or 2 sheds located near the avenues is a very different impact from where I live, where on Cornelia Street, there is 11 restaurants. If you walk around the corner for a similar 100,000 feet, you will pass 31 sheds. Within a 3-block radius, there is 68 sheds. Then temporary program has and is devastating every norm we can imagine. Some say, let's split the difference. Maybe some of the sheds can work. I understand that, but the problem is coming up with. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of speakers will include Pamela Sheenley, Arun Mirchandani, please excuse me, and Julie Harrison. Pamela Sheenley.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Hi, thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. I'm Pamela Shinley. I have Celle Poivre restaurant, which is in the Upper East Side on Lexington Avenue between 64th and 65th Street. It's family owned and operated, small business, mom and pops. Our workers have been with us 33 years. I've been there. The pandemic has hit us hard. And what has saved us was the sidewalk seating. There are still so many people that want to be outside. They don't want to go inside. And to keep my restaurant afloat, I need to have the sidewalk seating. We do also have a roadside hut, but people feel safer actually on the sidewalk. I'm in a little older, small neighborhood, and this sidewalk cafe brings in joy and happiness to everybody. And it helps my business so much. I can't express how highly important it is that restaurants have an opportunity to have inside and outside for choices for customers. Customers still want to be in and out, and it's important. With everything going on, you never know what's going to happen next. We have a lot to make up for, so I hope and pray that you can figure out a way that everybody gets a little bit of an outdoor seating. And at my block, I have many restaurants, and we all communicate together, and the customers in the neighborhood are all flow together, and we try to keep everything the same. We clean the streets ourselves. We pick up the garbage if there's any out there. We try to keep it nice and enjoyable for customers to feel safe and for our business to come back to where it has to be, because right now it's been really tough. And the outdoor sidewalk cafe is perfect. It's really good thing to have for New York City. The outdoor house is so that is a lot of uptaking. Yes, that's tough to keep, and we really don't have electricity. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Arun Mirchandani, to be followed by Julie Harrison.
Time starts now.
Hi, can I be heard?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for hosting this and giving us all the chance to speak. I am a restaurant owner on the Upper East Side up in Yorkville, and I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to say this very simply. Food is what brings people together. Social interaction is what brings people together. Social interaction is what brings people together and keeps neighborhoods vibrant. Roadway dining happened when COVID took place and the lockdown happened. And once the changes took place, it was a lifeline given to us. As you all know, I'm sure each of you all eat out in New York City. You've seen how the culture has changed. The whole dining culture in New York City has changed. Indoor dining has been on and off with the different variants of COVID. Even with it being on, indoor dining is a lot less busy. People who sit inside want to be spaced much further apart. They contemplate to see how crowded a restaurant is on the inside. A chair vendor of mine who supplied us with outdoor furniture said, costs have gone up, material has gone up, and product has gone up, which is why, last year profits were really low. And we laughed because we haven't heard the word profit in years at this point. It's all going on the third year. But as it is, we operate on razor thin profits. This is essential. This is crucial. People complain about the noise, the rodents. This has been a problem in New York for years. Every restaurant owner is being responsible to do their part to communicate and work with their communities and their neighborhoods, including the competition in their neighborhoods. We saved all our 22 jobs. We paid every one of our vendors. If New York City loses restaurants, which it very well will without this,
Time
what's
expired.
left? No art, no culture, no people, and it's a circle.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Julie Harrison, to be followed by John Center and then Catherine O'Sullivan. Julie Harrison.
Yeah,
Time
hi.
starts now.
Hi, my name's Julie Harrison, and I have been a New York City resident for over 45 years. I've raised my kids here. I live in downtown Manhattan. And I have a business here. I pay business taxes. I pay personal taxes. And I've actually been a little heartened hearing some of what people have said throughout the day about what the intentions are. It sounds really great. But you know what? I've lived in New York long enough to know that there's not going to be an outlet for people to complain. I mean, over the years, I've called 311 for many, many different reasons and to no avail. I've called the local police precinct for various reasons to no avail. I've called the buildings people to no avail. It just doesn't work that way. It's all well and good to say, yes, we'll take care of our neighborhood. We'll take care of the noise. It doesn't work that way in New York. This is way too soon, this kind of decision. We're not done with the pandemic. Let's go back to square one when the pandemic is over and then see what happens. Why would we suddenly be losing restaurants after the pandemic? If we didn't lose them, restaurants close down all the time. That's just a reality too, as well as rats and noise. Yes, those are all New York City realities. But I live downtown. I live in a tourist destination, and that's a noisy place to expect. And people have been on here saying how noisy and horrible it is. I just think it's way too soon to be passing some kind of major law like this to benefit one industry at the expense of the residents who live
Time
here.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers will include John Center, Catherine O'Sullivan, Kira O'Sullivan, Maria Ross, and Bruce Williams. John Center.
Time starts now.
I'm John Center. I've lived in the East Village, Lower East Side, 43 years. I'm opposed to permanent open restaurants. I studied the issue 25 hours, sat through meetings and hearings, submitted testimony, took the online survey, and was allowed to give the Department of Transportation 250 characters of advice. My main mode of transport during the pandemic has been walking, sometimes 7 miles in a day. For 19 months, I've seen countless temporary open restaurant structures close up. I understand this industry has been hit hard, and I've tried to support neighborhood restaurants, but this industry has proven it won't regulate itself. If the program becomes permanent, legislation alone won't make it a good one. Many have noted that one-size regulation does not fit all communities. All restaurants should have equal access to a permanent program, well-capitalized operations, but must not be the sole beneficiaries. Limits on the number of outdoor sheds are necessary. Use the lottery system or allow multiple restaurants on the same block to share one shed. Restaurant sheds often create blockages even on 6-lane two-way avenues. Roadbed sheds should not be allowed on both sides of such streets, especially on MTA bus routes. Unused, sometimes ramshackle sheds remain on the streets. Remove them. Any rules must be fairly and constantly enforced. Enforcement must be adequately funded, and the responsible agencies must be up to the task. Despite new leadership, I remain pessimistic that DOT will competently execute its responsibilities. City planning already failed. The agency's lack of meaningful communication, engagement, and collaboration with community boards has been disgraceful. New York's population increased by 629,000 people in the last decade. More pedestrians need more space to walk safely. Too many outdoor dining operators have not kept a feet or 50% of the sidewalk width clear. Sometimes pedestrians walk
Time
the gauntlet.
expired.
I'll be
Thank you.
submitting additional written testimony.
Thank you.
Catherine O'Sullivan will be followed by Kira O'Sullivan. Catherine O'Sullivan.
Time starts now.
Yes. Please vote against these changes to the zoning laws. Everyone has been affected by COVID, except the COVID vultures, of course. However, it is ridiculous at this stage, as the speaker two ahead of me said, to make this permanent while the pandemic is still happening. It's absolutely premature. And listening to the DOT's testimony, they don't even know what they're doing. I have no faith in them and their ability to run this program. Let's talk about fires. Fires have been a terrible tragedy recently in New York City. So any obstruction to access to buildings, to streets by the fire department can mean lives. So I don't understand why the fire department doesn't get a voice in this decision. They should be consulted. Their opinions should be listened to. There was a fire around the corner from me in Upper Manhattan, District 10, where the DOT's current DOT commissioner used to be our city council member. And the fire truck could not access from the public plaza because of all the furniture on the street. Had to go in through a courtyard and up. 5 homes were lost. 5. Maybe it would have only been 1 or 2. It's a disgrace. I don't believe in giving our streets to one liquor restaurant industry. Sympathize with the mom and pops. I sympathize with all the small individual good operators. There are a lot of corporations that are just in it for selling a lot of liquor for a lot of money and funneling it to our electeds. So no, please do not give our streets to one industry. As for enforcement of law and noise ordinances,
thank you.
It's a joke.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Kira O'Sullivan.
Time
Kira
starts
O'Sullivan.
now.
Hello, thank you, council members, chairs, and community members for being here and for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Kira O'Sullivan, and I'm an owner-operator at a restaurant in Astoria. Since the pandemic, outdoor seating has been vital to our restaurant and still continues to serve as such. Most importantly, it has given me the opportunity to keep a lot more of the staff employed. It served as a lifeline and has turned into an asset for the business of restaurants after being hit so hard by the pandemic. By continuing to keep outdoor dining, it would lessen the blow that the pandemic has placed on both restaurants and staff by offering more seats to fill, more tips for the staff to take home, and more staff to be able to be kept employed. It could also give the opportunity for some restaurants to make up for some of the debt that they may have accrued during the pandemic. Unfortunately, we are still in a pandemic, and we still have guests that prefer to sit outside because of the open air that the outdoor seating offers. By continuing to allow outdoor seating, the guests that prefer to sit outside will still have the opportunity to go out and enjoy going to a restaurant without taking the risk of compromising their health by sitting indoors. In addition to guests preferring outdoor seating because of additional safety, guests really enjoy it. Keeping the outdoor dining system with proper safety measures followed allow the guests to have a meal and a drink outside while enjoying the weather, people watching, and just getting to dine while simultaneously taking part in their community. New York has been hit hard during the pandemic, but it will always be New York. Let's keep our local guests coming out to enjoy the city by dining al fresco. Let's keep the tourists coming here to be able to enjoy a meal and a drink outside while taking in all that New York has to offer. The recovery of restaurants in New York City is going to be a long road, but the continuation of outdoor seating will help us get there much more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker will be Maria Ross, to be followed by Bruce Williams.
Time starts now.
Hello, hi, my name is Maria Ross, and my husband and I are the owner of an establishment in the East Village. I just want to say what an amazing lifeline and godsend the open restaurants initiatives has been for us. I just want to say that we fully support it in every way. We have worked very hard to be in full compliance with every part of the rules and regulations, the structural components and design. We maintain cleanliness. We do everything possible to cooperate with our neighbors, and many of our neighbors really have been very grateful for the outdoors. Some of our neighbors who live in small East Village apartments and were stuck inside during the pandemic were really happy to be able to come outside and meet and socialize with their fellow East Village residents. So I would please beg the committee to continue to support the outdoor initiatives. Thank you so much.
Next speaker will be Bruce Williams.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Bruce Williams. I live in Lower Manhattan, and as much as I appreciate all the comments of all the people and the suffering that the restaurant industry has suffered, I would like to say that this brings an overall issue to the front. The zoning laws have allowed liquor licenses and restaurants to become the only business that can exist in Lower Manhattan to pay the rents. By expanding these roadside sheds, they're allowing these businesses to increase their floor space even more at a much lower cost than the rent. No other business can compete with liquor and restaurant foods given the rents in Lower Manhattan. This produces a single culture economy, and that is one of the biggest problems we have in Lower Manhattan and why the industry was hit so hard by COVID. If the economy was spread out with more different types of businesses, maybe like grocery stores and small stores owned by people, the impact would have been much lower. I know it sounds a little bit theoretical at this point, but a monoculture economy cannot last long, and it will always experience larger problems than a spread out culture. And I also don't think the DOT can enforce anything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Ali Ryan, to be followed by Joseph Liberti, and then Eric Martz. Ali Ryan.
Starts now.
Ali Ryan, if you can hear me, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I want to make sure. Hold on. Okay, unfortunately, driving. My phone won't let me show you where I'm at. I'm actually on I live in East Village Council District 2, Community Board 3. I'm on 2nd Avenue, and I wanted to show you what the restaurant shacks look like in my neighborhood. But unfortunately, technology won't let me do so. My name is Allie, and I'm with my daughter. I want to thank Susan Stetzer, the Community Board 3 manager, and other residents of my neighborhood to speak how the open restaurants have affected our community's quality of life over the past 20 months. Today, I'm testifying against the open restaurants zoning text amendment and the open restaurants program because it may have once been a success, but now it has become a decaying failure, and no portion of it should be made permanent. Indoor dining has reopened. It is time for New York City citizens to regain our streets and sidewalks, not restaurant landlords. Hold on, I'm talking right now. If the last 2 years have inspired some restaurants to add some small footprint of sidewalk dining, let them apply through their local community boards. Today's political focus may be on public safety, specifically gun violence and subway safety. I like to add restaurant sheds. They make our public streets less safe. In my neighborhood, myself and my 2 young children are surrounded by abandoned graffiti structures most of the time, and thus invite illicit activity, rats, flooding, and many promote the image of urban decay. None of our elected officials nor Commissioner Rodriguez discussed when the city will remove all the existing sheds and resume cleaning our streets every day to reduce the standing water, litter, and rats.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Joseph Eberti, followed by Eric Martz. Joseph Eberti.
Time starts now.
Unmute. Okay, thank you. I want to thank certainly all the community members and the commissioners and the number of people who've already spoken. So many of the issues have been raised. I am in opposition to the text amendments. I also have many friends and relatives who are in the entertainment and in the restaurant industry, and I fully sympathize with all of those who spoke on behalf. It has been a very difficult time for them. It's been a difficult time for all of us, and I think we're all dealing with that. And quality of life really comes down to, how do you deal with it? And I think the quality of life issues they've been discussed, but they are not at the forefront of this discussion when it comes to how things are going to be dealt with. And we've been close to our police department, our police precinct here, and they've made it clear to us over the last 6 months to a year that with their funding issues and their staffing issues, they can't even respond to quality of life. And what's going to happen if this permanent thing were to go into place? All the complaints are going to go to the places where nothing can be done. 311, NYPD, they will not be responding, and it will be in the hands, which is frightening, of DOT. I've lived in this city since 1975. I have the least respect, and I hope Commissioner Rodriguez has the ability to turn it around. But the DOT is probably one of the worst agencies that this city has ever had. So to put this type of a program in the hands of DOT is just shocking, frankly. And I really hope you all take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers will include Sam Zimmerman, Jim Burke, David Cohen, Robert Camacho, Ingrid Wigand, and Zach Neal. We'll begin with Sam Zimmerman, to be followed by Jim Burke.
Time starts now.
Sam Zimmerman. We'll come back to Sam Zimmerman and try Jim Burke, followed by David Cohen. Jim Burke. Jim Burke, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the unmute request.
Thank you, I just did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to say that I absolutely love the permanent open street restaurant program. Urge the city council to pass it. Besides just being a boon to these businesses, it's enlivened our neighborhoods. It's that when you're talking about mom and pops, the money actually stays in the neighborhood. You can't say that about many businesses, but like walking with this program, now in Queens, whether you're Rockaway Beach, whether you're Jackson Heights, you see these streetscape in the evening, and it's absolutely wonderful. And everybody's talking about, oh, we have to check this, we have to check this. Right now, a big SUV could park up in front of one of those restaurants, take up the same amount of space. We're not collecting anything from them. This can be done right? And I have a big confidence in Adonis Rodriguez. He's a big safe street champion. So he's going to make sure that it's not blocking sightlines, that pedestrians and bikes have always the right of way. But this is just really a boon to these businesses. And besides wanting to support them, it makes our neighborhoods a lot nicer. And any complaints people have about noise and those kind of issues, this is New York City. And obviously, depending on where you live, there can be some concession to making sure that that noise is not carried into the midnight, into the late night. But this is a wonderful program, and I want to thank everybody in the City Council who supports it. And I would urge you to think about how wonderful it makes these neighborhoods and lively. And I'm 100% for it. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be David Cohen, followed by Robert Camacho. David Cohen.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you, everyone, and thank you, council members. It's great to be here. I think it's important to remember why these sheds and this program was started in the first place. And it's COVID, and we've heard that from shockingly few people, right? The idea was sitting outside in the open air was more healthy and people could feel safe. I now see these sheds on the street that are fully enclosed on four sides. These are indoor buildings. These are not outdoor seats. These are nothing. And look, I'm someone who doesn't want to eat indoors, and I don't feel safe in those outdoor sheds for that reason. These are no circulation indoor buildings. This is a private taking of public land for free. They're worried about profit, not public health. And I feel for these people. I understand they've been hit hard. But the other thing that I haven't heard anyone recommend is why not just keep this temporary? We're not done with COVID. We're not done with the pandemic. So let's roll this forward, try to make it better. But to just make it permanent based on what I heard today from the DOT, that's frightening. They have not thought clearly about the obvious questions that were asked by Councilman Marte and others. They didn't have answers to the most obvious questions. They're not ready to handle this. I have no confidence that they can do it right. This should not be made permanent on the basis of the experience we've had for 20 months that have been talked about by countless others today. It's clear this is a money grab and not a public health thing that started this very program, and one that I loved in the beginning for the reasons to be safe from COVID. That's not what this is about anymore. And we need to keep that in mind when we think about what this is going to look like if you allow this to be carte blanche and hand over the power to a powerful industry lobby. Thank you, and I hope you vote against this.
Next, we'll hear from Robert Camacho, followed by Ingrid Wiegand. Robert Camacho.
Time starts now.
How are you, Chairperson? My name is Robert Camacho. I am the chairperson of CB4 in Brooklyn, Bushwick, the forgotten borough. This is the forgotten borough. This is where everybody wants to come and party and drink and dump their garbage all over the place. The various quality of life issues we have, the lack of oversight enforcement, commercial sanitation management issues, the loss of parking weigh heavily against the potential program benefit, also benefit the establishment owner and the commercial landlords. I am 60 years old. My grandmother lived here. She was 103. 103. I lived. My whole family in Bushwick. To see this is disheartening. They're giving away our land. They're giving away to the development as of right. The bike racks. Where's the Q&A to see if it's working? What's not working? The bike lanes, they're not using them. They're going the wrong way like I used to.
Let's stay on topic.
Huh?
Let's stay on topic.
Oh, exactly. It is because they're giving away our space. And that's what it is. They're giving away to private entities, to the real estate to the restaurant. And I own a home for 40 years. I clean 18 inches over the curb. I take the snow out, but you don't give me my parking space for a residential parking. Can I pay $1,600 like they do and join the program? We really need to focus on if it's going to work, if it doesn't going to work, and also enforcement and making sure that we all benefit from these programs, not only them, the community, especially the people that lived here all their lives. And guess what? Antonio Reynoso, council member.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Ingrid Wygand, followed by Zach Neal.
Time starts now.
Yes, thank you. I really I am echoing the people who've spoken before me. I'm for this in principle, but I feel that it's far too broad and it has to be thought through further. I also want to mention that I have been appalled that the legislation which permitted these sheds to be on 3 sides has allowed the majority of sheds to enclose the 4th side, which is really contrary to any ventilation requirement that you have for restaurants, and really makes it more likely to get COVID inside these spaces. Further, I think that the DOT is just ridiculous. They were giving permits for sidewalk restaurants in 15 months, and it was taken away from them. So now you're giving them far more sidewalk restaurants to manage. This is ridiculous. You need to think this through, and you're not doing it. So that's really the main thing that I require of this council. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Zach Neal, who will be followed by Sam Zimmerman. Zach Neal.
Starts now.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the time. I'm going to be quick. I don't really have any questions, just a statement. I'm a multiple business owner in New York City in the East Village. I'm also Native American by descent. And so I find it kind of funny hearing a bunch of elderly white women talking about land rights and how this is their neighborhood and everything's bad, and a little bit offensive since the entire city of New York is built on stolen land. But we'll move beyond that. This program, a lot of people are disputing the 100,000 jobs. Well, I employ 260 people, all of which lost their job and then regained them because of outdoor dining programs during the pandemic. Our businesses wouldn't exist without them. I do see a point in unifying the structures. There are a lot of structures that are definitely unsafe. You're seeing tents and things that are dilapidated. So I'm not completely in disagreement with the opposition on some of those issues. There needs to be a uniform standard way to build these structures so that they're safe and so that they can hold snow loads and things like that. But the idea that everyone's constantly disparaging them, calling them sheds or shacks or shanties, that's the same type of language that white people used in the 60s and 70s to keep people of color out of their neighborhood. Putting a disparaging mark on something that is someone's life work, that they've spent all of their time and money trying to survive to build, and reducing it to a shack. I think that that's a little bit disrespectful, and we should try to change the narrative on how we're referring to people's businesses, not calling them shanties and shacks. I think the main thing is that this is going to pass. This is the future. This is called progress, and progress is happening whether you like it or not. So from what I've heard today from the council, you guys seem like you're doing a great job in keeping the former mayor's promise and the governor's promise to make this a permanent program. So I'm very happy to hear that, as New York has a long history of taking things away from my people. That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Sam Zimmerman. Sam Zimmerman.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sam. I live in the Lower East Side. I'd like to thank the council committee for the opportunity to testify in support of the open restaurants program. Since the program has started, it's been obvious that it's overwhelmingly popular with people in this city. All you have to do is walk around and see all the folks eating outside to know how popular the program is. In CD3, where I live in the Lower East Side, although the community board ultimately voted against the program, it was a highly divided vote with almost even numbers on both sides. And every public poll on the issue, including the city's own, shows that the people in this city overwhelmingly support it. And one of the reasons I support it is because it showed how we can unlock the potential of our streets to create a more vibrant community. In that vein, I wanted to comment on something I heard this morning. I've tried to follow while I've been working throughout the day, but I heard council members Carr and Yeager say that open restaurants gives away public space to one industry. And I just couldn't disagree with that more. Before open restaurants, roadbeds were used for private car storage. And most New Yorkers do not own cars. In some neighborhoods like mine, ownership's as low as 15%. Using roadbeds for dining is a great step to create more space for more people to use the roads in a way that is better for more and reduces conflict on the sidewalks. Making the sidewalks pedestrian friendly is great, not just for restaurants, but for all businesses. And I heard somebody say earlier that the open restaurants and the sheds or whatever we're going to call them dissuade people from coming. And I just don't think that's true. Most people travel to retail businesses on foot, and increasing foot traffic is going to be better for everyone. There's obviously some aspects of the program that need to be worked on, particularly surrounding enforcement and, of course, safety. We need other things like containerization of trash is a major thing that needs to be done as part of this. And so, look, to sum it up, open restaurants is a good thing. It needs to be part of an overall reimagining of our street use. In that regard, I hope that Commissioner Rodriguez follows through on his commitment to protect 50% of cities' bike lanes within the first 100 days.
I'm quiet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to make a reminder to everyone waiting and listening that written testimony may be submitted by email to testimony@council.nyc.gov. testimony@council.nyc.gov. The next group of speakers will include Stephen Olson, who will be followed by Melanie Frost. Stephen Olson.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Steve Olson. I'm the general manager of 2 restaurants, one located in Midtown East and one in NoHo. And our restaurant group consists of 6 restaurants throughout the city. Over the past 2 years, we have spent thousands of dollars in construction, the outdoor dining sheds, and in the outdoor equipment and furniture for all of these restaurants. The elimination of the lengthy application process prior to the pandemic has allowed us to open all of our restaurants more quickly and try to get back to our previous pre-COVID volume, which to this day we still have not done. With the constant changes in government regulations and inconsistent waves of the coronavirus, outdoor dining became a lifesaver in the ability to generate revenue during these difficult times and allow people who still don't feel comfortable sitting inside to eat out at the restaurants. We have increased the capacity to serve more guests, which in return allowed us to keep our staff employed and increase our revenue to combat the rising of prices of food and beverage, labor, and rent. In addition, our restaurant group works hard to make sure our sheds are clean and vermin-free and try to create a safe and comfortable ambiance for our neighbors and guests. The emergency use program for outdoor dining has proven that the previous regulations and a lengthy application process only hinders growth to our industry and limits the amount of restaurants that can get ahead. Making it harder and longer for restaurants to apply for outdoor dining or not operate in their designated zone will only close more restaurants and make the city far harder to be in. I understand the concerns that our neighbors are making, but like some previous speakers before, the problems of trash, rats, and overcrowding sidewalks was an issue before all of the outdoor dining. I think we need to work together to make this program successful for all of us. Thank you.
We'll hear from Melanie Frost, to be followed by Ryder Kessler and then Ned Shalansky. Melanie Frost.
Time starts now.
Melanie Frost, if you can hear me, we need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin your testimony. I'll come back to Melanie Frost and try Ryder Kessler. Ryder Kessler. Ryder Kessler,
Hello.
if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much for having me. My name's Ryder Kessler. I am a lifelong downtown Manhattanite, 36 years. I'm a member of CB2 Manhattan, but speaking here just in my capacity as an individual. I just want to break through the dichotomy I've seen between benefiting restaurant owners and the opposition of residents. I think some folks have brought this up, but I'm one of the 80% of Manhattanites who loves outdoor dining from the perspective of a diner, someone who enjoys the vibrant streetscape that we've enjoyed because of the role that outdoor dining has played in revitalizing the streetscape during COVID, and also showing that we can use street space in more diverse ways that also are more sustainable and more equitable. I would emphasize what some other folks have noted, which is that the status quo before outdoor dining was free parking spaces, of which there are millions in New York, equivalent to the size of about 12 central parks. That space is not enjoyed by everyone. About 20% of households in Manhattan own cars, and their median income is about double that of households that don't. So how public really is that space that can be enjoyed by so few, and which also incentivizes more driving, which drives up emissions and hurts the climate and the city overall. So I think thinking about ways that we can be using our street space for things like outdoor dining, also containerized trash, which people have mentioned, will make the streets more vibrant in years to come. Folks have complained about rats. I don't like them either, but we know that rat sightings exploded before COVID due to sanitation budget cuts and the piles of trash we have on the streets, and are not ascribable to the outdoor dining program. So my headline is just that as a diner, as a resident, I love this program, and I am very grateful to the council for their work in thinking about how to make it permanent in a way that serves everyone. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Ned Shalansky, followed by Melanie Frost.
Starting time. Hi, everyone. My name is Ned Shalansky, and I'm a registered landscape architect in New York City with 14 years experience, including 11 with the New York City Parks Department, where I've testified before the Public Design Commission and Landmarks Preservation Commission. Special shout out to Kalman Yeager. I designed DeGiulio Playground in your neighborhood years ago. I hope you're well, and I've appreciated I've learned recently about a provision in the new legislation called the enclosures provision, which allows restaurants to leave their windows open during business hours. This provision is a clear violation of neighborly respect. It permits private establishments to broadcast loud music and entertainment onto often, sometimes small, neighborhood blocks. For restaurant-dense neighborhoods like my own in the Lower East Side, this program has a disproportionate effect. Disproportionate, that's my take-home point, and my second big point. Small-scale neighborhoods like mine are overwhelmed by the negative aspects of this program. The neighborhood is a composition of unlike people with interests living in harmony and at times sacrificial mutual interest. I'm glad that we're getting through this together. I'm not against the temporary program, but I do think the permanent iteration of the program needs to be studied more, and I don't think that there should be a rush to pass it, especially in small residential neighborhoods. I'm concerned that this program eviscerates the boundaries of civility which permit diversity to thrive. You, me, and our neighbors, we all have radically different ideas across various core values, and good boundaries, well-studied ones in this case, I would submit, help us to live more peaceably, allow us to thrive, not just survive. We're talking restaurants, so I have two final entrees for everybody. One, immediately reconsider the enclosures provision. How does anyone really believe that amplifying noise and entertainment into quiet neighborhoods? Time expired. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Melanie Frost. Melanie Frost.
Starting time.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maria Farfan. I'm actually here on behalf of Melanie Frost, the COO of Estebago, a family-owned business that has been in business for over 40 years, providing the city with New York's best bagel. We actually have benefited greatly from the open restaurants, seeing as it made the difference between being able to keep our employees employed and keeping our stores open. We've seen it plenty of times in recent days of without the seating, the stores are empty. And it's important for us that all the families that we employ are safe and are employed and are able to provide for their families, because this is our extended family here at Sebago. And we know that the program is not perfect. We've had to deal with much of what the residents are saying with homeless people and rats and everything, but we have done our best to mitigate and keep our city, our street safe, and ensure that our customers are enjoying themselves, and also that our neighbors are able to continue to enjoy their own street. You know, without this program, the restaurant industry wouldn't be able to survive. And it's not giving away land to the restaurants. It's just that we don't have it for people. I know there's indoor dining, but people do not feel comfortable dining indoors. They want to be outside. They want to be able to socialize with people and enjoy their favorite foods without worrying about being inside. It's just so important for us to have the options, because that's what New York is about, having options and giving people the ability to enjoy things that they don't get to enjoy.
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of speakers will include DM.H. Boyd, Fanny Ip, Alida Camp, Fazad Hossein, and Dale Goodson. We'll begin with DM.H. Boyd.
Starting time.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, chairs and council members. Just for the record, I want Zach Neal to know that I am not white, a rich old white woman. So I think that was not very kind. There's a lot of people of color on this call. I would like to answer Councilman Yeager's question. I just left a news interview in front of a fully enclosed outdoor shed that is being used as a coat check. It is February. DOT was first notified on December 2nd. It determined the business had 24 hours to cure. The latest determination on February 1st determined the items had to be removed immediately. Numerous press outlets also covered this fiasco. The illegal unsafe structure is still standing and being used as a coat check. Doesn't matter how many complaints or inspections. My neighborhood is known as Hell Square because of the sheer number of late night liquor licenses. It is one of the hardest hit by the emergency program. The conditions here went from bad to unbearable. In Hell Square and most of the Lower Side, we live in low-rise tenements where what happens on the street also invades our homes. The streetscapes created by the emergency order has created an open-air nightclub and drug market where anything goes and everything is for sale. The bars, clubs, and restaurants have tripled in size and brought thousands of more people to our streets. The crowds roving the area have grown bigger, rowdier, and more aggressive. Our homes are occupied by people screaming, smoking, fighting, pissing, vomiting, and blasting music. NYPD is incapable of dealing with it. It's a simple question of physics. You cannot invite 10,000 people to a small space, add alcohol and a circus atmosphere in the street. We have 80% increase in major crime categories, with robbery up 350%. With all due respect, DOT can't fix potholes for years, yet we are asked to blindly believe that DOT is equipped to manage and enforce open restaurants and ensure our quality of life. I think the capable hands of DCA should go back to sidewalk cafes with some regulatory tweaks. This should not be passed, so please don't pass this. It is common sense to conduct an EIS, please, and please allow Councilmember Marte and Councilmember Botcher to be at the table. I will add, I didn't finish, I will submit, but please, this program needs to be rethought. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Fanny Ip, followed by Alida Camp.
Starting time.
Fanny.
Yep. Hi. My name is Fanny Ip, and I grew up in the Lower East Side where I continue to live today. I am a cyclist, a pedestrian, and a driver. I am here today to ask the council members to not change nor remove the zoning text that will further expand and allow the sidewalk and roadway cafes to become permanent. The text is there for a reason. If the zoning needs to be amended, go through the ULURP process so we have real answers, details, and the real impacts of this change can be studied, not empty promises that we heard today. The restaurant sheds and other outdoor dining structures that came out of this emergency program during the pandemic are dangerous and a nuisance to our neighborhoods and residents. They create dangerous blind spots for everyone. I've seen quite a few of these accidents caused especially by the ones that are located at the ends of the block. Many times people are not paying attention or the drivers are coming down too fast down the street and cannot stop in time. As a cyclist, I've encountered on numerous occasions where these structures are blocking the bike lanes or that new bike lanes are created to go around them where I have to weave in and out of traffic dangerously. It's bad enough cars were already blocking the bike lanes before, but now with these structures taking up more road space, cars are blocking the bike lanes even more than ever. As a driver, these roadway cafes cause more traffic congestion, which then creates more noise from frustrated drivers honking. The way these structures are encroaching the already narrow streets is a nightmare in the making. Add to that entitled drivers who double park with a FedEx truck coming down the street, you will have a situation where drivers with road rage are ready to explode. As a pedestrian, I'm constantly on guard when I walk past these empty sheds and structures that are not being used. Will I see rats scuffling around the garbage, or will there be a drug user lurking about and ready to scream obscenities or racial slurs at me? It is very tiring from the fear that I now have from just walking down the street. We now also have to bob and weave or do a little dance with the wait staff who are going back and forth from the restaurants with food and drinks in their
Time
hands.
expired.
Next speaker will be Alida Camp, followed by Fazad Hossein.
Starting time.
Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Alida Camp. I co-chair Community Board 8's Small Business Committee, although I'm speaking individually. First, DOT should not be writing rules on any program aspect alone. DOT is not accountable to the communities that are New York. Community boards and council members are accountable. They hear their constituents. They are community voices and must have a say. DOT is not the right entity to enforce all compliance. Many restaurants do not comply with sidewalk access, DOT's responsibility. DOT failed at enforcement. How can it handle all of the other compliance areas with only 30 inspectors for 12,000 restaurants? DOT came to CB8 Manhattan and told us that residents must call in with specific complaints. We asked that they walk along an avenue where we noted failure to comply, but it wouldn't. That more than 3 hours of council member questions preceded public testimony demonstrates that there are too many questions to jump to permanency without a fuller understanding of all program aspects and answers to the many significant questions raised. To the council, why not create a program with mandates for periodic review and subsequent implementation of changes necessitated by altered conditions and manifestations of unintended consequences? Community boards must be part of the review process for the same reason they must be part of the rulemaking process. How can you know that a program designed during an emergency will be the right program in a few years and that it will accommodate not just restaurants, but other small businesses, residents, street and sidewalk users, and disabled New Yorkers? There will be unintended consequences from this program. Neighborhoods need more than restaurants to be viable for residents and interesting to visitors. Public space is being ceded for private use. Landlords may be an unintended beneficiary by allowing increased rents from use of public space. Is this what the program intends? Is there a mechanism to provide equity for restaurants unable to participate in the program because they are behind a bus stop or fire hydrant or the like? I support restaurants. Having grown up in the Bronx, I'm thrilled that Bronxites are able
Time
to
expired.
enjoy outdoor restaurants. Thank you very much.
Fazad Hossein will be the next speaker, followed by Dale Goodson.
Starting time.
Fazad Hossein, if you can hear me. Apologies for mispronunciation. We need you to accept the unmute request in order to begin your testimony. Come back to Fazad Hossein and try Dale Goodson. Do we have Dale Goodson?
Starting time.
Dale Goodson, if you can hear me,
Yeah,
you can begin your testimony.
okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Dale Goodson, and I'm against the, I don't see my video. Am I up?
We can hear you.
I guess it's running. I'm against the text amendment and making open restaurants a permanent program. I've lived on Avenue A and 12th Street in the East Village for 25 years, and the noise from outdoor seating that has come with the program has ruined my quality of life. There are 5 bars and 4 restaurants between 12th and 14th Streets, none of which previously had outdoor seating. Since the program began, there's been a sea of noise with yelling and singing and chants of chug, chug, chug that rolls up and down the avenue. The noise outbursts are like whack-a-mole. The noise from outdoor diners has been disruptive, but the noise from bars is off the charts. They should be dealt with separately. The only effective way to deal with the noise would be to have a cop on every corner, and that's not going to happen. The only way the noise problem does get dealt with is if residents do the policing and residents make the 311 calls. And that's a burden and partnership that has left us exhausted and burnt out. Bars, restaurants, and DOT must come up with an effective standalone method for policing their noise that does not involve residents as the first responders. And making the problem worse is the fact that Avenue A and its sidewalks are very narrow, and the addition of tables and chairs and sheds has made an already crowded situation much worse, especially for wheelchairs, strollers, and seniors. I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I'm losing sleep, but I can't afford to move. My quality of life has been hijacked and sacrificed, and I feel trapped. I was in favor of open restaurants as a temporary solution, but making it permanent will be a disaster. Please do not pass the text amendment, and please don't make open restaurants permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. We will try again to hear from Fazad Hossain. Fazad Hossain, if you can hear me, please accept the unmute request to begin your testimony.
Starting time.
Okay, we seem to be having some issues with next group of speakers will include Todd Shapiro, Jan Reyna, Yolanda Trujillo, Ann Riley, Linda Marini, and Megan Joy. We'll begin with Todd Shapiro, followed by Jan Reyna.
Starting time.
My name is Todd Shapiro, and I will be speaking on behalf of CB5's Open Restaurants Task Force. I strongly support Samir and my fellow community board's comments on notice periods, 45 days or even 60 days as required. Give us the time to do our job. And the curbside setups must have the same kind of review as sidewalks. CB5's policy on sidewalk and curbside dining are guided by a well-established standard. It's all about weighing the benefits and interests of all the concerned parties in a fair and responsible manner. CB5 carefully considers standards of cleanliness, appropriateness, street and sidewalk safety, and fairness among stakeholders for each locale it reviews. The one-size-fits-all nature of the proposed changes to sidewalk and curbside dining regulation, unless handled properly, may well lead to problems applying effective review. Our colleagues in CB2 and CB4, which share a similar profile of outdoor dining and express similar concerns. We are skeptical that DOT can perform this role suitably. This is for community boards. Our committee has noted that with the proposed changes in the regulatory scheme, the problems noted at this hearing will likely continue in our district. Open streets, which work well as an emergency measure, at the same time showcase noticeable problems. These include the major issues with regard to quality of life as commented on at this hearing. By many measures, CB5 feels that open streets, which has allowed a temporary relaxation of measures for review and opened up streets and sidewalks to pandemic-stricken establishments, has been a success. However, if it is made permanent without returning to established standards of review, it will be seen as an unfair concession to only one part of our community, the restaurant and food service sector. We must make sure that the program proposed is seen as a reform and improvement, not as a hasty giveaway to any one group. If this is not accomplished, it will breed conflict over the valuable streets and sidewalks among all the stakeholders in our great city. A more detailed report from the task force will be submitted. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Jan Reyna, followed by Yolanda Trujillo. Jan Reyna.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Jan Reyna. I live in Park Slope on 5th Avenue, right sort of at the top in the north. We have 16 outdoor sheds in a 2-block radius. I really want to say thank you to all the restaurant owners who have been diligent in keeping their spaces clean. We really do appreciate it, but unfortunately, that's very far and few in between. I've heard that we've always had noise and rats before this, but it's been up tenfold. I have people outside my bedroom window at 4 a.m. drinking, partying, because the outdoor dining is still open at that time. I have been getting 2 hours of sleep a night for the last 2 years. It's unsustainable. I can't hold down a job. My income is 30% of what it was before the pandemic. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay in my apartment. This has ruined my life. I think you need to hear more from the community about this. It's the first time ever that I've ever been able to share any opinion on it. I appreciate this opportunity and thank you so much.
Next speaker will be Yolanda Trujillo, and then Ann Riley, and then Linda Marini.
Starting time.
Thank you. I work in the hospitality industry and I work for a small restaurant, and it's because of the open restaurant that I have a job. I also live Midtown between 6th and 7th on 55th Street, and 8 restaurants have closed their doors. Those 8 restaurants now make the area dark and unsafe, and now more homeless folks are coming to that neighborhood because it's not well traveled as in the past. So closing down the open concept is affecting restaurants, affecting the neighborhoods, affecting the safety of more people and families and children than you can imagine. I'm a strong supporter, and if you want New York to survive, we have to support this concept. Thank you.
Ann Riley will speak next, followed by Linda Marini, and then Megan Joy. Ann Riley.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you to everyone who's remained on this call for the better part of today. My name is Ann Riley, and I am the Executive Director of the New York City Brewers Guild, which is almost 40 breweries strong, representing literally countless jobs who have all been directly impacted over the last 2 years. Our industry ran into unparalleled hurdles in taking part in the outdoor seating programs and truly needs this to continue. In addition to the manufacturing jobs and the hospitality jobs that New York City Beer employs, it directly impacts several jobs throughout the city at our restaurants, bars, and shops. I understand many people on this call have had issues with how it impacts their neighborhoods. However, part of a neighborhood is businesses that keep it thriving. And in all instances, all of our member breweries have gone out of their way to ensure that they have working relationships with those neighbors. Some of my colleagues have also spoken on this call. It's imperative that we move forward with a permanent solution to outdoor seating. And I give my time back.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Linda Marini, to be followed by Megan Joy.
Starting time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Linda Marini, and I am the owner of Duck Claudio, a family-operated restaurant located on Ann Street in the Financial District. We were grateful with the Open Restaurants and Open Streets programs. Unfortunately, not all restaurants, including us, fit the guidelines to operate under the current program. Ann Street is a narrow 2-lane street that is just 3 blocks long. It was only due to support from our community, our elected officials, the Downtown Alliance, along with the DOT, that we were permitted to operate under a temporary open street solution until December of 2021. We could not have survived without the option of outdoor dining. This is a fact. Presently, while we do not have an option for outdoor seating in the horizon, we strongly believe that outdoor seating is still critical to ensure the continued recovery of our business and that of many others. We would like the City Council to consider the needs of all restaurants as they consider the transition to a more permanent program. We have all suffered and continue to suffer tremendous losses. We need an equitable solution that does not disproportionately create or restrict any particular business during this continued recovery. Outdoor dining is still a consideration for customers as they choose between places to dine, an option vital to compete and survive in this current environment. These programs should be more inclusive and consider the negative financial impact on the restaurants completely shut out of the program or with the lack of one in place. Outdoor dining should be an option as long as the public continues to have reservations about indoor dining, if not permanently in some.
Time expired.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll hear from Megan Joy.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Megan Joy. I own 5 bar restaurants in Manhattan that all have outdoor seating. And I'm not going to reiterate all the benefits that it had outdoor seating had during the pandemic, but suffice to say that we would not be here without it. So thank you to Councilmember Reynoso for that one. And look, I get it. This is not a perfect system by any means. Rats and vermin are a huge problem. Noise is a huge problem. Safety in the middle of the night is a problem. But I think we'll be able to address all these together. When we take out right now, all of these outdoor barriers are filled with sandbags, which is like the perfect environment for rats to burrow in and make their nests in. Once those come out and you replace them with steel barriers, the rats will be less of a problem. The garbage on the sidewalk, we have to figure this out. It's such an antiquated system. Let's get the garbage into rat-proof bins that are on the street where different businesses are sharing 1 or 2 bins on the street, and you've got one carting company coming and picking that up. The decks, they need to be removed. They're trapping water and they're trapping food scraps. All of this will help with the rat and vermin problem. Let's get rid of outdoor speakers. That will help with the noise problem. We can close earlier, especially on side streets that are residential. All of these, this idea that bar owners versus residents is just not a thing. One, I'm a resident of the neighborhood that I own bars in, and I work with the community all the time. And I think most bar and restaurant owners are like me and are willing to make concessions and work with the community. My last thing is community boards. You got to give them 45 days. It's not enough time for them to review on the schedule. Either you're going to use them or you're not going to use them. That if you are going to use them, let's give them time to review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are going to take a very brief moment to stay on this meeting at ease to handle some technological issue. We will begin very shortly with the next group of speakers.
Chair, continuing on with the panels, we just switch over committee councils too. So the next few speakers are going to be Carlotta Jansen, Mark Woders, Pete Davis, and Shiomo Waigoda. And again, just as a reminder, if you would like to submit your written testimony, just submit it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. So the next speaker is Carlotta Jansen.
Starting time.
Hi, Charlotta Jansen, Shea Oscar. Outdoor dining saved my business of 23 years. COVID-19 shut us down without warning, no plan. April 2020, I rallied over 20 weary Bed-Stuy restaurants to fight for outdoor dining. Commercial sidewalks were a thing of the past, taken away so big developers could declare blight and with low interest loans and tax breaks, tear it all down. Until COVID, outdoor dining was an exclusive club. That all changed. We and many others could hire back staff and more. We could serve our community safely and survive. The RRF never reached us. In 2021, I wanted to build something beautiful. While wood was skyrocketing, I found an affordable modular steel system that I bent and curved, transparent for street view, tapered for tree pits, and because it's modular, easily winterized. By now it's been through hurricanes and winter storms. We built it to re-social and it worked. One wing is even landmark approved. Now is the time to make equitable and inclusive laws and to allow for better designs. Ugly and abandoned structures need to go, but don't kill all structures over them. Good ones even mitigate sound. Covered roadside and sidewalk dining are the Marshall Plan. We need dialogue. We are all still COVID broke. Make outdoor dining inclusive, equitable, affordable, and beautiful. I want you to protect even the most vulnerable small businesses among us. A swift, affordable process, well-built all-year-round structures that respect and protect pedestrians, servers, and guests alike. A minimum of 10 seats outdoors, fair pricing for the first 24, adjacent space for those blocked by fire hydrants, bus stops, city bikes, removal of abandoned shacks, and curbing back actors. I am submitting images of built and to be built structures, some with a fiscal sponsor. We, the small businesses, need you, and New York needs us. Don't make New York affordable to box stores and food chains alone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charlotta. The next speaker is Mark Woders.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Chair Velasquez and Chair Riley for this meeting. My name is Mark Wooters. I'm an urban planner and architect here in Brooklyn, and I championed the outdoor dining program in April 2020 when the city was locked down as a way to support our small businesses, but also to bring life back to our commercial streets. And I testified at City Council also in June 2020 for the program. As I see things going forward, I'm really delighted to see the benefits that the program has done, but I don't see that the program should continue in the same way moving forward. Seeing the impact of the sheds on some of our streets, turning some of the streets into alleys, in some of the neighborhoods where there are the most sheds is a very different impact than in other areas where there aren't as many sheds, where in fact they may be tolerable. You also see the sheds and the cafes pinching together and limiting accessibility for people with mobility issues. And so I'm very interested in this idea of one size doesn't fit all. New York is so diverse, so many wonderful neighborhoods. I'm very interested in seeing if we can come up with a way that local communities, maybe community boards, have a dial in which they can customize how this is included into their neighborhoods while still allowing the restaurant program to continue. I'm very interested in working on this. And I also think the community boards should be involved long-term in the enforcement because they have so many eyes to sort of watch and so many people to relate to and do it in partnership with DOT as opposed to just relying on city government alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. The next speaker is Pete Davis.
Starting time.
Thank you. My name is Pete Davies, 41-year resident of Manhattan Community Board 2. Question, has DOT left the hearing? No matter. Today I speak in opposition to the two bills before you with specific concerns. As noted by council members Marte, Botcher, and others, when considering public space, one size does not fit all. Please hold off on passage of these bills. First, insist on neighborhood appropriate regulations for both sidewalk cafes and roadbed dining. I point you to 4 key areas: permanent open restaurants, the granting of use of public space exclusively to one industry while ignoring others creates inequitable conditions and needs to be more fully analyzed. Sidewalk cafe exclusion areas. Specific neighborhood conditions should be considered in current uses. Probable conflicts that will be created by the wide allowance of sidewalk cafes needs to be looked at. Enclosure regulations. Noise from outdoor dining disruptive to local residents is a known and ongoing issue. Any blanket allowance for open windows, rooftop establishments, and other outdoor setups should not be allowed. Enforcement. Bottom line, enforcement by complaint puts the onus on residents. The DOT claim for a dedicated 311 complaint line must be questioned. Look at the fiasco for what DOT claimed would be a dedicated 311 line for retail deliveries back in 2016, 2018. It was a total failure. Undoing in one fell swoop the entire framework for sidewalk cafes, coupled with permanent allowance for outdoor dining, is ill-advised and premature. Thank you for the time. Done.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shlomo Wygoda. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Starting time.
Hello? Can you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, guys. So I am Shlomo Steve Wygoda. I am an architect. I'm with SWA Architects. I want to shout out to Charlotta. I haven't seen you in 20 years. And Bob and Carter and everyone. But I started doing sidewalk cafes in the 80s, I think. And I've designed, expedited, obtained approvals for over 1,000 locations in New York. I've worked with Mark Weprin, Tony Avella, Dan Garodnik, and the list goes on and on and on. And when Bob was at DCA, and when Gretchen Dykstra was at DCA, and when Amanda Burden was at City Planning, I helped evolve the small sidewalk cafes. And Amanda had promised, let's do the out of boroughs because they're underrepresented, they're not represented well. We never got to it, but that was on the agenda to get more and more restaurants and sidewalk cafes on board. The zoning resolution, Article 4. Oh, and I just want to mention, I know I'm going to run out of time, but DOB zoning does allow outdoor dining with table service, use group 6A and 6B, just for the record, okay? DOT is the wrong agency to manage this. And also I see 2 or 3 people working at DOT. 5 months is outrageous. We actually had it down to 85 days. And that was, as Bob said, after we got the DOT out of the cycle. This is a very, very complicated situation. We heard for hours, I've been listening for hours of all the pluses, minuses, and contradictions and all of that. I'm willing to donate my time towards making
Time
this.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shlomo. The next set of speakers will be Andres Saluri, Joseph DeRosa, Elizabeth Bluen, and Gretchen Connolly. So Andres Saluri is the first speaker.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Andres Saluri, and I'm a licensed architect, a longtime Manhattan resident, a member of the American Institute of Architects, New York, the principal of Saluri Architecture, and a co-founder of the Design Corps, which is a platform where 70 New York architects have volunteered to help 90 restaurants design compliant outdoor dining. Today, I'm testifying in my own personal capacity, and a more detailed version of this is in my op-ed published in today's Daily News. Opportunities to transform our city streets in a positive and equitable way don't happen very often, but the zoning changes you are considering is one of those rare moments. Many criticisms about open restaurants are valid, and I agree with most of them. However, most can easily be resolved through good design, clear yet flexible guidelines, and increased consistent enforcement. While outdoor dining structures may appear simple, each involves hundreds of design decisions that greatly impact design success or failure and how positively or negatively the surrounding community is impacted. That's why it's crucial for a permanent program to have clear, flexible guidelines to review applications before they are built and for the DOT to have the resources to properly enforce the requirements. Good design is not easy, and it does not happen by itself. The complaints you are hearing prove this, but there's an army of New York architects, designers, and community groups who have been mobilized by the Alfresco Coalition to find the best, most equitable ideas for a permanent program while addressing its challenges and potential. With help from the Design Corps and AIA, we are crafting recommendations to the city through a series of policy roundtables that we hope will become the program's guidelines, while also convening competitions and workshops led by architects to propose design solutions that mitigate these challenges. Our goal is to assemble best practices and case studies while also proposing a series of prototypes. I ask City Council to approve this zoning change and give our group a chance to demonstrate what a well-designed and equitable program could look like. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph DeRosa.
Time starts now.
How you doing? My name is Joe DeRosa. I am also an owner of the Joey Roses Bar and Social Club on the Lower East Side. My partner, Paul Italia, spoke earlier. I just want to start by saying I'm all in favor of fair and balanced rules for these structures. I do not think it should be the Wild West. But pertaining to the way this is going, I opened my first business in 2021 in the city during the pandemic, and I put my life savings into it. So respectfully, this notion that restaurants are back, it's just extremely aloof. And I say that on behalf of the restaurant and bar owners like myself and the many that neighbor me who've gone into their own pockets in recent months to keep their businesses afloat. Calling our outdoor structures that have been abandoned shantytown shacks is also insulting. People are trying their best to survive amidst tragedy. Blaming restaurant owners for unused outdoor structures is like blaming soldiers for not being able to execute the exit strategy. We need assistance, not warnings. We can't do this on our own. We need guidance. I'm hearing a lot about constituents that dislike the outdoor seating, and that's great. They need to be heard. But guess what? Bar and restaurant owners are your constituents too. And we're people trying to help rebuild the economy in this city. When bike lanes bring money in, then I want to hear about bike lanes. I'm sorry. In the meantime, we want to give back. I want the chance to recoup the considerable money I've invested in my outdoor seating. But more importantly, I want a fair chance to help rebuild in a city that has lost so much. I mean that. New York City is not easy to subsist in, but it's a city I believe in and I support. And I ask that you please show that support mutually. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. The next speaker will be Elizabeth Lewin.
Time starts now.
Do we have Elizabeth? It doesn't seem like we do, so I'm going to move on to Gretchen Connolly.
Hello there. Thank you all for this opportunity. I'm a passionate fan of open dining, and I'm here today to plead with the council, DOT, and any other relevant agency to put controls in place for the rollout of these program revisions. Specifically, if a currently participating restaurant either does not apply or is not approved in the new program, what measures are in place to ensure an open and fair process to determine the future of that space to best serve the community? In other words, how can we ensure this valuable public curb space is not automatically converted back to parking? I would also ask that the outdoor dining structures be permitted to stay with clear guidelines and ongoing inspection. And we'll note that those such as Councilmember Yeager, whose primary opposition has been accessibility and parents pushing strollers, I find your motive suspect if you have been silent on the issue of how the city clears snow from sidewalks, crosswalks, and curb cuts, or the myriad of sidewalks with cars parked all over them. Finally, with regard to enforcement, I reported a non-compliant structure. A DOT inspector was out within 24 hours and the structure was gone within 48. I was pleasantly pleased. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next two speakers will be Kyle Sklarov and Janet Hirschberger. So Kyle Sklarov, if you're there.
Time starts now.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So thank you. I wanted to just speak to a point that many others have made. We live in the West Village. We've been there and in the area for more than 20 years. And while we love it, I have to say that since the city announced that this emergency measure would be permanent, I've just been filled with a sense of dread. Our apartment is 400 square feet on the ground floor. And now right outside our windows, our bedroom window, our living room window, is an outdoor roadbed dining shed. I know many have said that this is about saving jobs and whether or not people are comfortable with indoor dining yet, but that's a reason to continue a temporary program, not a permanent program. I'm happy that as a lifelong resident, that this emergency measure helped save the restaurant industry, but that doesn't mean we should be upending the lives of local residents permanently. So we're on a narrow residential street. I know this is the case for many people living in Lower Manhattan. There's no shelter inside our home from the noise. This isn't about rules, unless the rules are you can't speak while dining. And I don't think, we're trying to create outdoor libraries. So I think as Leslie and Stuart and many others noted earlier, this program just is a neighborhood destroyer, and I urge you to reject it. Giving away public land to one private industry at the detriment of local residents without their input is not what made the city successful prior to the pandemic, and it's not what's going to lead an equitable recovery after the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janet Hirschberger.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to bring the public into your deliberations. It seems like so many council members, except for 2 and 3, believe it's a foregone conclusion that outdoor dining should be made permanent. And I don't think it is a foregone conclusion, certainly not in the hearts and experience of residents of New York City, which I was born in Washington Heights. I live in Little Italy now. I was a big supporter of Eat in the Streets at the beginning to temporarily expand restaurant operations and help them bail out during the pandemic. But now the way this has evolved is destroying our streetscape, destroying community character, and favoring the well-funded hospitality industry who were very well represented in this meeting over the living experience of residents. The streets and the sidewalks do not belong to the people anymore, and they now belong to commercial interests who do not overwhelmingly, for the most part, live in the neighborhoods they are exploiting. The 100,000 jobs that we keep hearing about were lost, are still there, and indoor dining is coming back. I would have no problem with a temporary extension of open streets, but not forever. And I think this should be a ballot referendum. Let the people speak. Let the people of New York City speak. Put it on a ballot referendum in November of 2022. And let's hear from the people as well as their well-paid consultants of the restaurant industry. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. And good luck in what's going to be a bumpy road ahead for all of us, no matter what.
Thank you, Janet. The next few speakers are James Villani, Norma Cody, and Mandy Oser. So the first speaker is James Villani.
Time starts now.
Hello?
We can hear you, James.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, hi. Over the years, I have attended Community Board 4 and 5 meetings concerning liquor license applications. And in my experience, bar and restaurant applicants' concerns are how late they can stay open and how loud they can play music. Giving these entities a larger footprint on a permanent basis, I think, is a mistake and should be considered more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. The next speaker is Norma Cody.
Time starts now.
Thank you for listening to me today. I want to note that the two provisions that are proposed to be changed now have a multiplier effect on each other that has an extraordinary negative impact on the quality of life of the people who live around these outdoor activities. Removing the zoning protection for residential areas exposes residential areas to a great deal of assault on their quality of life, and allowing in-the-street dining eviscerates the protections that have been enjoyed in the past by people who live on streets with narrow sidewalks. It affects me personally, but I don't think I'm the only one. Have been protected by a narrow sidewalk so that there'd be no sidewalk cafes, but now instead we've got a big enterprise in the street. Especially pernicious, I think, are the eat in the street provisions. Eat in the street is a misnomer. These operations do use the street. They've got servers who go back and forth. They've got busboys. They've got the hosts. They've got patrons, all of whom are going at cross purposes to the line of pedestrian traffic that ought to be maintained. In addition to that, you've got patrons waiting to be seated, and you've got patrons who are coming and going into the space itself. The problem of outdoor eating in the street is going to be exacerbated if you cut out community board input, which effectively you're doing if you only permit notice. That does not allow for a hearing that the community can participate in. So eat in the street provision should be revoked. And finally, the industry should be required to give something back to the public, and that is make their restrooms open to the public. That's a notorious problem that the city has had.
I'm expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. The next speaker will be Mandy Oser, followed by Jacqueline Bernstein and Kate Pulse. Mandy Oser.
Time starts now.
This is Mandy.
Mandy, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You can hear me? Hi, I'm Mandy Oser. I'm the owner of Ardisha Wine Bar, which is located in Hell's Kitchen. And I'm speaking on behalf of, or in support of open restaurants. Just to give you an idea, during the pandemic, we actually closed for only 48 hours and we were able to continuously operate and survive through all of this. And one of the main reasons was the open restaurants program. And obviously I've heard the testimony throughout the day and heard of the opposition and the problems, but just to give you an example of someone where this program has allowed us to keep people employed and actually increase the number of employees throughout the pandemic and now after, as we're getting out of the pandemic. And, let's also be clear that it's not over. I think a lot of people have also said this. The economic challenges continue, and having this program will allow us to not just survive, but maybe thrive. I think a lot of us came through the pandemic, and yes, we survived, but we are by no means thriving. And this program will be a lifeline. It also, again, has been said many times, but especially in our neighborhood, which has the benefit of wider streets, it's created like a really lovely vibe. Our neighbors support it, and it's actually created a sense of safety, especially later in the evening when there's just more activity on the block. So we'd like to add our voice to those supporting a smart and organized, fair program that we will happily participate in, and meeting the concerns of the community around us as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandy. The next speaker is Jacqueline Bernstein.
Time starts now.
Hi, and thank you. As a kid from Brooklyn who grew up on welfare and food stamps, I am so honored to be here. I'm Jacqueline Bernstein, owner of Empire Force Events, and we're a corporate event production company. And during the pandemic, I co-founded the Live Events Coalition of New York, representing the 12 million affected nationally in the gathering business. You know, events, meetings, travel, etc., at all kinds of venues. And just like restaurants, events were the first to shut down and still drastically affected. In addition, we work with the New York Governor's Office on reopening guidelines for events. I'm also a board of director of NYCC Company, the city's marketing and convention and visitors bureau, and a board of director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. I'm sort of like the Andrew Ridgie for events. Those of us in events provide corporate and social group hospitality, especially in restaurants, and we are not financially recovering yet. Therefore, I present another perspective why we need this program. As my advocacy rallying cry has been, how does a business stay in business without doing business? And out of adversity does come some good. Those of us in event production have and still do provide design and infrastructure, build outs, furnishings, barricades, tents, decor for outdoor dining. I myself consulted complimentary with the Mayor's Office of Citywide Events and Coordination, providing resources that are still online for the outdoor dining program. This is not only keeping restaurants alive, however, those of us in events working in them. These outdoor spaces also give added and differential event venues in addition to being for those that still want and need to event outside. This helps all of us financially. And alongside events, travel and tourism has been positively affected as the outdoor spaces have given so much to look and feel of our city. NYC & Company promotes us as a new tourist attraction, and it's made the restaurant community innovate these dining experiences. As a live event and hospitality professional and champion of New York City, let's ensure the outdoor program continues to service all of us in all these exciting ways. L'chaim and cheers, and thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. The next speaker is Kate Pulse.
Time starts now.
Do we have Kate? I'm going to move on to the next set of speakers. Deborah Gonzalez, Doris Samsky, Catherine Hilliard, Maria Paris, starting with Deborah Gonzalez.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you, Deborah.
All right. Thank you for having me this afternoon. This was a long process, but I think you need to see a face with the name. Firstly, I would like to let you know that when presented with these sheds or these outside eateries, I was all for helping these businesses. But as time went on, this became more of a problem for the community than a fix for the businesses. I actually felt as though it was a bait and switch. I think that we need to understand that this is not one size fits all, as everyone has said. We have what we call delivery trucks, garbage pickup that has left our neighborhood like a landfill with green garbage bags. We have influx of mosquitoes that have puddled in these sheds. And with me, a mosquito bit me. When I killed it, the blood came out and I feared that I had COVID. So all of these things, the traffic, large rodents left in our streets that we see when we wake up in the day. My dog was poisoned. It cost me $2,000 to have his stomach pumped. It's ridiculous at this point in this city. We're all trying to work together, but at the same time, we're the ones that's suffering. And last but not least, I look at all the outside sheds in restaurants, the use of these sheds, and I feel that it was a switcheroo. We feel that the removing of these zones in residential areas seems to be excessive, and having sidewalk cafe as well as the sheds and the eateries. You know, we're at a point now where a shed or I'm losing my train of thought because I'm so tired. it feels like it was a switch to benefit the restaurants in the community. And it feels like it's unfair to the tenants in the building as they come and go while having to navigate around tables with shopping carts and packages. Thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. We'll
Council, I think Kate.
Kate Poles. Yes,
Yeah.
we have our Chair Riley. So Kate, you're next.
Time starts now.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I too am a native New Yorker, a longtime resident of the East Village. I was in full support of helping restaurants survive during the pandemic, but I'm adamantly opposed to outdoor dining sheds and street dining becoming permanent fixtures in our overcrowded city, and especially in the overcrowded and oversaturated neighborhoods in 10009, 3, and 2. This zoning will be indiscriminate and will allow an unlimited number of cafes and outdoor eateries anywhere and everywhere. At the very least, our residential side streets, where I live, must be exempted from any new zoning allowing sidewalk cafes and outdoor dining. My main concerns have been vocalized over the course of the day. So just in brief, safety, noise, amplified music, blocked sidewalks, extremely narrow residential side streets, not designed for this kind of dining, mosquitoes, rats, just litter everywhere. We had a pile of garbage across the street. I have a dining shed immediately outside my bedroom window, and the trash was just unbelievable for a couple of days. Anyway, long and short, finally, residents deserve the right to go to sleep at reasonable hours and not have to wait until midnight or 1 when restaurants close and when diners wind down and decide what else they're going to do with their evenings. This seems to be bent to the nightlife industry and not to the residents of the city. And this is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you for your patience with the audio issues. The next set of speakers will be Stuart Samsky, Catherine Hilliard, Maria Paris, and Renee Monrose. So Stuart Samsky will be our next.
Time starts now.
Hello, thank you very much. I am a long-term resident of East 5th Street, and I have run a small business here for the last 27 years. We've survived 9/11, Sandy, blackouts, massive changes to the neighborhood, and now COVID-19. But the thing is, I don't know how my landlord can possibly renew my lease for a 300 square foot space on a small side street when, if these measures are passed, they can rent that space plus 600 square feet of street and sidewalk space to a restaurant or a bar or a cafe. I believe my city council member, Representative Carolina Rivera, stated the ethos of a council member's decision-making process beautifully when she said she wouldn't support a bill that isn't tenant-led and community-driven. Council members, this process has not been tenant or neighbor-led. This proposal serves a single industry and patrons that have enough disposable income to take advantage of it. More than 60% of New York City's community boards voted against this proposal. They did so for a singular reason. They do not want to dismantle all of the residential zoning protections without a clear plan in place and allow the Department of Transportation to dictate what their community residents can and can't endure. Because of this, I entreat the council members to support the community and vote as your community boards did. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. The next speaker is Catherine Hilliard.
Time starts now.
Thank you. I think everything that I wanted to say has been said throughout the course of today, and thank you all for sticking with us and hearing us. I know it's been a long day. I'm here to speak against the zoning text amendment. I am a small business owner in Lower Manhattan. I'm also a Lower Manhattan resident for the last 20 years. And I am feeling completely unheard and completely uninvolved in this process. My apartment is a 500 square foot, not even 500 square foot apartment on the ground floor with a dining shed right outside of my bedroom window. And I am in a constant state of dread and regret and depression. And this has really affected me mentally. And I understand the hardships that small businesses and restaurants owners face. I really do. I have my own business and I face those myself also. I've been in the same COVID crisis, but this has caused a different kind of crisis for residents that hasn't been brought up. And there is no reason why this should be made permanent in haste without an environmental impact study, without speaking to the residents. This has just gone too quickly. I think everybody came into it on a human level wanting to support everybody to get through this problem. But now this is being rushed through without enough community participation, without listening to people and the true impact that it has at a very human level. And I just beg that this be considered more before such swift and irresponsible action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. The next speaker is Maria Paris.
Time starts now.
Hi, yes, Maria Paris. I live on Carmine Street in the Village, and I just want to bring up the topic of noise. I am surrounded by restaurants, and I have been for 25 years. I never complained about noise until the restaurant's dining room has moved onto the sidewalk and into the streets. I am surrounded. We have speakers and just with loud music from all the different restaurants. And of course, diners, they're drinking, they're having fun. Nothing wrong with that. Take it back into the restaurant though. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. I don't want to hear it at 9 o'clock at night. The 6th precinct said they can't enforce it. They can't enforce noise. There's no way to enforce the diners who are eating and drinking outside our windows. And I do say this is a bad plan, great temporary, start over, do an ESI, and one size does not fit all. And thank you for having this meeting, and just City Council, do the right thing for the residents, the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. The next speaker on this panel is Renee Monrose.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Renee Monrose, and I've lived in downtown Manhattan for 42 years, and I oppose these two actions. We keep hearing about leveling the playing field, but the city is leveling the playing field for only one industry and bulldozing everyone else in the process. 62% of the city's community boards voted against the permanent outdoor dining program. And if you vote for these actions, they will completely toss out years of thoughtful planning by community boards and city council and hand over our public sidewalks and roadways to the bar and restaurant lobby at the expense of residents and other small businesses. The majority of the 2022 city council is newly elected. They've had little or no time to carefully study this sweeping zoning text change or the law repealing the sidewalk licensing provisions. Please put this on pause. The zoning text amendment makes sweeping changes with no consideration for the different circumstances among neighborhoods and communities. One size does not fit all. The open restaurant program was meant to be an emergency program. It should stay temporary. DOT should definitely not be in charge of our streets and sidewalks. It has proven its incompetence over and over again during the past 2 years of the pandemic. In fact, where is DOT? Apparently, they can't even stay through the one and only hearing of this massive program they want to control. Speaker Adams and all of City Council, please take this program back to the drawing board. Please call for a full fiscal and environmental study on the impact of this program. Demand that changes to the rules of the pre-pandemic Sidewalk Cafe program be fully discussed in public forums with ample community input. And please elevate community board members Marte and Botcher to equal standing in all council discussions of the open restaurant program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. The next few speakers will be Mary Ivancho, Adam Zeldin, and Marco Connor Diacoy. Mary Ivancho will be the first one.
Time starts now.
Yes, my name is Mary Ivancho. Can you hear me? A New Yorker of 40 years, Upper West Side. The current conversation speaks in a tense that assumes permanence has already been approved, with design competitions for sheds already in the works. Let's stop and take a breath. This is my story and my experience. I live on West 73rd Street, a residential block, 100 dining chairs outside. The noise is outrageous. The restaurant's CFO is 2 buildings. The shed extends 6 buildings. The restaurant moved to the block 30 years ago. Landmarks, building permits, CFOs were ignored. For over 10 years, they've operated with 2 partial vacate orders and an illegal backyard extension. So how does this happen? And why am I mentioning it here? Lack of enforcement in what is already a broken system. Just as the temporary outdoor program did not comply, where a large majority of these sheds are fully enclosed, defeating the entire purpose of outdoor dining. This proposal would be an enormous challenge to a city that is already well behind and where enforcement at all levels is close to zero. We are not obligated to take this on. This restaurant industry was offered a gift. We do not need 27,000 permanent reminders of the last 2 years. Zoning has existed to protect New Yorkers. It need not be swiftly removed to support one industry. A recent quote from President of United Firefighters: "The sheds have narrowed the streets to the point where we cannot safely and effectively raise ladders. Lives are in danger." The reality is that if our zoning is removed, the city will no longer be for the people. It will be for the restaurant industry. And what history has taught us is we can count on zero enforcement. This program would be an absolute disaster.
Time expired.
Thank you, Mary. The next speaker will be Adam Zeldin.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Charge market rent, or at least consider it. My name is Adam Zeldin. I'm a resident of Soho, and I want to thank the members of City Council for their thoughtful questions and for the privilege of speaking here today. There have been many comments so far, but I'd like to focus on pricing. We've heard questions from the members about how consent fees will be levied. Councilmember Krishnan asked about how neighborhood will impact pricing. Councilmember Velasquez asked about how size will impact pricing. These questions teed up my prepared comments nicely. The city should consider how charging market rent will solve many of the issues discussed here today. Without a doubt, outdoor dining should be made permanent, 365 days a year. It's a great program, popular and enjoyed by New Yorkers and visitors alike. It has overwhelming public approval and support. The program itself replaces some of the free car storage that is afforded to the few New Yorkers who still decide to drive. The outdoor dining program itself is a no-brainer, but charge market rent. Those who are categorically opposed to the program have brought up at least one very good point. That is, outdoor dining is, up until now, free handout to private sector restaurateurs and rent-seeking landlords. When restaurants were struggling during the pandemic, this was a justified handout. But now, as we look towards the future, the proposed pricing scheme might be too low in light of other public benefits and goods that could leverage this space. Examples of that would include parklets, containerized trash, loading zones, etc. Given this is public land, there should be a significant return to the public. There is a simple solution: charge the tenants market rent. Not only will this raise considerable funds for New York City, funds that could then be used to turn in other improvements for our streetscapes, but a market rent scheme will also achieve the following. Values of property held by private interests will not increase, so this is not going to be a handout to landlords. This will not be some overly generous handout to the restaurant industry above all other industries, since you're going to be charging those restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. The next speaker will be Mark O'Connor, and to be followed by Lucy Coteen, Donna Raftery, and Chris Ryan. So Mark O'Connor.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Marco Conadiaqua. I am Deputy Director at Transportation Alternatives. For nearly 50 years, we have been a nonprofit leader in the fight to make our streets livable, and are happy to support the local businesses and workers in the food and hospitality industry who make our neighborhoods and streets vibrant. And thank you, Chair Velasquez and Riley, for this hearing and the opportunity to testify in support of today's legislation. I want to stress that voters have expressed overwhelming support for this program. Nearly 2/3 of registered voters citywide believe that outdoor dining is an important use of curb space in their own neighborhood. This is public polling from Siena College. In Manhattan, this support jumps to nearly 80%. The future of this program should not debate its existence. The future should be a program that is even better and part of a citywide plan to reclaim street space from cars for the benefit of everyone. Our current allocation of curb space is highly inequitable and harmful. 75% of our public curb space is devoted to the movement and storage of vehicles that sit unused 95% of the time. We have 3 million free parking spaces, mainly for personal cars. And when just 0.2% of these spaces were put to better use for outdoor dining, New York City saved 100,000 jobs. We believe in a city that puts our shared public space to better use. And that's why our 25 by 25 coalition has the support of 200 diverse groups across the 5 boroughs. And we are demanding that the city of New York reclaim 25% of space from cars and give it back to people by 2025. And this Open Streets program is a key part of that vision. When streets are planned around people, there's plenty of space to go around. Everyone will benefit if we start planning around people. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. The next speaker is Lucy Coteen.
Time starts now.
Good evening and congratulations on your endurance to those who are still here. A solution that creates greater problems for a community than the one it was attempting to cure is not a solution at all. It is a massive burden to the residents who have made their home here. What was established as a temporary aid to restaurants and thousands of jobs has turned into a nightmare for residents, transforming habitable residential areas into neighborhoods overrun with rats, with crowds of people, creating unacceptable noise levels late into the night, destroying once peaceful neighborhoods. DOT cannot handle, that's DOT, cannot handle all the work they have now. They are not equipped to regulate restaurant sheds that present many illegalities. My personal experience with DOT is that they have failed me. I have been waiting almost 10 years for DOT to repair my sidewalk, a small job. And there's no time expectation for when that repair will be done. The Brooklyn commissioner has no idea when that will happen. I have no faith in DOT's ability to handle this job. Many people think they are the worst agency. If there was a vote, they would be voted the worst agency in the city. Furthermore, this does not provide equity to other businesses. It is not fair that one industry be given additional space on city streets and deny the same right to other businesses. Other businesses cannot expand into the street and sidewalk to set up shop for their customers. Priority to food and beverage industry creates an unhealthy monoculture, and I concur with all the reasons stated by the many people who have said, chuck the sheds. I oppose the extension of what was meant to be a temporary program. Please
Time expired.
not permit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. The next speaker is Donna Raftery.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Donna Raftery. I am the co-chair of Manhattan Community Board 2's SLA committee, and I'm a residential representative on the meatpacking bid. I have lived in the meatpacking district of Manhattan for over 30 years, Lower Manhattan even longer, and I'm speaking today strictly as a resident who loves this part of New York. It's very clear that the temporary program has certainly been beneficial to areas that previously had little to no outdoor dining pre-pandemic, particularly in the outer boroughs. But in my district, which already had an abundance of restaurants with outdoor dining, this program has oversaturated many of our streets and sidewalks. I am concerned that we are giving up public space to one industry without a comprehensive discussion and plan for the best use of our streets and sidewalks. A plan that takes into account the various needs of each community, those of its residents for open spaces and all of its businesses, not only the restaurants. One size does not fit all, not even within my community, which is a combination of mixed use and residential neighborhoods. Roadbed structures on wide and closed streets may work well, but not on narrow streets, not in residential neighborhoods, and are dangerous when there is a bike lane between the sidewalk and the roadbed structure. Hours for outdoor dining should be limited, especially if it's located in residential neighborhoods, as they are inhabited differently than commercial neighborhoods. As you've heard, time for community board review needs to be 45 days to ensure that the community can provide input, and the community board should review both sidewalk and roadbed applications. If this program moves forward, I urge you to work closely with our council members, Bottcher and Marte, who have the highest density of restaurants in their districts, to develop a plan that actually meets this moment and is comprehensive in its discussion of use for our public spaces. Thank you very much for all your time today.
Thank you, Donna. The next speaker will be Chris Ryan.
Time starts now.
Hi, Chris here. I'm going to report from our dining shed. This is a dining shed that affects our home. It's now empty. DOT, I'd like to point out, has failed up until now. There's filled with water and standing water. I had to dodge a rat who was also jumping the water to get here. And we have new tenants, I'm sure, applying here. There's a liquor license application in the window. And how do you think the landlord's going to be selling this as not the small little cafe, but doubling the size as they have so far? There are more seats out here than the initial restaurant had in the first place, and they couldn't survive until now. But the landlord, I believe, will probably be raising the rent because they have a more valuable property. DOT, when will you take away this structure? You're talking about the new system is going to be just umbrellas and railings and whatever. Then when do they go? When does open restaurants end? Because that doesn't sound like open restaurants. If it's over, make a date. Let's say this summer is last summer. Make a slogan. Remove them all by the fall. Because when does it become tables and railings? You failed so far. You're failing the sanitation. You're failing the rats, the FDNY we're finally hearing from. This thing has sound systems. No one's talking about that. Here's myself on this. You can see things that are the size of 2 tractor trailers. This as rich white ladies who love parking or whatever. These are people who have to sleep. We have a family, we have kids. This DOT, another sign of cluelessness is that you think this should be till 11 or midnight or 1. Are you out of your minds? This is a temporary solution. That worked for a couple little sidewalk cafes, heavily vetted by community boards. That's not your starting point. You're just inept. You're proving yourself. You should be removed from this. It's not a DOT situation. Who are we supposed to call at 11 in the morning, at night? You? This is NYPD. They can't reply to a party here unless somebody falls off the roof and dies. You're going to enforce. All right, thank you. Bye, DOT.
Thank you, Chris. The next panel is going to be Michelle Gatton, followed by Terry Rickwell, Christine Williams, Susan Fedroff, Benny Salas, and Peter Arnston. Michelle Gatton is the first speaker.
Time starts now.
Do we have Michelle? Looks like Michelle's having some audio issues, so I'm going to move on and we'll come back to Michelle. I'm going to move on to the next person, who is Terry Rickwell.
Time starts now.
Terry, are you there? Looks like same audio issues. So while we fix that, I'm going to call on Christine Williams.
Hello?
We can hear you, Christine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Christine Williams, and I currently own 2 restaurants in Brooklyn. And I strongly support the open restaurant legislation as well as the text amendment, which aims to create a more inclusive sidewalk cafe program. As noted, the open restaurant program has saved 100,000 jobs. And while it might seem like a small and insignificant number, it saved over 50 jobs at my 2 spots, in addition to creating a dozen more. In addition, outdoor dining is extremely popular in our neighborhood and with our guests, and continues to be a way to accommodate both the unvaccinated and immunocompromised members of our community. Of course, we need a well-regulated system and oversight. We want and encourage all restaurants to create sidewalk seating and roadside dining areas that are clean, safe, and welcoming and accessible to all residents. I may be alone here, but from my experience with DOT, I believe they can facilitate this. Pre-COVID, the Sidewalk Cafe license process was lengthy, expensive, and had no oversight. In the 5 years that we had the license, I saw an inspector exactly 1 time, whose only concern was that our permit be in a particular location in our window. Since the outdoor dining program has begun, we've been inspected 5 times in 16 months, with the safety and accessibility being at the forefront of their inspection. And as a restaurant owner, we've complied with all of these reasonable and necessary regulations, and in addition, have added 7-day-a-week garbage pickup, online weight system in order to reduce sidewalk traffic, and included extensive outdoor dining cleanup to our nightly cleaning process. While I understand there are bad actors in the community, there are also overwhelmingly plenty of responsible and diligent restaurant owners that want to work with their neighborhoods. I encourage the council to pass this and work with restaurant owners and the communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christine. The next speaker would be Susan Fedroff.
Time starts now.
Do we have Susan? It doesn't look like we have Susan, so I'm going to move on to Denny Salas.
All right, good evening, everybody. And first, congratulations to everybody, whether you're for or against this plan, just in this excellent display of stamina. My name is Denny Salas, and I am a Lower Manhattan resident testifying in support of the text amendment. I do believe there are areas of improvement that the city can take to make this legislation more effective. One, the cost to participate must be affordable to all restaurants to ensure equitable opportunity. Please look into establishing a rate system based on a restaurant's annual revenues instead of a flat fee. Additionally, DOT can create a mechanism to track and invalidate discriminatory fines. New York City, unfortunately, has a history of targeting minority-owned businesses and disproportionately by issuing excessive penalties. So please take a look at that. Also look into forming super blocks. A lot of the issues that we have heard today from opponents of this particular plan, especially using the city streets and all the landscape and everything to actually use it for pedestrian purposes. You can create a system that's very similar to what Barcelona and Paris has, and those are forming super blocks. Additionally, for cleanup, please consider fully implementing the Clean Curbs program in every city block eligible. That program requires applicants to design and install a deck platform with sealed waste containers, and it must include an array of features for safety and visibility. That is all. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope all of you have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Danny. The next person I'm going to call is Peter Arnston.
Hello, thank you very much. It's been quite a day for all of us. I work with the Columbus Amsterdam Business Improvement District, and we serve the area north of 96th Street on both Columbus and Amsterdam Avenues in Manhattan. We have over 100 restaurants between 96th and 110th Street. They are from all over the world. They have small restaurants, and the difference between this program has made a huge difference. Back in the spring of 2020, for 3 months, it looked like they were all going to die. This program came in, and all of a sudden, people started coming back. We had 6 new restaurants open up over the course of the next year and a half. It is very important. DOT has made a huge difference in listening to us, working with us. They have adjusted the program to meet some of the complaints that and concerns that they had about streets that were unsafe because of high speeds and reckless driving. So they have been responsive. I will say that, where do I go from here? We have a number of really small stores, 9 feet wide. Having the open streets and the open restaurants has made a huge difference. They would not have been able to survive with just inside dining. Yes, we do have rats in the neighborhood. We have people that have all sorts of mental health problems. Things would be worse if we did not have the restaurants working to maintain the neighborhood and to bring people out. I'll say thank you, and thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, Peter. I believe that was the last speaker that we were able to locate. So chairs, I'm going to do a last call just to find any remaining speakers, if that's okay with you. All right, so if there are any members of the public who wish to testify on the Open Restaurants Text Amendment and pre-consider intro, please press the raise hand button now so the staff can identify you. The meeting will stand at ease while we check for any newly registered members of the public or those that were having trouble before. So please raise your hand right now. We will stand at ease for about 30 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to go in the order that the hands were raised. So please accept the unmute request when you get it. So the first person I'm going to call on is Elizabeth Dennis. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Denny's, and I live in Flatbush in Brooklyn. I'm speaking in favor of permanent open restaurants. The popularity of outdoor dining speaks for itself and is immediately apparent when walking by restaurants in the current program, even in the middle of winter. The current outdoor dining program has provided additional access to enjoyable outdoor spaces, something that is especially valuable in neighborhoods like mine in Flatbush, where a majority of residents live disproportionately far from parks. Enjoyable outdoor spaces are not just important for public health in the midst of a pandemic, but also a vital part of public health in the eventual post-pandemic world. Clear, consistent regulations for open restaurants can ensure that outdoor dining spaces are well integrated into the overall streetscape. This means that ensuring that bike lanes are kept clear for bicyclists, daylighting zones at intersections are kept clear to ensure visibility of people crossing streets, and sidewalks are kept clear without obstructions that prevent people, especially those relying on mobility aids, from comfortably navigating them. None of these are blockers to having a successful open restaurants program. Finally, I ask the council to think broadly about how open restaurants should only be the start of creating more equitable and inclusive street spaces. There are better uses for our curbs than providing 3 million parking spaces, with the vast majority of these parking spaces being given away for free for long-term car storage. This is hardly the most equitable use of our street spaces, as car owners tend to be wealthier New Yorkers, unsurprising since the cost of owning, insuring, and maintaining a car is substantial. There are many other possible uses of the curb that could even more directly and equitably provide benefit to the public, including expanding the protected bike lane network, adding loading zones, containerizing trash collection to keep waste orderly and reduce food sources for rats, a common problem that people seem to be misassigning to open restaurants, and creating parklets, particularly in neighborhoods like mine that don't have good access to existing green spaces other than at the margins. The proposed fees from the open restaurant program should be expanded to all private uses of this public space, including parking, and could provide a revenue stream for creating additional vibrant, enjoyable public spaces on sidewalks and along the curb. Thank you so much for my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So I'm going to announce the next few speakers so that you guys are ready when your unmute request comes in. So the next person will be Richard Robbins, followed by Elizabeth Ellie, then Sean Campbell, Lynn Ellsworth, Darwin Kyung, and Omar Canales, and Lobsang Salaka. So the first person in that panel will be Richard Robbins.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking on my own and not on behalf of Manhattan CB7, on which I serve. Open dining is one silver lining from all the hardship of the past 2 years. It brings life and vibrancy to New York City and provides a new way for so many New Yorkers and visitors to enjoy the city, while also helping support our local restaurateurs and their employees. The restaurateurs, many of whom are small business owners. I have a few thoughts. Number one, community boards can give great insights for their communities, but also bog processes down in red tape. The current draft of the text amendment has a very complicated process for approval with timing that many have pointed out won't work. My recommendation is that community boards should give general guidelines for all restaurants in their district, but shouldn't have to be evaluating each individual restaurant. If the community boards do vote for each restaurant, we should grandfather in existing structures for a period of time so that they're not all coming before the community boards for approval right away. Number two, I'm a strong supporter of protected bike lanes. We need DOT to develop a solution so there aren't bicycles effectively riding through restaurants such as on Columbus and Amsterdam Avenues. I've said this many times, there will be fatalities. Number three, there should not be smoking in these outdoor restaurants. I was once in one over 50 feet away, someone was smoking and it was still blowing right in our face. They should not be smoking lounges. Number four, many people have said this, but 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. is way too late. It should be much earlier to be respectful for the people who live right nearby. Five, it makes much more sense to use public space for restaurants that benefit many people than to give curb space for individual cars. Those people saying that curb space shouldn't be given to private restaurants, but should go for free parking are not being logically consistent. Six, people have raised the question of whether restaurants are getting preferential treatment that retail stores and others aren't getting. I think outdoor dining is a great first step. There's no reason that other businesses shouldn't be able to take advantage of public space, especially if concerns about pedestrians are taken into account. Last is DOT should be focused on Vision Zero. The fact that they're not even still on the call means that they shouldn't be in charge of this. And I do commend everyone who's still here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. The next speaker is Elizabeth Ellie.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak, and thank you especially to our ASL interpreters on the call. My name is Elizabeth Ely, a West Village resident. On behalf of like-minded concerned citizens, I behoove you and your offices to reject this proposal. To be brief, this permanent program has already and will continue to present numerous and long-term consequences, especially to neighborhoods that have a high density of restaurants. Such consequences have been addressed at length, and I echo these concerns. To disregard these issues would be imprudent and antithetical to the duties of your offices. I'd like to draw your attention to another problem that this program presents. Despite what might be intended, the real and practical institution of this program has not actually helped struggling small businesses in restaurant-concentrated neighborhoods, but instead has granted upscale and chain restaurants unfettered access to a monopoly over the hospitality industry in New York City. This program has brought in countless profit seekers to densely packed nightlife positioned neighborhoods. They have one purpose: to open more restaurants, expand their businesses onto public property, and maximize profits, with little to no regard for the communities that they are supposed to serve. With a blatant disregard to standing roadbed dining regulations, hundreds of 311 calls have been made about noise, and I personally reported restaurants in the area to the DOT for these violations. As has already been discussed, the DOT has failed and likely will continue to fail to enforce or see through all of these complaints. What I've seen is an unequal, unfair, and at times grossly inappropriate abuse and treatment of the outdoor dining program by greedy landlords, upscale restaurateurs, and chain restaurants. I have seen this program cost my neighborhood many valued and generations-owned family businesses whose storefronts and leases are swallowed up by these people who intend to exploit and manipulate roadbed dining with impunity. I hope it is fair to assume that your offices do not intend to make permanent a program and that advantages some individuals at the expense of
Time
others.
expired.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sean Campbell.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. I registered to speak this morning, and I'm very pleased to be before this body. Thank you, Chairs Velasquez and Riley, members of the council, and participants this evening. Community Board 14 Brooklyn, I'm Sean Campbell, District Manager of that board, opined on DOT's proposal in September and presented comments to the Planning Commission on September 21st. I've submitted that correspondence and this correspondence to this body when I registered this morning. Brooklyn Community Board 14 opposed the text amendment conditioned on several specific concerns, many of which have been addressed this evening. Many of our concerns were either problematic, pending, or undefined. And the bottom line is that community boards were asked to opine on a proposal that was not fully realized. To the extent that DOT has made progress toward fully realizing and developing an implementation, maintenance, and enforcement plan, that progress should be brought back before the community board citywide for substantive local review. And there's some question as to how much that the proposal has been developed given the council members' questions this morning. Then and only then should this body consider making this a permanent and extremely impactful transfer of public space to private enterprise. The Department of Transportation should also outline how they will prioritize competing uses of the public right of way, whether it's private use for restaurants, city bike, electric vehicle charging stations, other public uses like bike corrals, bike lanes, express bus lanes, truck delivery windows, and even parking. How these will be prioritized needs to be addressed. I thought DOT was very blithe about that question today when they said, well, it's a balancing act. If it's a balancing act, consider it a balancing act on a tightrope while juggling sharp objects over lava. I mean, it's a high stakes balancing act. And so I urge DOT to take this seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. The next speaker, sorry, Chair Velasquez, is Lynn Ellsworth.
Time starts now.
I'm Lynn Ellsworth with the Alliance for a Human Scale City. We do support well-managed, attractive, and well-regulated sidewalk cafes and non-car uses of our streets. But we first have to solve a problem. The regulatory system in place before COVID, during COVID, and the system proposed in this bill will all fail to give us the desired results of how we imagine this could work out. Massive rethinking is in order. To that end, we have some thoughts on how to do this better. One, our public streets should not pro forma be handed to the restaurant industry or any industry in particular. Instead, we need a new community level planning process to temporarily allocate permits for sidewalk and street space, for cafe seating, outdoor markets, community meeting space under tent, pedestrianized blocks, play streets, parklets, push carts, kiosks, dog runs, and outdoor street parking for bike share and car shares. We do not support free public parking on the streets. The process to plan all this at the local level needs creative invention through slow, steady experimentation at the local community board level in order to build up the rule definitions that you need for how to convert streets to such mixed use. Second, I think the council should pay for some research to scan prior experience around the world with places that have succeeded better with these programs, such as the program in Paris. Borrow their ideas liberally for what works and what doesn't work in creating a regulatory regime for this. Third, regulatory authority should not go to DOT, the absolute wrong agency for this, who can't even sit through a hearing, but it should go to a combination of community boards and a new agency charged with developing a system of simple design review for the aforementioned facilities, not just outdoor dining. Fourth, design standards obviously should never be one size fits all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Darwin Kyung.
Time starts now.
Darwin, you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Good evening. My name is Darwin Kung, and I am the Research and Policy Manager at Tri-State Transportation Campaign. Tri-State's a 29-year-old nonprofit advocacy organization dedicated to creating sustainable, equitable, and safer mobility from our streets and sidewalks to our mass transit network. We'd like to thank the Council for the opportunity to provide comments today in support of the Open Restaurants program and for considering the zoning text amendment and legislation to develop the permit program even as we go late into the evening. For the past year, we've been working with the Regional Plan Association and Design Trust as part of the Alfresco NYCC coalition to reimagine how New Yorkers use our streets to ensure that open restaurants and open street programs activate our streetscapes and serve all New Yorkers. I'm here today to comment in support of creating a better program that expands and modernizes our streets for the opportunity to create a better city with a carefully crafted program. The Open Restaurants program has been a lifeline throughout the pandemic. Over 12,000 restaurants engaged in the program, allowing them the opportunity to sustain their business throughout the worst of the pandemic. The number of participating restaurants was bolstered further by the emergency order, which lowered barriers to entry for outdoor dining, which is previously severely limited to the well-resourced establishments of certain parts of Manhattan. Nearly half of the current outdoor dining permits are outside of Manhattan, allowing for outdoor dining to exist at mom and pop shops in all boroughs. Restaurants run by immigrants and people of color with New York-sized dreams. It's clear that these old ways need to change, and we must ensure that a new permanent open restaurants program is accessible, equitable, and practical for all who wish to participate in shaping a more vibrant and engaging city. We know the program must address challenges like noise, crowded sidewalks, poor design, abandonment issues, and street management between right-of-ways, bike lanes and bus lanes, and sanitation. On a case-by-case, neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis. The new program must evolve to have consistent rules, standards, and enforcement, and continued dialogue between the city, communities, and establishments.
Time expired.
Thank you, Darwin. The next speaker is Omar Canales.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone, and I want to thank everyone here, public officials. I'm Omar Canales. I'm here representing my family's restaurant, Safe Casinos in the South Bronx. I also like to say that I'm a huge advocate for other small businesses and restaurants in the Bronx and throughout New York City. I'm here to say that we're huge supporters of the program, and we want to evolve with it. The old Sidewalk Cafe permit, as expensive as it was, difficult, is antiquated, and this temporary executive order proves it. We want to thank the temporary executive order that has allowed us to survive tremendously while keeping our patrons safer during this pandemic. There are many businesses and restaurants that continue to do a good job with their outdoor seating, and I'm here to support them. Their businesses would like to grow with this new program, now having witnessed the benefits. Our intention and willingness to add outdoor seating was because of the demand of our community and our neighborhood to begin with. Prior to the pandemic, our community has been very positive with their feedback in regards to our outdoor availability. We want to continue to add this positive perspective to help beautify our South Bronx neighborhood by providing this type of ambiance with outdoor seating. It's understood that every restaurant can serve as a unique use case. Therefore, it is in our best interest to see this outdoor dining permit progress under this new ordinance to help mold the new permanent outdoor dining rules and regulation. I thank you once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Omar. The next speaker is Lobsan Salaka.
Time starts now.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, my name is Lobsan Salaka, member at large at Queens Community Board 3 and the chair of Immigration Committee. We had a meeting in September 23rd, 2021 to the motion to disapprove the appropriation proposal to pass with a vote of 30 in favor, 5 opposed, and 0 absentees. Queens Community Board 3 support our local restaurant and acknowledges the serious impact the COVID-19 has had on their businesses. However, reviewing DCP's current proposed open restaurant text amendment, we believe that further development is required. Queens Community Board 3 recommend that open restaurant text amendment be approved because of the following concerns. DOT, DOB, and DCA working jointly would have better and handle the oversight of open restaurant. The proposed amendment does not mention how the rules and policy would be enforced, nor whether sufficient enforcement personnel will be hired to oversee the implementations of agency policy. Will permitting fee be affordable to all small businesses? Sidewalk streets are not conducive for sidewalk street cafe uses. Has there been any study to determine the impact reduced parking would have on local businesses? Queens Community Board 3 cannot support the current text amendment that has been offered. There are too many issues that have not been addressed or left out of the proposal. It is suggested DCP revisit this matter. We thank DCP for opportunity to comment on the application. We look forward to working with the agency to come up with the better solutions, workable solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Lobson. We're trying to locate two last speakers, either Alexis Adler or the person who's on the phone at the meeting. If you would like to provide testimony of you're here, can you please raise your hand so that our staff can locate you and unmute you? I don't see any raised hands. So with that, I'll do my last announcement and I'll say, if you know there are members of the public who wish to testify on pre-consider LU number 210434ZRY for the open restaurant text amendment and the pre-consider intro, I will hand it over to the chairs to make any closing remarks and close the hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. First, I want to thank, I call him my king, Chair Riley from the Bronx. The Bronx has had a really long day today, but we've enjoyed it so much. So thank you for everyone that participated, but it couldn't have been made possible without Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez from DOT, my committee staff, Leah, Noah, my staff. We're going to say Nick, Alex, Jackie, Adrian, and Stephanie. And we're going to give the other props to the agency, DCWP, city planning, and all agencies, city council members. Look, we understand this is a tough position that we're all placed in, but we're going to work through this together. And I appreciate you all coming out and taking your time to give us your experience, lend your voices. You're going to be heard, and we're here to hear you. So I'm going to pass it on to Chair Riley.
Thank you, Chair Velasquez, and you did an amazing job chairing your first committee hearing today. Thank you, Council. Today's hearing is now closed. The items are laid over. As a reminder, if you have a written testimony you would like to submit, you may email it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. I would like to thank the members of the public, my colleagues, committee council, land use, consumer and workers protection, and other council staff, and the Sergeant at Arms for participating in today's hearing. This meeting is hereby adjourned.